nation.
Steph Curry from downtown again.
And to those who bleed orange and black, good morning. This is Murph and Marcus. Brian Murphy and Marcus the Waterboy Boucher. Streaming live at twitch.tv/The Sports Leader. Sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Yes. Happy Monday to you. It's John Dickinson and Dieter Kurtenbach in for Murph and Marcus on this Monday, holiday week, and for the next 4 hours and for the next 3 days here on the Sports Leader. Dieter, good to be with you, my friend. It's been a minute, but great to have you with me here for the next couple of days, and it's going to be a lot of fun, a lot to get into.
Yeah, to say the least, JD. I mean, think about where we were at, what was it, July and August of 2024, wondering what was going on with that Brandon Aayuk saga, playing the ins and outs of every day, and will he be traded, will he sign, will he stop his hold in, and here we are, Thanksgiving weekend 2025, and we're kind of doing the same thing.
It only took a year and a half for it all to come full circle for us. The last time we had extended morning show, an extended morning show presence, and the big story at that point, really the only story throughout the course of that summer,
we were milking it, baby,
to the 49ers. Yeah, is what the heck is going to happen with Brandon Aayuk, and will the 49ers pay Brandon Aayuk? Well, the 49ers did wind up paying Brandon Aayuk. He wound up injured and out for the year, midpoint of 2024. Something's been a little fishy here for the last month or so as the 49ers continued to not open the practice window, which would have the prospect for him to return from that injury this season. And the news breaking on Friday, Diana Russini, Mike Silver of The Athletic, with the news that the 49ers had voided the contract guarantees for next season, 2026, right, on Brandon Aayuk's contract. So as much as, $27 million for next season, and it's heading toward this likely divorce at this point between the Niners and Brandon Aayuk. Aayuk reportedly not going to contest any of the voiding that's been done to the contract with the players' union or the league. So more and more, Dieter, sounding like it's going to be a wrap between the 49ers and Aayuk. Kyle Shanahan addressed this over the weekend on Saturday, which, because of the Monday night game, is really like the weekly Friday press conference. And so we'll hear a lot from Shanahan. And, oh, by the way, in addition to the Aayuk saga, the 49ers are actually playing a real game tonight, Monday Night Football at Levi's, which, of course, we're going to have for you here on the Sports Leader. The 49ers and the Carolina Panthers going to go at it in what is a really big game, with the Panthers in at 6-5 and the 49ers trying to win consecutive games here, sitting at 7-4 and currently holding the final NFC playoff spot. So a lot to get into for the next 4 hours here on the Sports Leader.
It is an absolutely wild turn of events with the Brandon Aayuk saga, and perhaps we should have foreseen a bit of this chaos, seeing as he was signed under very chaotic circumstances, right? You think about what it took to get Brandon Aayuk into camp and signed, sealed, and delivered in that offseason of 24, and maybe Mike Silver was on it the whole time, telling the story of Kyle Shanahan running up to John Lynch's office at the last second to stop the trade, and get Brandon Aayuk signed. At the same time, Aayuk did sign the contract, right? He was flirting with other teams. Other teams were telling him how much they wanted him. Niners were making it pretty clear that they didn't want him. You had the Patriots offering 30, 31, 32, depending on who you want to talk to. You had the Steelers wanting to go all in for Brandon Aayuk. There was the Browns as well, though I don't think there was much traction on that front. And he still signed with the 49ers. And I suppose that he didn't have a tremendous amount of possibilities once the Niners decided not to trade him, or rather Kyle Shanahan decided not to trade him. But at the same time, it's been awkward ever since, and as you alluded to, been particularly awkward. Or can it be awkward if you just don't see the guy? Brandon Aayuk was around to be seen early this season, and for the last month or so, he has not been around as far as we can tell in the media. and that seems to line up pretty one for one with the voiding of the contract. And the crazy thing to me, and we'll get into this, I'm sure, as the show goes on, JD, is Brandon Aayuk turning down what would be probably the easiest claim with the NFLPA in the history of mankind. You got everybody with the Niners admitting, yeah, this is a bit weird. It might be legally dubious, in fact. And now Brandon Ayuk's like, no, I'm good. You can just void this contract. I'll hit the free agent market coming off of a catastrophic knee injury that at least held up the specter of, so big that maybe that's why his window hadn't opened. 3 ligaments out and the meniscus. Everyone was presuming, and I think fairly so, that was the reason Brandon Aayuk wasn't getting back to practice with the 49ers. It was such a large injury, and he couldn't even have surgery until last November because of all the swelling, even though that was a month after the injury happened. So we're at like 1 year of recovery from something that it'd be pretty incredible to see him recover from. That was holding everything up, and it turns out there was some other stuff going on behind the scenes. And man, it really does raise some questions about what all happened, kind of going back again to July and August of 2024. Like, what don't we know about that situation? Because it all seems to be bubbling up again here in November of 2025.
Yeah, and we'll get to the summer of 2024 and how it relates to the way things have gone down here in 2025. And Kyle Shanahan confirming on Saturday the fact that a lot of this happened in July of 25, at least according to the Athletics reporting. The Niners were voiding the guaranteed money in the contract. And I'm quoting the story here from Diana Rossini and Mike Silver, asserting that absences amounted to a failure to fulfill his contract obligations. And so according to the league sources there, again, as you mentioned, he's not gonna fight it, which is interesting because it leads to the question of what the hell happened in July. Is it a simple matter of Aiyuk not showing up for things that he was supposed to show up for relating to the rehab process specifically? Because again, he's somebody that wouldn't have been practicing at the point of training camp beginning in July or even August and maybe on into September when the regular season would start. But as you noted, as Aiyuk should have been, even when you remove July from the equation, he should have been more visibly present during the season, ramping up toward a potential return than he has been, at least in the portions that are available and open to the media, and that had not been the case. So here's kind of where I am with this thing. What the heck happened in July, 4 months ago, 2025, that led to the 49ers voiding the guarantees for 2026? And based on what happened then, has that led to less of a Brandon Aiyuk presence? Again, my read, they started taking his money, and then he said, well, screw you guys, I'm out.
I don't need to show up to work if you're not paying me. Yeah.
And if you're not going to pay me, then I can either fight it or I can say, you know what, bygones, because, and this is where I would relate it going back to 2024, I never got the impression, and we talked about this at the time, that even though the 49ers became willing to pay Brandon Aiyuk at the end of August, right before the season started, Aiyuk, in my opinion, never wanted to return to the 49ers. And he wanted to get paid, but he wanted to go – I think the one thing we can safely say, he wanted to go play with Jaden Daniels and the Washington Commanders, because you're right, he didn't want to go to New England. He didn't want to go to Cleveland. There were options. Pittsburgh, it seemed at certain points, maybe he liked the idea of being with Mike Tomlin as his new head coach. But that's the part that's so fascinating to me, Dieter, as we kind of jump off here and start the conversation. It's the fact that it's just this situation that's headed to a divorce that when you go back to even a year plus ago, felt like it was kind of doomed from the beginning.
Yeah, without a question. And now there's a lot of other things that we need to get into with the 49ers and kind of why they're acting like this, why this is important to them, why it might be a bit of a false flag in some regards. But again, as you noted, they have a game tonight. And as boring as the Carolina Panthers might be, and having watched the film, let me tell you, I don't have a lot of takes. I'm a takesman by heart. This is my trade. This is my passion. I watch the Carolina Panthers and I feel nothing. It is an empty vessel of football, and they're going to play on Monday Night Football, which a hell of a book by ESPN there. And they need a win. We've seen Seattle now, bounce back and get a win in Tennessee, and being up in Seattle right now, being able to watch that game with impunity yesterday. Got some takes on that one. We saw what the Rams did on Sunday Night Football. They're looking like an absolute wagon right now. And the NFC playoff picture not exactly clearing up for the 49ers. They got to stay on their P's and Q's. They got to stay on point here and take out a Carolina team that they're favored by over it's over a touchdown. I think it's 7.5 still. Like, they need to take care of business tonight, and a lot of ramifications if they can, and even more ramifications if they can't. And so let's call this 6 a.m. show the early pregame show, JD.
Yeah, the 49ers and the Panthers coming up at 5:15 right here on the Sports Leader. Pregame at 2 o'clock, and yeah, we're getting you covered here. Pregame show begins right now. JD and Dieter Kurtenbach in for Murph and Marcus here on this Monday. The Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line is open at 808 KNBR 415-808-5627. You can give us a call throughout the course of the morning as well. Tim Ryan's going to stop by. We'll get into more of the nuts and bolts of the matchup against the Carolina Panthers. That at 7:50. But we're going to be heavy on this Aayuk situation. Do 49er fans even want to see Aayuk return at this point? Kyle Shanahan continues to hint that he'd be open to the idea, at least for 2025 and maybe beyond. We'll get into that coming up next right here. We're off and rolling. JD and Dieter on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product. It's time for the Young Tony and John Joe question of the day.
Good morning, everybody. Happy Monday. 49ers fans, would you be excited or worried if Brandon Aayuk played for the Niners this season? Here's a follow-up. Would you still cheer for Aayuk in a 49ers uniform this year? You can join the conversation by calling us, 415-808-KNBR, 415-808-5627, or you can join the YouTube chat now.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on the Sports Leader. Streaming live on thesportsleader.com and KNBR. The Sports Leader app. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Obviously the team felt, and you felt good enough to give a very large contract not very long ago. Is there disappointment that it's gotten to this with Brandon and 49?
Yeah, of course. I've been coaching over 20 years, and I've never been in a situation where a contract's been voided, so it was extremely unusual to me.
All right, that's Kyle Shanahan from Saturday, his press conference. Tim Kawakami with the question there, and we welcome you back. It's John Dickinson, Dieter Kurtenbach in for Murph and Marcus here on a Monday on the Sports Leader, trying to make some sense of the Brandon Aayuk saga with the 49ers reportedly voiding the guarantees on the 2026 portion of Ayuk's contract. Amounts to about $27 million. Niners could save as much as $70 million if he's played his last game with San Francisco, and this ends in a divorce where the 49ers move on and cut Brandon Aayuk. We'll get to some text messages coming up here in just a moment, but continuing, Dieter, to just try and figure out how this thing got so messy. I think it goes all the way back to the summer of 2024, where they're trying to negotiate a contract. And the one thing, and we were doing a ton of shows together back then, it just never seemed to me that Aayuk wanted to remain with the 49ers. He wanted to get paid, but something happened. His tune changed, and maybe it happened before the Super Bowl at some point during the 23 season. But I go back to the moment they lost that Super Bowl, the entire offseason, it got weird, and I don't feel like it's ever come anywhere close to returning to some semblance of normalcy between the Niners and Aayuk.
Yeah, it almost feels like an arranged marriage at this point. And maybe not to bash any arranged marriages. Apparently, statistically, they last longer than the ones we all find on our own. But, like, it felt forced, to say the least. I still have no idea what happened, as you alluded to, between the Super Bowl and the time he put his name on the dotted line, and why he felt so sour about returning to the San Francisco 49ers. There is something to be said for the fact that the Niners allowed him and his agent during that period of time to test the market. And I don't know, open relationship, probably not the best for long-term stability. We've seen this with Brandon Kuminga to a degree. Like, go around and let everyone else tell you how much they love you, because there's no repercussions if they tell you, oh, we want you so much and you're so good, and they're not good for you. You need to come over here. You need to be on our team because they're bad to you. And that, plus a bunch of people getting in his ear telling him he's the man and he's going to get $30 million a year. I'm not going to lie. And Brandon Aayuk, as far as I knew him, and it's not like we're buddy or anything, but having talked to Brandon Aayuk once, twice a week for 4 or 5 years, he kind of changed. This is a different Brandon Aayuk than the one I remember. And it changed right around that period of time. And yeah, getting just a bunch of other teams telling you how great you are and how much they love you, it poisoned the well a little bit for the 49ers. And I'll say this. I mean, I don't necessarily blame Aayuk for not warming up to the Niners since he signed that contract. And making it feel like, hey, this is going to work long term, because he comes back. He was slow out of the gate, for obvious reasons. He hadn't been practicing. He had been holding in. By the time he kind of gets his game back, like 1 or 2 games later, his knee explodes in catastrophic fashion. He's then injured for the rest of the year. It's a lost year for the 49ers. And what was one of their top priorities, if not their number one priority that offseason? Besides getting rid of money, well, top of the list was getting rid of Brandon Aayuk. And they would have taken anything for some team, the Patriots, anybody, to trade for Brandon Aayuk before his 2025 guarantees kicked in. I believe it was on April 1st. And they weren't hiding it at all. They wanted to trade him so bad. Of course, no one was going to take him. And that doesn't exactly endear a player to a team when, it's been a little bit messy, but we're going to work through it. No, they're trying to get rid of you at your lowest moment, and they'll take basically anything just so long as someone takes the money. It was always a fanciful and ridiculous idea that someone was going to trade for Brandon Aayuk under those circumstances, but that didn't stop the Niners from trying. It didn't stop the Niners from maybe passively, but nevertheless putting Brandon Aayuk on blast. And the way that this whole thing kind of reads to me, and there's a lot of different interpretations because so many of the details are so murky, if they're existent at all in our sphere here, but this looks to me like the 49ers, who again had been trying to get off of his contract going into the 25 season, just looking for a reason, going into the summer and just looking for a reason. And I guess Brandon Aayuk gave it to him. And I don't know if that was him looking for a reason too, or the Niners just maybe calling him on something that they've never called anybody else upon, because as Kyle Shanahan said, 20 years, I don't know of anybody who's had their contract voided. Certainly not in a situation where he's not out here committing crimes or doing something, massive in public. This was all behind the scenes. So it seems to me as if the Niners were looking for a reason to get rid of him. They found it. And the weirdest part, I guess, is then Brandon Aayuk deciding not to fight it, because I don't know what Brandon Aayuk thinks is on the other side of this, but it's certainly not going to be as lucrative as it was the last time he was out hitting the open market and teams were telling him how great he was coming off of a second-team All-Pro season.
Well, without question, and I think it boils down to relationships, because and Kyle had mentioned this a little bit in not wanting to get into the specifics of what went down in July, but saying that there were a number of things in July that were on the business side of things with lawyers and contracts. And so I think you go back to the odd nature of this negotiation and in some ways just the different structure of the 49ers front office with Kyle Shanahan at the top, but then you've got the Parag Marathes of the contract negotiators, and you've got John Lynch who's in there. And so I think, things can get, and maybe did get a little contentious between, say, Aayuk and the contract negotiators, right? Mm-hmm. To the point where you've got Kyle Shanahan who wants to keep the player going back to before the beginning of last season. And so he's running up to the office. Hey, do you want to sign? Let's not make this trade with Pittsburgh that was on the table. So you've got the relationship.
Done, JD. They were ready.
Yeah,
he was gone. He was gone. He was a Steeler.
Yes, he was gone. And so, but you've got I can understand in a negotiation the frustration, let's say, between player and the contract negotiators, right? That stuff could get ugly. You're fighting for every dollar on both sides, even with a player that's been extremely productive and that you want to keep. So there's that portion of it. But this, to me now, also, something happened between Kyle and Aayuk. And that's the part that I just don't understand, because it seemed like Aayuk was Kyle's guy, and Kyle loved him, and Kyle, appreciated him, and those maybe had to coach him hard at the early part of his career to get some of that out of him. Right. And remember, he was even in the second season, he was not playing as much as everybody would have expected. Remember, in the doghouse. So there's so many layers. There's so many layers to this, Dieter, in terms of they were looking to shop him, and I maintain that the compromise that never was able to be fulfilled, because of the injury was that the Niners, I think on the contract side, didn't really want to do the deal. Mm-hmm. Shanahan wanted to keep the player. They were all in on trying to contend for the Super Bowl, coming off of losing the Super Bowl, going back to the beginning of last season. And so the compromise was, all right, we'll do it. And remember, at the time, we were having the debate daily, and I was of the opinion, just do it. Just do it. Right. Just get him in and figure it out. I think their intent was do the deal, and then he'll have a productive year in 24. You see where you're at, and you trade him this past spring. I think that was always going to be the goal. But then when he got hurt, that completely got wrecked and was going to be off the table. And so I'm not saying that specifically led to this, but it seems like a situation where they were going to try to make it work in the short term, and then once he got hurt, there was no escape hatch basically to get Aiyuk somewhere else because it seemed like he wanted to be elsewhere, and the Niners in the long haul weren't necessarily wanting to pay for a player that wasn't, fully committed and having his heart in being here. But I just wonder what happened, and we can get into it coming up. What happened between Aiyuk and Shanahan? Because I get the contract stuff and the front office stuff, and that could get ugly. But I thought, at least up until maybe July or maybe given the way Shanahan answered the questions, because he really tried to separate himself from all of this on Saturday and deflect from it and all of that. But what happened between those two to make it so ugly and so where it just doesn't seem likely at all that there can be any kind of reconciliation toward him attempting to come back and play for this team?
Yeah, I actually don't. It doesn't seem to me as if Kyle has much to do with any of this. Let's not forget the mandate of this front office from ownership down going into the 2025 season, which is get off that money. Get rid of all of these old, expensive guys. If you need to eat dead cap, eat the dead cap. But you need to purge the books of all of this previous era, this Super Bowl era, because it had run its course after a 6-win season. And this seems to be sort of the last vestige of that. And the front office got what it wanted, or rather maybe perhaps what it needed to do from the ownership mandate. And they're off of Brandon Aayuk. And there will be a dead cap hit, but it will not be as significant as having to pay $30 million to a receiver that, whether Brandon Aayuk is doing a great job in his recovery or not, I think that it's fair to question if Brandon Aiyuk's ever going to look like Brandon Aayuk again coming off of this knee injury. And I just don't think that's a risk that the 49ers front office and ownership, where they're the ones having to cut the checks, were willing to take. And again, I come back to this. It seems to me as if the 49ers, and specifically the front office side of the 49ers, the folks that actually handle the day-to-day administrative tasks of the roster and handle the money of it, that they were looking for a reason to get out. Brandon Aayuk gave them a window, whether it be large or small. I'm going to guess small, seeing as we don't have any of the salacious details in any of these reports. That's the stuff that sells, and yet no one can provide any of it, even though we now have this information that the contract's been voided. So I'm just going to guess it was a small thing. And again, the peculiarity of Aiyuk saying, yeah, I'm good with that. We're in the college firing of coaches season, in Cal just firing Justin Wilcox. And as we've seen very messily in Louisiana, where they're trying to fire Brian Kelly, they fire Brian Kelly, they say, actually, we didn't fire you. No, we're going to fire you. And this is the key phrase, for cause. We're going to fire you for cause now, so we don't have to give you this buyout. They're handling it it's LSU. It's very messy. You know how they operate down there. The 49ers were looking for a reason to get off of the Brandon Aiyuk, to fire him for cause, and now Brandon Ayuk's not fighting it, and I guess he gave him enough of a reason, because this should be something that's a lot messier, because we don't have, to our knowledge currently, and perhaps it doesn't exist, some big blow-up where he went into John Lynch's office and flipped him 2 birds and told him, all the terrible things about him and walked out. Like, there's nothing like, there's no salacious details here. and it leaves us
Right.
wondering.
He didn't leave the facility on a hot air balloon or
Right,
anything.
Yeah, it's the NFL. The standard for doing ridiculous things to get you fired is pretty damn high. And yet here's Brandon Aayuk, who even in his most diva moments was pretty low key about it. Right? Brandon Aayuk is not a he'll passive aggressively put something on Instagram, but he's not like holding a press conference and doing crunches in his driveway here. So there are standards and levels to this. I just it seems to me as if this was the most difficult and perhaps even most important part of the 49ers grand 2025 offseason plan, which is get off that money. And we're just finding out about it now, but they got off that Brandon Aayuk money, and the books are a lot clearer moving forward because of that. And I'm not sure Kyle Shanahan is totally down with it, but hey, the mandate came from ownership, so who's he to fight it?
All right, he's Dieter Kurtenbach. I'm John Dickinson. 808 KNBR 415-808-5627. We'll jump to some texts on the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line. Also get to your calls. Do you even want Brandon Aayuk back at this point if you're a 49er fan? Can you cheer for him given everything that's gone down, not only in the last couple of days, but over the last year and a half? We're dissecting it all. And, oh, by the way, the 49ers are taking on the Carolina Panthers Monday Night Football at Levi's Stadium. Pretty big game with some playoff ramifications. So we're in on all of that between now and 10 in for Murph and Marcus here on a Monday on the Sports Leader.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on The Sports Leader. Streaming live on thesportsleader.com and KNBR. The Sports Leader app. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
What happened in July, to me, in my opinion, doesn't have anything to do with the future. That had to do with circumstances that, to me, were out of a coach's hand. The best way I can explain it, when it comes to business matters and lawyers and contracts and things like that. When it comes to the future of this, I would love for BA to be here. I would love for him to get healthy and get back to really helping us out and being a part of this team. We haven't had that in a little bit, and I still hold out hope that he can get there, but he obviously hasn't gotten there yet.
All right, Kyle Shanahan from Saturday as the Brandon Aayuk saga rolls on. 49ers and Panthers tonight at Levi's Stadium. 49ers reportedly going to void the contract guarantees and have voided the contract guarantees for Aayuk for the 2026 season. We're reacting to that. Is this thing a wrap between the 49ers and Aayuk? Kyle Shanahan leaving the door open a little bit. It's John Dickinson and Dieter Kurtenbach. We're here with for Murph and Marcus here on this Monday. Dieter, more on that. I do want to get to the phone lines here because we do have some people that want to squawk with us. But yeah, short before we get to Watchdog on the phones, it just feels like there's a very HR corporate feeling to this whole thing. It's a very you said fired with cause. And we're trying to fire you with cause. You're accepting it whether you have to or not, but then it's also one of those things where the employer cannot really say anything bad about the employee. Otherwise, that may be used against the employer.
Yeah.
And
it
then
sounds
maybe
like you're
the
speaking
employee
from
is
experience, JD.
Actually, I want to fight it now, and I want to fight it, and I probably can get that money back that we had agreed that I wasn't going to chase.
Yeah.
That was my corporate real world view of kind of what Kyle Shanahan said. No lies in terms of wanting the player back. Obviously, Brandon Aayuk healthy is an extremely talented player that could help the 49ers, and I think that's traditionally the lens of how a head coach looks at things. But it's a very lawyers and contracts, and don't say anything bad about the guy that we're trying to get rid of. Otherwise, that may come back, and we can't necessarily get rid of him in the way that we want to get rid of him.
We didn't find out until Thanksgiving week. This happened in July. Yeah, they did a good job. Good credit to the Niners. They did a good job of keeping this thing under wraps. And the lawyers thing is just such a tell. The Niners were trying to get off of this contract. Brandon Aayuk gave them a window. I don't know if he cracked it a little bit or if he opened the damn thing all the way, but they took it. They took the opportunity to get off of Brandon Aayuk in a way that they weren't able to do because Kyle pulled rank back in August of 2024, and because Aayuk was injured in April and prior to April of 2025, and they got their opportunity, and John Lynch and all that, they took it. They took it, and doesn't sound to me, and this isn't my interpretation, doesn't sound to me like Kyle was a party to any of that. It doesn't sound to me like Kyle was necessarily down with all of that. It feels to me as if the 49ers front office is pulling rank a little bit here and doing what, again, their mandate going into this offseason was, which is we got to cut costs in a big way. We got to clear the decks for the future of the 49ers, and Brandon Aayuk was a big impediment to that future because he had that big contract, but not anymore.
Let's get to the phones. Watchdog in San Francisco's up first here. Good morning, Watchdog. You're on the Sports Leader, JD and Dieter, here on this holiday week Monday. What's going on?
Good morning, guys. I just think it's bad timing. And it just seems like compared to a lot of the other successful NFL teams, the Niners always have a lot of drama going on in regards to these contracts. And I know I've seen Brandon Aayuk working out hard since July. It was after July when I've seen him running, making cuts, and things like that. Now, his window hasn't been opened, but I know for a fact that I saw him working out, and I know for a fact that I don't hear the media talking about ever talking about the great blocker and unselfish player that Brandon Aayuk has been as a 49er. Now he didn't have a training camp when he was having the contract dispute, and he wasn't playing well, and then he had a horrific injury that wasn't created by himself. It was a tremendous hit that he took on his knee. So sometimes I don't hear all this from the media host here at KNBR. I'm a regular caller, so I listen morning, noon, and night. So I know what you guys are saying and more importantly, what you're not saying. And I as a longtime fan, I want to hear about like the positive stuff that Brandon Aayuk has done for the team, because I just heard George Kittle saying positive stuff about Brandon Aayuk in a press conference just recently. So I think all this stuff is bad timing, is not classy. Eddie D would have never done anything like this.
Oh,
so
come on now.
We have to. There's a Niners fan. No, Eddie D never did anything like this with any significant players. So don't say oh. That's not true. Like I'm saying, I've been a Niner fan since the 70s.
Yeah.
What?
No, they would have. Eddie D would have traded him, and I mean Eddie D would have traded him last year,
or he wouldn't have signed the contract.
But
the Eddie D stuff is always. I hear that Eddie D stuff all the time, and no one is implying in any way, shape, or form that Eddie D wasn't a great steward of the San Francisco 49ers. But we gloss over a lot of the detail. We just don't remember a lot of the nitty-gritty details and some of the stuff that Niners, we don't talk about a lot of that stuff anymore because it's been too long. It's over now.
And 5 Super Bowls. And 5 Super Bowls.
Right.
5 Super Bowls also are on the phone.
No. You should lead with the good. But we gloss over, because of time and because of all that good, some of the nitty-gritty stuff that wasn't so flattering. Now, if the Niners had won either of these Super Bowls they had been to, maybe they'd get the same benefit of the doubt. I'm not saying they deserve it. I'm not disagreeing that this hasn't been handled in the most classy way. This has not been classy. This looks almost vindictive in a way. But the idea that this is somehow beyond the scope of what a normal NFL team would do and stuff, like I don't buy that. I don't buy that, because if it was, Brandon Aayuk would be out here saying, "You, me, and these lawyers, I got nothing but time. I'm rehabbing, baby. I got nothing but time. Let's go to court. Let's make sure I get my 30, 50, 76 million. Let's make sure I get all of that." But he's not. So clearly it takes two to tango on something like this. And clearly Brandon Aayuk tangoed just enough to give the 49ers this out. So, and we talk, you want to talk about, why aren't we being more positive about Brandon Aayuk? Because he's not a 49er anymore. Like, why? I'm not bashing him on the way out. I think Brandon Aayuk was one hell of a football player who was worth every penny that he ended up getting from the San Francisco 49ers when they signed on that contract. He was a second-team All-Pro. He made one of the biggest catches in 49ers history, saying Super Bowls. He is an outstanding blocker. There's a reason that Kyle Shanahan is refusing to fully close the door on this thing, because if this guy was just some scrub, Kyle Shanahan would be like, what are we talking about here? Why are we bothering? And instead, he's out here being like, I don't know, maybe we can get back together. I don't know. Because Kyle knows what kind of a player he is. But it's done and it's over. It's so absolutely over, to the point where even Brandon Aayuk is like, yeah, let's just end this thing.
Thanks, Watchdog. Appreciate it. And look, here, go ahead. Quick thought.
Yeah, Watchdog, all you, baby.
Yeah, like I'm saying, man, the Niners are initiating this stuff. We've seen them do bad contract negotiations with Nick Bosa. We've seen it with Warner. We've seen it with Kittle. I don't see other successful teams doing business like this, and I think that the Niners need to be held accountable for their partners, especially if they initiated this stuff, because this isn't normal. Like I said, give me examples of other NFL teams that have done this with a player recently, something similar to this. I haven't seen it, so please share.
Well, here's the thing, Watchdog, and thanks for the call. And I can give praise for Brandon Aayuk and the player that he was, and the blocking and receiving, all the things Dieter laid out. Something changed between Aayuk and the 49ers to where he didn't want to be here anymore, and the 49ers didn't want him back maybe at the terms that they had agreed to. And again, both sides agreed to that deal. I don't know who's to blame for that, but something changed because he did not want to be here. I mean, the vibe around, and oh, by the way, here's the other thing, Deere. You talk about him, being in the locker room after he signed last year before the injury. He rare do you see a player that appears to be miserable as Brandon Aayuk did after they get the contract that Brandon Aayuk got. Like
That's
it was, and so again, I don't begrudge anything about the player that he was or could be again or anything. All I'm saying is, and we don't know the answer, like that I will say, but something between the 49ers and Aayuk changed either during the 23 season, which was masked by them making the Super Bowl run, or in the contract negotiation between that portion of the 49er front office and Aayuk that bled to something with Shanahan, or maybe it didn't because Shanahan says he still wants him around. Whatever it is, it's maybe it was the fact that Shanahan wanted to fight to keep him, and the front office was like, no, it's probably the best move if we make a trade, and then he winds up hurt, and then they kind of wind up stuck with him, injured and on this contract, and looking, as you've mentioned so many times here, for this way out that they seemingly have found. So something changed. It has nothing to do with the player that Aayuk became, and has more to do with what the heck happened. And I don't think we know really the crux of whose fault it was. So I'm not going to judge that either way. But the reality of the situation now, Dieter, is pretty simple. It feels like both sides want out, which is why it's heading down this path.
It seems like the only one who doesn't want this thing to be over is the guy who has to go to the lectern at Levi's Stadium and answer questions about it. Kyle Shanahan, who doesn't seem very looped in outside of the kind of what you need to know aspects of these things, as the big boys go into their big, wood paneled room and bash it out over an oak table on with lawyers and stuff like this. Like, Kyle is looped in. He's not in those meetings. Kyle's not going to that stuff. He wouldn't go if you invited him, right? He's got a football team to coach. That was in July. And it is interesting that they say it was in July. I imagine that was a long, drag-it-out process because we're still talking about how messy it is right now. Like, how could it not have been – it couldn't have been open and shut, like, hey, let's knock this out in an afternoon. That had to have been a lot of back and forth, just as it was trying to get him to sign the damn contract. And that more or less coincides with when Brandon Aayuk just stopped showing up to the public portions of practices and things like that. He'd been around a little bit here and there, but when you first started training camp, he was out there all the time. And as we got down to the nitty-gritty of training camp, he just kind of disappeared more and more and more. And now it's to the point where he's just not around, which I don't blame him, man. You don't want me on this team next year? That's fine. We don't know when I'm going to be on this team this year. Like, why am I going to risk my body, go out there and try to play coming off of this massive knee injury when you guys don't want me? So I don't blame Brandon Aayuk for not being around. I don't give a hoot. But I have a very hard time believing, JD, that Kyle Shanahan's going to get his secret wish that he's now made public, which is that somehow Brandon Aayuk or the 49ers front office, admit that they were wrong and try some reconciliation here so that Kyle Shanahan can have whatever version of Brandon Aayuk we're going to get for the final 3 or 4 weeks of the regular season, and then perhaps even the playoffs. Like, that's not happening. Brandon Ayuk's time with the 49ers is done. If you have an 11 jersey, you can feel safe to move on from it, right? Because I wouldn't be shocked that if late in the season he didn't have a locker anymore at this thing. It's over. It's apparently been over. We're just finding out about it now, but it's done. And again, it seems like Kyle's the only one who doesn't seem fully on board with this new reality.
All right, more phone calls coming up. 808 KNBR, 415-808-5627. John Dickinson, Dieter Kurtenbach, trying to make some sense of the Brandon Aayuk saga, and we're doing it right here in for Murph and Marcus on a Monday on the Sports Leader.
Time for traffic on the Sports Leader. for KNBR's Opening Bell Report. Sponsored by Protect Your Assets with David Hollander. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning or call 1-866-PROTECT. Listen to the sports leader anytime, anywhere. Download KNBR, the sports leader app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, welcome back. John Dickinson and Dieter Kurtenbach, 808 KNBR, 415-808-5627. Some text messages coming up from the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line as you listen to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus Media station. Let's get to the calls and keep it moving here with Dan in Lafayette, who's up next here on the Sports Leader. What's going on, Dan? Dan, are you with us? Hello, Dan. Did Dan drop?
No, I'm here. Sorry about that. You guys there?
Yep.
Yes,
we
sir.
got you, Dan.
Hey, so definitely not interested in bringing Brandon Aayuk back. You know what? It's one of those things. We're all responsible for our perception and our value, and so we're never going to be your best friends. We're never going to be the coaches. We're never going to have insight with HR. All we can tell is judge by the fan perspective. And for us, I think most of the fans, it's time to move on for this chapter. Not to cross sports topics, but it's very similar to Jonathan Kuminga. But let's not go there. So in my mind, Brandon, look, you were great when you were here. It's time to move on for that chapter. I think it's best for both sides. And please, watchdog. There's a lot of us that grew up in the 50s and 60s. So let's not talk about things that we don't know, right? Nobody really knows Eddie DeBartolo from a fan perspective. So don't act like Eddie would have done this or Eddie would have done that. We don't know. The one thing we do know about Eddie is probably he's a pretty damn savvy businessman.
Yep.
So he has a public perception persona, just like Brandon Aayuk does. But on the back end, I'm sure Eddie probably would have cut him, but I don't know. But it's time to move on.
Thanks, Dan. Appreciate the call.
Call.
Yeah, go ahead.
I mean, going back to the Eddie D thing, because apparently we have to keep living in the past, but it's a good point there by Dan. Like, Eddie had faults. Sometimes Eddie's faults were that he was too loyal, and perhaps that gets a pass from most Niners fans, but it was also a different era where Eddie could just pay anybody he wanted for as long as he wanted. The Niners have not won a Super Bowl since the salary cap was instated. Right? So they're playing. It's much like Giants fans who want to go back to 2010, 2012, 2014. Well, let me know when the baseball goes back to being as loose as it was then, and then we can have a conversation. But as long as it's going to be tightly wound and it's going to be juiced, maybe we should be looking to go in a different direction than friendship, pitching, and defense. And again, it's not to say that those accomplishments don't mean anything. They still stand up. They deserve to stand up. But the idea that the 49ers were once a team without controversy is hilarious. Hilarious to me. There have been books written about how controversial this team was. I don't need to get into the Charles Haley stuff. That's a whole other thing. But just think about the transition from Montana to Young, and Eddie coming in and telling Joe after Steve wins MVP in 1992. So Montana's out for 91 and most of 92. Steve wins MVP, and then Eddie tells Joe, and if anyone, I guess, deserves this, it's Joe Montana, tells Joe, oh, you're our designated starter for next year. We're just going to do the same Bill Walsh, let him fight it out. We have two quarterbacks thing with Seifert. And Seifert everybody else was like, no, we're not doing that. We're sticking with Joe. And they end up trading Joe to Kansas City. But there was controversy there when it's the most obvious, clear thing that you have to do. Eddie couldn't give him up. Eddie couldn't let him go. And maybe that's a good kind of controversy because, again, it's him being loyal and him understanding that Joe Montana at the time and perhaps still to this day was the greatest quarterback of all time. But that's still unnecessary drama when that should have been the most clean-cut, obvious move of all time. How about we play the younger, healthier, recent MVP than go back to Joe, who just missed a year and 3 quarters with an elbow injury? Like, let's this is an obvious transition, and yet it couldn't have been any messier on the way out. And again, we gloss over that because 5 championships gets you a lot of gloss. It gets you a tremendous amount of gloss, and time has certainly helped in this regard. This is a very different circumstance. Brandon Aayuk hasn't won anything. To compare Brandon Aayuk and Joe Montana is laughable, other than they both have, double-digit numbers. Like, it is night and day. But let's just not pretend as if everything was hunky-dory and that Camelot lasted forever with the San Francisco 49ers, and that they're not, and that other teams don't have this kind of stuff too. It's just not as obvious because most people aren't paying attention to teams outside of the big brands, of which the San Francisco 49ers are unquestionably one.
808 KNBR, 415-808-5627. From Dan, we move to Mark in Las Vegas up next here on the Sports Leader. Hey, Mark.
Is it Mark Davis?
Hey, good morning, guys.
Morning.
I think I got my thunder. Can you hear me okay?
We can hear you just fine.
Yep, we got you.
Okay, I got my thunder stolen a little bit. I was going to bring up Montana and then also what, Eddie D went through with Jerry Rice, Ronnie Lott, Roger Craig. All those guys ended up on other teams, and there just wasn't the social media that you got today. But I'm going to agree with the last caller that said it's time to move on. If it's messy, it's messy. But you know what? We got to get back to trying to get in that Super Bowl. And I think carrying that extra baggage, that extra money, this gives us an opportunity. It's a business decision. It's nothing personal. Now, you did a great job for us, and it is time to move on.
Thanks for the call. The reality is, Dieter, at this point, given Aayuk coming off of this injury, it's probably more beneficial if there's a pathway to getting off the money as opposed to having to force a return and see what he's got, and then maybe you trade him or maybe you don't. To me, it's if Aayuk is cool with this, and the Niners have already gone down the path by voiding the guarantees for 2026, it does feel like that's the proper course of action here, regardless of whose fault it is. And we can litigate that over the coming months, and I'm sure there's going to be more reporting on the 49ers side of it and Aayuk side of it. But I think it feels like, to me, the breakup has to actually become official before some of those details come out. Because if some of the details come out, maybe it changes the feeling on the willingness to break up amicably at this point. So I think we'll figure that part out as we go. But it just seems like the best thing for Aayuk at this point is he wanted to move on. I feel like a year and a half ago, he wanted to move on. And I think the Niners, at least the Kyle Shanahan portion of the Niners, wanted to keep Aayuk because the 49ers were all in on trying to win a Super Bowl. But now with the way it worked out with the contract, the way it worked out with the injury, if both sides are cool with it being out, done, over, then I think that's the proper course of action in this thing.
It feels to me as if this is actually a much larger deal from just the San Francisco 49ers side, right? I'm in total agreement with you. Like the Aayuk 49ers element of this, they both won out, right? They brought in the lawyers, right? You don't bring in the divorce lawyers and then decide to get back together again. Like that's just not good form at a certain point. So they've hashed this thing out. They've gotten to a place where they're both comfortable with how this thing ends. And again, it sounds like Kyle Shanahan's the one guy who, again, I'm going to say, I'm guessing was not in that room and handling the day-to-day of how we exit this thing and the contractual ramifications of all of that and the legal
He'd prefer to have the player. He's a football coach. He'd prefer to have the player. He has to be told by the capologists and the others in the front office what's feasible, what's not. Hey, if you do this, we can't do this, all of that sort of thing, and kind of convince him, okay, this is the proper move, and then he can deal with it accordingly.
I'm not even sure they have to convince him it's the proper move. And that's kind of what I want to get to. It feels to me as if we've gotten this saga has given us the fundamental shift of who's calling the shots for the roster for the San Francisco 49ers. Because a year or so ago, it was no question who was calling the shots. It was Kyle Shanahan. And while he wasn't handling the minute by minute, the day by day, when he came in and said, sign him to the contract, they signed him to the contract. He jumps in at the last second, runs up the stairs, and says, don't trade him, sign him, and he gets signed. And now here we are with Kyle at the podium saying, oh, I'd love to have him back. And, he was a great player, and I'd love to have him back. And I can't really get into all that and all this stuff. And it has lawyers, and I've never been around. And kind of just saying, like, well, it wasn't my call. It wasn't my call. Wasn't my call. That's what, reading between the lines, it sounds like he says a dozen times on Saturday. Well, I know whose call it was. It was the front office. It was John Lynch. It was Parag. It was Jed. It was the people who are actually handling this stuff and have been handling this stuff on the day-to-day. They made the call, and if Kyle had objections, that's fine. You can object, but it ain't changing. So that seems to me like a major power shift from what has been a very messy delineation of responsibility that the 49ers have had now since Kyle Shanahan took over with the mandate that he would have full roster control. It doesn't seem to me like he has full roster control anymore. And that might be good news to the 49ers. It might be bad news to the 49ers, but I do think it's a point of differentiation from the past, and I think that's pretty interesting.
Couple of text messages here. We'll get to more phone calls coming up as well. 808 KNBR. We've got a couple people on the line, but we do have a couple of lines open, so you can jump in and join the conversation. JD and Dieter here on this Monday in for Murph and Marcus. 916 on the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line. Gentlemen, please explain why the 49ers are at fault here. BA clearly failed to live up to his obligations under the contract and did not want to be with the team. They are going to be difficult, but they're doing the difficult but smart thing here, giving the options. No, I think we would agree on that, short and sweet and to the point. 415, we don't want him back. We don't need a cancer in the locker room. We don't need him taking catches away from Jennings and Pearsall. We don't need the soap opera drama. So feel free to weigh in on that if you want. Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line is open as well. We'll continue on the phone lines. We do have Tim Ryan going to join us at 7:50. We'll get into the matchup between the 49ers and the Panthers as well. We're going to be talking about that, of course, a lot tomorrow because there is Monday Night Football at Levi's Stadium tonight, 5:15 kickoff.
Yep.
And pregame coming up at 2 o'clock here on the Sports Leader. So more of your calls coming up next as we continue to dissect the Brandon Aayuk saga. JD and Dieter here on the Sports Leader.
Time for traffic on the Sports Leader.
Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. It sound right, boys.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
It sound right, boy.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on the Sports Leader. Streaming live on thesportsleader.com and KNBR. The Sports Leader app. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
All right, we're moving along here on a Monday. JD and Dieter Kurtenbach in for Murph and Marcus. 808 KNBR, we're talking Brandon Aayuk saga. 49ers on Friday, reported by The Athletic, avoided the guarantees on Ayuk's 2026 contract. Could save him up to $27 million there, and it could be as much as $70 million if Aayuk has, in fact, played his last game with the 49ers. Kyle Shanahan, at least on the record, holding out hope that that is not the case during his Saturday press conference. 808 KNBR, 415-808-5627, Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line open. Before we get back to the phones, Dieter, a quick text here, 925 chiming in. Don't forget the shorts saga. Remember the shorts? Ayuk comes out in the red shorts, and Kyle says, no, we wear black shorts. Change the shorts, and then that became a whole thing on the field.
That's when they got the lawyers involved. It was the shorts saga. That's how we knew it was over, because Brandon Aayuk was wearing red shorts. I remember that feeling like a canary in a coal mine a little bit. Like, and JD, maybe I'm off base here before we get to these callers. Sorry, but like, this is not the Brandon Aayuk that I remember before big time money started to get involved.
At all.
Really wild. I'm not going to pretend like I know him and his character or anything, but it is, if I were to have guessed prior to the Super Bowl who would be the least likely to pull something like all of this, I might have put Brandon Aayuk at the top of the list. He was just so earnest and down to earth, and he was just an easygoing guy. He was an easy guy to get along with, even in our, sort of strange professional capacities. For him to kind of go full diva without maybe being as public as like an A.J. Brown or something, didn't see that one coming.
No, I didn't either. And the question of the morning here is basically to 49er fans, do you even want him back at this point? Would you be able to cheer for Brandon Aayuk if he were to return to the 49ers? And Paul in Folsom at 808 KNBR jumps in and joins the conversation there as we get back to the phones. Hey, Paul, you're on the Sports Leader.
Morning, guys. Enjoy the show. Good job. So just 2 quick points. I'm kind of thinking and contrasting the summer Aayuk saga in contract negotiations with Warner, Kittle, McCaffrey, Purdy, Williams. The list goes on, and just how those contract negotiations were handled and what we know publicly about how those players handled it versus Aayuk. And I'm just struggling to understand why the Niners here are sort of at fault. I'm not saying the Niners don't have issues, and the second point would be, the contract construction today, or the roster construction today has real holes. But I'm just, I think as they sort of disband this relationship, it just seems like the way things were handled early on by Ayuk's camp versus kind of how the rest of the 49er core group handled their contract negotiations. I mean, it just seems like the Niners are trying to get out of this, given sort of the public display that Aayuk did. So what are your thoughts on that? And then secondly, I do think the Niners are open for criticism in a team that had real Super Bowl aspirations, and the roster construction just has not developed. And here we are kind of in a playoff hunt, and they have real holes at wide receiver. There just isn't really the depth and breadth of the wide receiving core that you would probably want. So I do think there's criticism on the roster construction. I just don't see it, though, on this contract, given how Aayuk handled things publicly. It was a mess. And he was basically thumbing his nose at the 49ers throughout. And you contrast that to the core group of guys that are there now and how they handled it. Warner, class act, Kittle, class act, et cetera, et cetera. So just wanted your thoughts on that. Enjoy the program.
Thanks, Paul.
Yeah, thanks for the call. And those contract negotiations, Dieter, were not necessarily smooth behind closed doors either, even though they got done. The one quick difference I would say, though, is I get the impression that all of those players mentioned wanted to remain with the San Francisco 49ers, and that's something that I keep going back to with Aayuk. I don't, 100%. And again, this is my opinion, I don't think he wanted to be here anymore, going back to last year. And it was they ended up staying together because of the money and the desire to, Kyle Shanahan's desire to keep him. And in hindsight, and look, I was on the other side of this last summer. We did those shows. I said keep him. By all means, keep him, even if you look to trade him in the offseason, which you couldn't do, obviously, once he got hurt. But that, to me, is the big difference between the players mentioned in the call and Aayuk. And also the fact, though, let's not mistake that, Dieter, for smooth contract negotiations, because the Niners were hard and fast on their principles in all of those deals, and some of them did, behind the scenes, quietly get a little contentious.
And we're talking about the most recent go-around. We're talking about the more famous go-arounds with those contracts. I'm with you. A lot of times when players are like, "Oh well, I'll get someone else to give me the deal," it's kind of a bluff, right? It's the Niners in that situation being like, "Okay, Brandon, you think you can get more money? Go out and prove it." And then he did, and then they all came back to the table during those contract negotiations. And Kyle has alluded to this now a little bit recently. Ayuk's demands changed frequently. during those contract negotiations. And from everything that I had heard at the time, and certainly now it seems to be sort of cauterized as fact, that it was just really difficult to figure out what it was he wanted. And perhaps that's just the external factors of here are these other teams and him entertaining the option. And it sounds, and I'm with you, it sounds to me as if he entertained it to the point where that became his desire to go to another team. But going back to kind of Paul's original point, like, I don't think we're throwing blame on anybody here. I think both parties kind of equally suck in this thing because they shouldn't have signed the contract. John Lynch should have said, no, I've traded him. Kyle, I appreciate that you want the player, but like, we have to do this for the San Francisco 49ers. This is a bad situation. I have waited too long. This is the last time I can trade him. We're trading him now. We're trading him to the Steelers. I'm sorry, Kyle. You can hate me for a week or two. You can hate me for a year or two, but I'm trading him. And it was that gray area between Kyle and John in those final days and final moments, it turned out, that I do think deserves some serious scrutiny, because that's not a buttoned up operation to where the head coach can storm in and say, don't trade him, like it's the end of The Graduate or something. Like, it's ridiculous. The other aspect is Brandon Aayuk, unlike the other players mentioned, was a player that lived in kind of a gray area. And while I do think that maybe in trying to be classy on maybe our end and on the fans' end, we're saying very nice things about him because he's unquestionably a very good player, was a very good player. He was not an obvious player to be getting top of the market money. And there had been countless column inches and countless hours of sports talk radio. You and I did them firsthand in the nitty gritty of it all, where it's like, is this guy even worth the $30 million a year? Even if we're excluding the funny money aspect of most NFL contracts, like $30 million a year for Brandon Aayuk, it's a conversation that still happens today. I got 4 text messages about it yesterday about, oh man, that was weird that they gave him 30, because he's not an obvious game-breaking player. He wasn't a Deebo Samuel who you give him the ball and he's going to do cool stuff. His brilliance, if he even reached that level, was on things like he was the best blocker in the NFL as a wide receiver, and that he was a great sacrificial receiver, and that he helped Brock Purdy maybe expand his game. Like, all of these things were real positives, but they weren't obvious. So you have the gray area of the 49ers front office. You have a player who is not clearly top of the line at his position, unlike a Warner or a Kittle or a McCaffrey or a Williams. And all of that added in with just some straight up weirdness from the Aayuk side of things as it got down to brass tacks in the contract negotiations. And he didn't really know what he wanted, and he wants to go to a different team. It was all too strange to not end up in a strange ending. And that's where we're at now. There was no way that this thing was just going to get blown over. Too many weird variables had gotten thrown in to not spoil the entire thing and just straight up make it weird. And frankly, looking at it now with maybe a little bit of clarity, it's amazing that it got resolved so cleanly and that we didn't find out about it for 4 or 5 months. Like, it's amazing that they were able to come to a point where both parties are like, yeah, we're good. We'll separate.
Yeah, it tells you both sides are on the same page on that front. At least the perception of that. 415 Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line. Let's get to a couple of these, and we have a caller as well here before our next time out. Brandon, who? Good riddance, short and sweet, and to the point there. 707, is Aayuk related to Devondre Campbell? He needs to go. I think that's more than a little harsh.
That's ridiculous.
What
did he do? He's been injured. Yeah. Like, what did he do?
He's been injured. He was an extremely productive player and then earned a contract, and we can debate, as you just did, the worth of that money considering his accolades as a receiver, but he did not quit on this team on the field in a game like that. No. Those two should never be mentioned in the same sentence.
It's ridiculous.
Not even the same book.
It's
the 408
just apples and oranges. Yeah.
Totally. No, completely different. 408, Brandon, who haven't heard from that guy in years now. Move on with the guys who want to be here. All right, let's get back to the phones. Jake in San Francisco next. here on the Sports Leader. Jake's got a little bit of a different take,
All right.
and one that's been in the minority, at least to this point this morning. Jake, you say you want Brandon Aayuk back.
Well, if I'm the 49ers, I do, because I think you're going to get the best of him, and you kind of need him. Brandon Aayuk isn't going to come back, because if he goes out there and looks like he had a career-ending knee injury, which I think he had, he's not going to play well. Hell, he might not be in the league in 2 or 3 years. I don't think Deebo Samuel's going to be in the league in 2 or 3 years. But, yeah, if he wants to come back, I'd have him come back. But the bigger picture is the 49ers' biggest problem is they have a lot of really good players that aren't superstar players, but when their contracts come up, they always got to pay them $25, $30 million. And, I mean, it happened with Aiyuk, Debo, Purdy, Greenlaw, Hufanga, DJ Jones, Buckner. And I think their philosophy going forward is you can find receivers all day. They're everywhere.
Mm-hmm.
I think I would rather see them overpay guys like DJ Jones, McGlinchey, and Buckner, the interior guys, and try to fill on the outside. And if you make a mistake on those guys, it doesn't hurt as bad. So, I mean, think where you'd be right now if you had DJ Jones and McGlinchey and Buckner on this roster and not have Aiyuk and Deebo Samuel. I mean, they'd be in great shape. And I think you're going to run into this in the future. I think next year after the season with Purdy, if he doesn't perform, you're going to be in the same kind of spot because they might have to get dirty on him. So, and Juwan Jennings, there's another guy that thinks he's a $20 million player. He's not a $20 million player.
Right.
So I think the Niners got to be a little more reserved on paying some of these really good players and trust their draft process like the Chiefs do. The Chiefs pay 3 guys. They pay Kelsey, Jones, and Mahomes, and they fill in. They let Charvarius Ward walk. They let Tyreek Hill walk. And that's how you stay consistent.
Thanks, Jake. Appreciate it. Dieter, quick take on this, and we'll get to more on the other side.
Well, I'm with you, and I'm glad you brought up the Chiefs. I've written a bunch at the Merc about how I think the best teams in the NFL are built from the inside out. And that is where, if you do have a good draft process, you understand where the preponderance of talent is, and it's on the outside. And it's very hard to find impact players on the interior of the offensive line. It's very hard to find them on the interior of the defensive line. But the idea that the Niners the idea that the Niners can just trust their draft process is that's bold, seeing as any other coach and GM would have been fired over some of these draft decisions that they've made. And that continues into the last 2 years where I think they've done better, but that doesn't mean they've necessarily done well. The reason that this team has felt such an urge to maybe overpay some guys in the past, and even going back to Dre Greenlaw, where they're on the plane begging him to come back to the 49ers after he agreed to terms with the Broncos, is because they don't bring in enough talent via the draft. And now they're kind of stuck with whatever that they can get out of the draft. And is that a better option? I guess we're about to find out.
All right, he's Dieter Kurtenbach. I'm John Dickinson. 808 KNBR, 415-808-5627. More texts coming up from the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line. Tim Ryan's going to join us at 7:50. 49ers and the Carolina Panthers tonight out at Levi Stadium. But we will continue to discuss the latest on Brandon Aayuk straight ahead right here on the Sports Leader.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on the Sports Leader. Streaming live on thesportsleader.com and KNBR. The Sports Leader app. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
All right, welcome back. John Dickinson, Dieter Kurtenbach in for Murph and Marcus. Tim Ryan coming up at 7:50. So, Dieter, let's get back to the phones. We've got a lot of people who want to talk as we discuss Brandon Aayuk and what's going on there with the 49ers voiding the guarantees for 2026. Can he return to the Niners? Who is this on? What happened in July? We're trying to figure it out to where the 49ers would void those guarantees with Aayuk in the midst of his rehab process. And also coming up a little bit later, want to get into how the injury return delay and the lack of his window being open to return to practice and play, it all makes a little more sense now than it did as things started to move forward here toward the back third now of this NFL season. But let's get back to it. 808 KNBR, 415-808-5627. Nick in San Jose is next here on the Sports Leader. Hey, Nick.
How you doing today?
Good. Hey, Nick. What's on your mind?
Yeah, I have a hard time with all this. You know, like, if I remember correctly, him and his wife were the ones on social media complaining to the world that they were out of here and they were looking for houses and he was unhappy. Okay, well, you got your money. You got your $30 million a year. And granted, he got hurt. That just happens. That's just football. But unlike other players who go and do their physical therapy and they're there early and they're part of the team and you're helping Ricky learn the playbook and you're being a leader on the team as one of the high.
Oh, we lost you.
You didn't
there.
even come to
we
work.
Lost you.
I just had a hard time. I owned a construction company for a long time, and you have different employees and you have different personalities. Some guys are the guys there early reading the paper when you show up the office, and some guys come screeching in at 5 minutes after 8. I just have a feeling he's one of those guys that comes in late, doesn't work hard. I think he spends too much time on his hair and not enough time in the playbook. I want
All
him
right, Nick.
gone. We don't need it.
Now.
Thanks,
we don't know
Nick.
any of that.
We, even with that shot, we still appreciate the call. Unfair shot, unwarranted shot here. And honestly, I'll just say, and Dieter, you can add to this, that has not been Brandon Aayuk's. That has not been the type of person that Brandon Aayuk had been at least through 2023 with the 49ers. And by all accounts, and look, John Lynch has said it on this very show with Murph and Marcus when they ask, hey, what's the latest with Brandon Aayuk? And John Lynch will say, well, I'm looking out the window and he's getting his running in and doing his, the conditioning and the rehab type stuff that has been reported that he has partaken in. It's just been the meetings potentially and obviously hasn't been able to be on the practice field as of yet. So, but the one thing I will stand up for Brandon Aayuk, like he was not a don't show up guy, work hard guy at all up until the point in which this contract negotiation and I don't know that it changed at even going into last year once he actually reported right around Labor Day weekend. It would be disingenuous for me to speak to that otherwise. So I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt for his 49er tenure, at least through the Super Bowl in the 2023 season.
I'm with you 100%. That's what makes this so peculiar, right? It's like, how could he have done something so dramatic as to get his contract voided, to be fired for cause in effect? Like, what could he have done? Because it's
Well,
just not.
what do you think? Like,
I think
is it just not show up for scheduled rehab appointments? Non-communication with the team?
I would guess that there was probably some disagreement about how rehab should have gone. And I would imagine that there were some meetings, situations that probably weren't ideal. And I think that if the 49ers weren't looking for a way out, they probably wouldn't have noticed any of it, or they wouldn't have cared. And even Kyle in the Saturday presser was saying stuff like, yeah, well, it's not that big of a deal that he like isn't around all the time. There's a lot of guys who aren't around. Has anyone seen Nick Bosa lately? No. And it's not to impugn Nick Bosa in the least bit. We all know what kind of a hard worker he is, but
it's just normal for injured players.
Yeah, what you hanging around, dead man walking? Like, no, go get your rehab done. If you want to do that with the team, that's cool. If we trust you and you have a good team around you and you want to go do that where you typically, have residents, be that in Florida or Arizona or in the Bay Area, that's cool too. Just keep us abreast as to what's going on. And let's make sure that we're in a position of trust. And ultimately, I think that the Niners were not in a position of trust with Brandon Aayuk because of the contentious contract negotiations and the constant changing of demands from the Aayuk side of things. And also, they weren't looking to trust him. They wanted him to screw up. They wanted him to slip up just a little bit so that they could get him. And if they got him, then they got off of his money. Because I do think this is glossed over. And you and I have acknowledged it. I think a couple of callers have noted it too, but it does need to be hammered home. No one in their right mind should expect Brandon Aayuk to look like Brandon Aayuk again. If he does, bully to him, more power to him. That's great. But that kind of knee injury, buddy, I don't know. I don't have enough of a database in my mind to understand, but like, you don't come back from that. You don't come back from that and look like an all-pro caliber receiver again. And he was certainly not going to look like that this year. I don't know about next year, but next year has nothing to do with the 49ers.
And I will also add, I mean, as far as the return to play and the rehab process and getting him back at practice and opening his window to be able to do so, it does make more sense now if the 49ers were voiding guarantees for next year, and then maybe Aiyuk is ticked off about it and approaching a point in which he could be cleared to get out to practice. Like, there's no way if the organization and the player are on the same page to where they've made the decision and to void the guarantees, he's made the decision to accept it, and then you just put him back out there if the marriage is going to end to where he could potentially get hurt again. That's the part where I think it all makes a lot more sense now than potentially it did, as to like, where is Aiyuk? Why is this taking so long? I mean, if you remember, there was reporting in the summer that he had the potential to play, and I'm not calling out anybody specifically here, but like there were reports he could play week 1, week 5.
Yeah, that was nonsense.
Nonsense.
It was nonsense.
So to think that he would not be at least on track where there was a more firm timeline by, say, 3 weeks ago, I think is where it started to get a little bit fishy for me.
I mean, it's 1 year since he had the surgery. I don't remember the exact date he had the surgery, but it was a month after he had his knee injury against the Chiefs in week 8 last year, because the knee was so swollen they couldn't do surgery on it because everything had exploded. So, like, I know that's, sounds like extreme languages. It was 3 ligaments and a meniscus. That's everything. That's the entire knee. So I know that, we see these guys coming back from ACL injuries in like 7 months now, and we have this idea that that's all it should take. That reporting where it's like Aiyuk can come back for week 1, that was, I read those reports, and they weren't from terribly reputable sources, I would note. And it was on this premise that was inherently faulty that he just had an ACL injury. No, he had an MCL, an LCL, and a meniscus injury. And all of those combined are definitely putting us at a year. Now, I'm with you that we're at a year now. I think it was fair, and this is why I think the beat writers and ourselves who were doing a good job in those press conference rooms, that were like, okay, it's been a year. Maybe open up that window for practice. Like, that makes some sense. But now, yeah, you're right. The timeline is all kind of clicked in. And if I'm Brandon Aayuk, I've been given my walking papers. I would imagine that part of the agreement as to getting him out was, hey, let's not make a scene out of this on the way out, to where we now are just finding out about something that happened apparently in July, now in November. And yeah, this is pretty amicable divorce for what was probably a marriage that should have never happened. I mean, going back to Nick and San Jose's call, not to bring up the latter points of it, but like the idea that, oh, well, he got his money. He had to sign the contract, and the Niners had to sign the contract. And again, as you pointed out early in the show, neither side seemed very happy about that. That tells us everything. That led to this point, that neither side really wanted to sign that contract at the money that it was at, for the terms it was at. And it was strange then. It looks even stranger now. And it's probably the reason why this thing was able to be rectified, if you want to frame it that way, in such a clean, amicable way, where Brandon Aayuk is not taking this up with the Players Association. He's not dragging this out in the court of public opinion, because he would have every argument, I would imagine, to say the Niners are doing me dirty. And instead he's like, no, I'm good with this. I'm going to go play somewhere next year. Now, there's a larger conversation we can get into later on in the show about if Brandon Ayuk's making a good call here, because I don't think that he wants to see what the markets are like for him on the other side of this knee injury. But that's what he wants to do. More power to him. I think it brings up bigger issues with the 49ers as to how unified this organization is in terms of its decision-making structure and how they go about their business. Maybe that's been rectified in this process as well. But no one comes out looking good in this, and I don't think anyone deserves any particular blame. You shouldn't have signed the damn contract if you're giving them the contract if you're the 49ers. And if you're Aayuk and you really wanted to leave, don't sign the damn contract. But they ended up doing it, and here we are. We got, 7 games out of it, 2 of them which were good. Hell of a deal. Hell of a deal.
All right, we'll get Jason and Matt coming up here, but first we're going to be joined by Tim Ryan. We'll get into the matchup a little bit between the 49ers and the Panthers tonight out at Levi's. So we'll do that next. Right here, it's JD and Dieter Kurtenbach in for Murph and Marcus on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product. It's time for the Young Tony and John Joe question of the day.
We've been talking about it all morning long. Do 49ers fans, do you guys even want Brandon Aayuk back on the team? And if so, would you still cheer for him if he returns? You can join the conversation by calling us at 415-808-KNBR. That is 415-808-5627. Or you can join the conversation in the YouTube chat now.
This is The Big Hit, sponsored by Benjamin Moore Paints. Experience the Benjamin Moore retail difference at our independently owned authorized retailers today or at benjaminmoore.com. Murph and Marcus continue live from the Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. 1-800-GAMBLER. Faithful.
You need some syrup for that pancake.
Now here's 49ers color commentator Tim Ryan on the Sports Leader.
All right, and Tim Ryan, sponsored by Dignity Health, the official healthcare partner of the San Francisco 49ers and Levi's Stadium. John Dickinson and Dieter Kurtenbach in for Murph and Marcus here on this Monday. Big game tonight at Levi's. And Tim Ryan joining us here on the Sports Leader. Tim, before we get into the game, just give you an opportunity to comment on the reporting from Friday on Brandon Aayuk and the Niners voiding some guarantees to his contract for next season and just kind of where things stand as the Niners gear up for a pretty big game against the Panthers tonight.
You really want to start with this on a Monday morning? JD, what's wrong with you?
Get it out of the way. It's confront it,
all right,
get it out of the way, and move on.
All right. Okay, honey, let's get the road clear. Yeah, it's very unfortunate for everybody, I think. I mean, and you know, again, you got to consider his knee and everything else and what's going on, and that was a catastrophic injury, but something went wacky somewhere for them to go after and get some of those guarantees voided. So it's very unfortunate, in my opinion. He played 7 games last year, and just when his knee was, just when he was starting to get into his groove, the knee got blown up, unfortunately. So, I don't know, $50 million for 7 games. Hopefully there's some more. We'll have to wait and see if he ever puts on a 49er uniform again. So $50 million for 7 games, man, that's not good. And then when you consider it from his perspective, with all the guaranteed money that's been voided, and from what I read, he didn't even protest the suit. So there's something funny going on somewhere. I don't really understand the ins and outs of it and how that could happen, but I don't look through the lens that Brandon Aayuk looks through. And so I don't know what's going on, man. I know it's unfortunate for all parties involved, including the faithful. He's a great football player. He's a huge part of what the 49ers have done in terms of success. There's no doubt with a healthy Brandon Aayuk out there, it makes this offense much more potent and much more explosive. So I guess the question is, where do they go from here? Both parties. Is he ever going to wear a 49er uniform again? Or is this it, and the offseason comes and they try to trade him and get some value for him? And I just know he's going to, at his age, with his injury history now, and that being a big one, is he ever going to be able to recoup that kind of guaranteed money? I mean, my mind says I highly doubt it. I've seen this movie before, so feel bad for him, feel bad for the faithful, feel bad for the team that this worked out the way that it did. But I think it's still to be continued. We got to wait and see what happens.
Yeah, only time will tell on this one, and it took a lot of time for us to even find out what was going on with the Brandon Aayuk situation. So maybe a little bit of patience is deserved there. Let's talk about a game with, the Niners are in this last playoff spot. The Panthers somehow, some way are encroaching on the playoffs. This is a big one, even if Monday Night Football might not have won it in the original form. When you watch back the Brock Purdy performance against Arizona, what stood out to you?
Efficiency, execution, processing, getting to the line, reading the defense, and you'll see a lot of it, I would think, tonight, and you see it all the time from the 49ers with the can plays. And so much of it's on the quarterback with the plays that are called in the huddle to get to the line and to read the defense. And a lot of these defenses are real subtle with their giveaways and their tips and their indicators, whether it's man, whether it's zone, whether it's this look, and getting the 49ers in the right play to be able to exploit what Brock identified pre-snap at the line of scrimmage. And I mean, you saw that on obviously on the first touchdown to Kittle, the first touchdown pass, where boy, they sent out a couple of little, as I call it, window dressing motions, just try to get a read on the defense. The defense did not bite the cheese in terms of, oh, we're going to show man or we're going to show zone. But there was an indicator somewhere, and it could have been on the line, it could have been at the second level, could have been at the third level, just a posture of a player, maybe his alignment on the grid by a yard or two. Was he up? Was he down in terms of a stance or in a 2-point? So there was an indicator somewhere that I certainly couldn't see, and a lot of people couldn't see, but Brock identified it, got him into the right play, and then most importantly, dropped an absolute dime with perfect arc on that ball to Kittle versus man coverage. So I saw a guy who's done what he's done here with the 49ers is execute the offense. What I didn't see is the Brock Purdy, and a lot of times he didn't have to. He got to his back foot, had the read, delivered the mail on time. That's what most play callers prefer. Did not have to extend a lot of plays. There was a few times where, he bailed out of the back of the pocket where maybe Brock Purdy that was more in his groove in terms of game time would step up and step out or slide up to the left a little bit and keep the play alive. Because there's a lot of times where, and you see it, I mean, if you can get a quarterback to retreat and go backwards to spill out the back, a lot of times that's going to be a challenge because there's another guy coming that he didn't see in his peripheral vision, and they were able to get to him a couple of times. So that was the only thing that didn't, and it was just a couple plays. I mean, these guys can't be perfect. That didn't look like the vintage Brock Purdy. So he's been practicing really well. Obviously, his leadership skills are there, and obviously where it's been throughout his career, when in doubt, throw to 85. He's gonna give you a chance every time. So I thought it was very effective and a sharp performance considering he'd missed 8 games.
Tim, let's keep it on the 49ers offense against the Panthers defense. Carolina's been good in the red zone defensively. They have not been good on third down, but the big question every week is, can you run on Carolina? They're not going to have Roseboom. They're not going to have Wallace. Both ruled out. A couple of linebackers going to be down for Carolina tonight. Can the Niners get the run game going, and what's the best way to is it just come out and run it? Is it throw it to set up the run, as the 49ers often do? How do you see that specific matchup?
Yeah, however they handle the beginning of the game in terms of the opening script is, obviously to be determined, and how they feel the best way to get the party started. I will say this, if they're going to be the last one standing at the party, we know the formula. We know the blueprint. JD, it's pound the rock, ground and pound for 30-plus runs. And so eventually they're going to get to the run game, and it's all according to the game flow. Can the defense hold up on the scoreboard? This game doesn't get left-handed. It's going to be a brawl all the way through. 49ers will be able to stick and commit, as they typically do, to the run game. Where Carolina is good, obviously they got a couple of war daddies up front in Derek Brown and Tershawn Wharton. That's where the run game starts, in getting those guys blocked and moved off the line of scrimmage. And whether you're running at them with double teams, running away from them with cutoff blocks and combination blocks, those guys are damn good football players at disengaging at the line of scrimmage, getting off blocks and making things happen. If they can move them with the combos and the double teams, which I think the 49ers can when their run game is humming, and push them into those backup linebackers, there might not be – there's been one 20-yard run all year. It was last week against Arizona. There might not be a lot of 15 and 20-yard runs, but there's sure as hell going to be a lot of 4 to 10-yard runs, which the 49ers are just fine with. And you look at this defense – with Ejiro Evero, they are so much better than they were last year. This was a sieve last year. A big part of it was not having Derek Brown out there. So they play tight. They're really tied together on a string in terms of their coverages. They keep a lot of safeties deep in terms of the 2 split safeties to limit the explosive plays, both on the run and in the run game and in the passing game. So they don't give up a lot of explosives. They make you work it down the field, and then they're a top 10 red zone defense. So they're good in a couple of big situations. which has really kept them in every game and allowed them to win 5 of their last 7, and their last 3 on the road they've won. Where they do struggle is where you said is on third down, and they're 29th or something in defending third down. The 49ers have been an electric third down offense. They're top 3 in pro football. So if they can, and the 49ers can execute on the money down, as I like to call it, you might see 40 runs in this game, because every time they convert a third down and keep the drive going and move the sticks, it's another opportunity or 2 to hit the run game. So either way they do it, it's going to be, run game, hard play action, and then be efficient down in the red zone. And heck, might not even need the new kicker. Hopefully not in Matt Gay. And he's a hell of a kickoff man. He's had some great years in pro football as a field goal kicker. I didn't realize. I went back and looked at his numbers when he was with the Rams. And of course, he ended a few 49er games with kicks. 74 of 80 in those 3 years. So he's obviously done it. He's done it at a high level. Let's hope that there's not too many attempts tonight, because the 49ers are punching it in for 6 rather than having to hold it for field goals.
You're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. Tim Ryan joining us here on the Murph and Marcus program.
Tim, along that point, I mean, every time Christian McCaffrey hasn't gotten 55 or more yards, the Niners have lost. So you're spot on. We know exactly what the formula is, but that also means that the offensive line has got to click, and easier said than done against this Carolina defensive front. Where is this offensive line right now, in your opinion, and what do you make of the left guard situation?
Yeah, grinding. I mean, it's been a challenge. You play a lot of games with a rookie 7th round pick who's trying to find his way, and did okay while he was out there. You lose Brendel for a couple of games with a hamstring. I think McKivitz is. There's been a few sacks that have not been on Colton McKivitz. He'll get the blame for it, but a lot of times the quarterback drop, where the quarterback's going, was there help? Did he have tight end help? Was he expecting tight end help the way that he set? So, I mean, at the end of the day, it'll all, people look at it and say, oh, yeah, McKivitz gave up another sack. McKivitz is having a hell of a season. He is a road grader in terms of moving people off the ball. Pooney's gotten better, it seems like, over the last month, week in and week out, having dealt with that knee injury during training camp against the Raiders. Trent is Trent. He's going to win however he has to. You may end up falling on your face and he doesn't even block you because he's a seasoned veteran, but he's going to win. How they're handling the left guard spot, I think, is the right way, because neither guy, in terms of Spencer Burford, now they're better with both of those guys out there versus the rookie and Connor Colby.
Right.
Neither one of those guys have really separated themselves from one another in their level of play, and it's been solid to say, okay, well, this is going to be the guy for every play in the game, because you and I both know, and the listeners, that the O-line is continuity, and it's guys playing together. Now, both of those guys are veterans. They got a veteran at center. They got a long-time veteran at left tackle. So, they get it in terms of the timing and working together on the combo blocks and passing off twists and all that stuff. But I think eventually the 49ers will settle on either Barch or Spencer Burford. So, Barch, you look at the touchdown run last week at the end and the combo block up the middle, or on the 20-yard run for McCaffrey, and, comboing and getting big-time movement on the down lineman, then going and sealing a linebacker. Those are clinic-style runs. There have not, in terms of the blocking, there have not been enough of those this year, I think, for a variety of reasons, part of what I just talked about. But you guys would be shocked if you watch the tape like I do all week of opposing defenses, like Carolina's D-line. They'll play a lot of 5-man fronts. If the run game starts cranking, they'll drop a 6 guy in there and start sending run blitzes. Evero will certainly do that to try to get into some, negative play situations and see if his guys can get in the backfield. But they will play the 49ers different than they've played anybody all year in terms of how they defend the run and schematically what they're trying to do. And I think a big part of it is, Kyle is so good, and Chris Furster and Bobby Turner, the running back coach, if they can predict how you're going to play And in other words, you're going to squeeze the down block if you're on the backside. They're going to stunt versus this look because that's what everybody does to, this style of run game. And then you get into the game and you've prepared for all those things. That's why the first part of the game is so important for the 49ers in terms of the adjustments. What are they doing today? Because, again, if you're disciplined, both run and pass, Kyle's got you because he can predict where you're going to be. And his game plan changes every week. And there will be a wrinkle like, well, that was supposed to be an out route, and this week it's 2 in routes. So he can get you if he can predict where you're going to be on the grid. So that's part of the reason why it's kind of been up and down at times. I think Brian Robinson clearly is going to get more opportunity moving forward in terms of the game flow. If, the game's going the right way, I would hope. I don't think it's happened yet, but I would hope for 10 runs a game for B-Rob because he's a different animal with that big body and slamming it up in there between the tackles. And, he's got some patience. And so I think the run game is these next 6 games, it'll be huge, obviously, in the game tonight. It'll be monumentally huge, and we'll see what the weather's like, but your run game's got to travel going to Cleveland. You do not want to be, throwing the ball 40 times against the Cleveland Browns with that pass rush and with that defense. So the run game will figure it out. They're going to have to figure it out if this team's going to get to where they want to be, which is the playoffs and ultimately in Santa Clara in February.
All right, Tim, let's flip it around to the 49ers on defense, the Panthers offense. Rico Dowdle, Bryce Young's coming off a massive game, 3 touchdowns and almost 450 yards throwing the ball. Teteroa McMillan, the wide receiver. What's the biggest key to slowing down the Panthers with Bryce Young at least coming in hot off of 1 game? I know the Niners loved McMillan in the draft. He ends up going to Carolina, but Dowdle is – what's that?
I said, who didn't love Teteroa McMillan coming out of the draft?
Absolutely.
He's a big-time player. He not only with the skill sets at 6'4" and route running. He's a seasoned route runner. He can change up his tempo to match up with the timing of the quarterback or the timing of the coverage and the spacing of the coverage. He's really precocious in terms of that part of his game. And then, I think his best skill set is obviously being 6'4" and those long arms and his ball skills. He will go up one-handed, behind him, back shoulder, up high pointed. He'll lay out. He's got really, really good ball skills. So I'll just start there. I think either corner is going to need some help when he's split out to the weak side. You've got to give this guy his respect as a number 1 receiver because Bryce Young will get it out quick and he'll get it to him. And the guy's certainly got the ability to run after the catch. All their guys do. There's a lot of quick game when you turn on the tape and watch him. He'll throw a lot of stuff. The ball's out in 2 seconds. And Tommy Tremble has turned into a pretty darn good tight end. There's a lot of throws to the backs out in space. So I think a big key is, tackling in space. How's Curtis Robinson going to do? Down to the number 3 linebacker with Tatum Bethune out. I am fired up for C-Rob. His journey has been a long one. There's not been many guys, and I've watched him every day at practice since he got here a couple years ago on the practice squad, and his improvement has been immense in every facet of his game. And I'll start with the physical part of it. You want a middle linebacker, especially in this defense, to want to bite. And there's a lot of times that I've had Rottweilers my whole life, and if they don't bite when they're puppies, they're probably not going to bite when they're grown-ups. And I kind of prefer dogs that bite when I tell them to. So he has figured that part of the game out. So I'm fired up for C-Rob. He's got all the skills. He's big. He's fast. The question is he's got all the measurables, certainly like Fred Warner, but can he process like Fred Warner? Probably not. And that's what makes Fred all-pro Fred and probably a Hall of Fame linebacker. But I remember when Fred started, and it wasn't seamless, and there was a lot to it, and obviously he's gotten a lot of reps, and, he is who he is. So it's not going to be like that, but I think C-Rob certainly is smart enough. He's got the aptitude to do it. The more he sees it, the better he'll get at it. And it's going to start tonight with stopping Rico Dowdle and their run game. And they bring a lot to the table schematically. I don't know how much zone read they'll run with, because they like to do a lot of that with Bryce Young with his high ankle sprain, getting re-aggravated last week. But, you know, they've got a lot of zone runs. They've got gap power runs. They got a lot of things that are going to keep the defense on their toes. And Dowdle makes it go because of he'd be a great 49er with his mindset and downhill and, you know, one cut beast. He'll run easily through arm tackles. So you got to be on time with your reads to your gaps. You got to be willing to get trucked at times and get in front of them. It's kind of like tackling Marshawn Lynch. I always used to say you got to be willing to get run over to tackle Marshawn Lynch, because you got to get your body in front of him and square him up, because he's coming through square and he's coming through with a bad attitude. And a layout one arm just is not going to get it done. He will easily run right through those things. So despite everything that you saw on tape last week with Bryce Young and his franchise record 448 yards, Dave Canales is the play caller, the head coach. And this team is who they are, where they are, because of their run game. So that's going to be where it all starts. When they get into the pass game, get them into third and longs like you want to do against everybody. They've certainly struggled in that department when you look at their numbers. And make the pocket dirty for Bryce Young. He is 5'10". Is he talented? You bet your ass he's talented. Heisman Trophy winner. He can make all the throws. But when I turn on the tape and I see a rush plan that's squeezing it off, I call it the Python push, where you're just constricting everything and from the edges and getting push on the inside and kind of getting into those throwing lanes and those step-up lanes. And he does have problems, you know, with vision and getting the ball out on time and accurately if the pocket is congested. So the rush plan is huge. They're down a couple of offensive linemen. They've had injuries on their interior. We know gut pressure is always a key, especially when you're facing a quick game. You know, so that I think schematically it's a pretty good matchup for the 49ers if they can defend the run game. And then I would say just in general, big picture, you know, this is the biggest game Carolina's played you guys in a long time. When you think of where they are with Tampa now, and they got the same record as the Bucs, they still have to play the Bucs twice in the NFC South. This is a huge game for the 49ers, because if somehow, you know, Carolina wins and Carolina ends up winning the NFC South, and who knows, I mean, there's still a lot of football left. What the records are, Tampa will own the tiebreaker in the wild card because they beat the 49ers head-to-head. So there's big picture implications in terms of the playoff picture and the wild card that are certainly going to be on the line. 49ers got to match the energy of the Carolina Panthers tonight, because again, this is an absolutely humongous game for them. Maybe the biggest game in a decade if you really go back and, you know, since Cam Newton was there, and study what this team has done. They've earned this opportunity by pounding the rock and playing pretty damn good defense in big moments. So match their energy for 4 quarters, and I think the better team will win, and I think that's the 49ers.
Tim, one last one before we let you get out of here. Appreciate the time. You expect to see more Nick Martin tonight?
I do. I think, I think he earned the opportunity with what he did last week. I don't know what he had, 14 or 15 plays in the game. You know, he's young. He's greener than grass. And then in this defense, it's not easy. As soon as emotion happens and they get up into a little stack or a bunch set, it's like, oh no, where'd he go? Where'd who go? Where am I going? In terms of, you know, his drops and his landmarks and how he's supposed to defend some of the route concepts. But in terms of a guy that I call him hit stick Nick, because he is going to hit you and it's going to be full speed. And I appreciated what he did last week. And then when you factor in, obviously, some of the injuries at the linebacker position, you know, they've run out of bodies. So he is going to get some opportunities out there, depending on what Carolina does in terms of their heavy tight end sets and what formations they line up in. So I think the more the better for Nick Martin, the more he can see it. One way or the other, though, you watch, even if he's wrong, his foot speed and his mentality, the guy is going to be around the football and he's going to whap you.
Yep.
Tim, last one for me, just real quick. What stood out in the NFC the most to you? The Cowboys comeback, the Packers maybe getting on track, the Lions surviving, the Bears winning again. What stood out to you in the NFC on a Sunday where we could all just sit and watch a little football?
Yeah, well, that was fun. Boy, I'll tell you what, I loved watching some of the plays Jameis Winston made yesterday. My God,
Yeah.
that guy is a backyard baller. I love the way Jameis plays and his whole thing, the whole production of Jameis Winston. However, these people that and again, I get it, and he's analytics. My line to analytics is yes, they're good to have, and yes, it's good to follow them sometimes. Analytics don't have a heartbeat. You gotta get into the belly and into the soul of your team and the game situation and where you are and what's going on. And I mean, there's so many things that factor in. Kick the field goal at the end if you're the New York Giants. Kick the field goal, and they end up going for some pass in the back of the middle of the end zone. And of course, the Lions, you knew what they were going to do, and it almost bit Dallas as well in that game. And not taking the points last night. Right when they didn't take the points in a tie game with 3 minutes left or something, I go, this has got Philly driving the field and kicking a game winner all over it. It's written all over it. Right. Dallas came up with a big play. They had the big sack. So I actually found myself pulling for the Dallas Cowboys in that game based on all the things emotionally that they've been dealing with. So that was good to see. The thing that resonated with me and probably the most is how freaking good the Rams are, and how Matt Stafford is playing. I mean, and Devontae and how they use Puka and Devontae's route running down in the in the red zone near the goal line, and how they get in those 3 tight end sets. But mostly what Matt Stafford is able to do in year 17. It's unbelievable to me. This is the best year to me. And I did his very first start in the NFL. And it was a game, I believe, against in Minnesota his rookie year. And watch what that guy does. He's a coach on the field, the no-look passes, because he can see the grid in his mind's eye and still put it, he's got the peripheral, and he'll have his head turned one way, but his eyes will be going back the other. It's something to watch. So, man, I would say right now, and taking nothing away from Seattle, who also can clearly bring it, and Jackson Smith and Jigba and what he's able to do, and Sam Darnold, to me, the Rams are without question right now the best team in the NFC.
Yeah, great call there. And I'm not sure you saw, going back to the Giants, they threw it 3 times. They had first and goal on the 4. They didn't kick the field goal. They threw it 3 times. I don't know if you saw. We'll end with a little wide receiver note here since we started with one. Malik Neighbors, he put out on social media, sometimes I think they're making us lose on purpose. And then, of course, he deleted it because you can't have questioning the coaching staff and all that. And then they fire the DC. They fire the DC. The OC just took over. They fire the DC when they pass 3 times from the 4 on first and goal.
It's a buttoned-up operation.
Yeah. Can you identify they, please? Who is they are making us lose?
Yeah.
I mean,
exactly.
It's run the ball, make them use their timeouts. I don't remember how many Detroit had left at that point. Kick the field goal, and I didn't get that whole operation in terms of handling clock management at the end of that game.
No question, and that would have been a big one. Not for nothing, but for 49er fans, that would have been a big loss for the Lions. That could have helped the Niners maybe down the line.
The Giants? JD, why do you think I was rooting for the Giants, man? Come on.
100%. I was not expecting the Lions to be in position to take that L. I don't think anybody was, and it was right there in front of them. Anyway, Tim, thanks, man. Appreciate it. We'll see you tonight.
Thanks, Tim.
It sounds good. You guys enjoy the rest of your day, and if I don't talk to the listeners, please have a great Thanksgiving, a happy Thanksgiving with all of your families.
Absolutely. You do the same. The great Tim Ryan joining us. We'll come back right here on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk, learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product. It's time for the Young Tony and John Joe question of the day.
Tim Ryan's the best. Happy Thanksgiving to everybody listening out there as well. The question of the day, do you even want Brandon Aayuk back on the 49ers? Would you still cheer for him if he ends up returning to the field this season in a 49ers uniform? You can join the conversation in the YouTube chat now.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on the Sports Leader. Streaming live on thesportsleader.com and KNBR. The Sports Leader app. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
All right, welcome back. John Dickinson and Dieter Kurtenbach. We're in for Murph and Marcus here on this Monday. 49ers and the Panthers tonight. Big thanks to Tim Ryan. Always great stuff from Tim. Dieter. We'll reopen up the phone lines. 808-KNBR, 415-808-5627 as we get into and continue the Brandon Aayuk discussion. Wild day of football yesterday, some overtime games, Dieter. The 49ers have in a big one tonight. I mean, just general takeaway from Tim Ryan, the matchup tonight, something you saw that stood out from Sunday. I mean, what's on your mind, my friend?
It really feels like the Niners have to up their game tonight. And Arizona rolled over. The Niners have rolled over teams that have not shown up ready to play, the Giants being one of them. Then Arizona last week. All the credit in the world for the Niners for getting their wins. And this is a game that they're favored by a touchdown to win. But watching Carolina, I know, Tim's in the film room, I'm in the film room. We're all going to have different interpretations of the film here sometimes. I saw nothing remarkable about the Carolina, and I use that word literally. I have nothing to talk about when it comes to the Carolina Panthers defense, and I have very little to talk about when it comes to the Carolina Panthers offense. And, buddy, I was looking for it. I was trying to find it anywhere so that we would have something to talk about. This is Sports Talk Radio. We talk about this game ostensibly for a living, and I got nothing. They're boring. They're 50th percentile in most, 25th percentile in some, and bottom of the barrel in a lot. There's nothing about them that stands out, save for maybe McMillan, who even then isn't exactly doing what like Emeka Ibuka was doing early in the year. He's not like a JSN kind of player right now. So he might get there, but it's not there yet, and he's gettable to be sure. I just look at this game and I think to myself, okay, the Niners got issues. We all know the Niners got issues. These injuries, problems aren't going to just go away. You got Curtis Robinson starting a middle linebacker. You got a defensive line that's banged up to high heaven and young in its replacements. You got a secondary that's been extremely questionable as of late. But can this Niners offense put up points? You better hope it can. It should, and you better hope that it can. And my main takeaway on this game going into it's a must-win in the sense of you can't be losing a game to the Carolina Panthers, not with the last 3 games that you have on your schedule, not if you're trying to avoid Week 18 meaning something against the Seahawks. And I imagine that the Seahawks will be fighting for something serious come Week 18. The Niners need to just take care of business. And this is a team you can take care of business against. And if they're not able to do that, that speaks more to the Niners, to me, than it does to the Carolina Panthers. This is a take care of business game for the San Francisco 49ers. And if we're going to take them seriously as a playoff team, and if we're going to take them seriously as a team that might be able to make a little bit of noise come those playoffs, I'm not going to go as far to say, playing at Levi's in the Super Bowl, but like win a playoff game or two, be feisty, be a kind of team that no one wants to play. This is the game where you take it to them early, you take it to them often, and you make people figure out what else is on in the second half, because Carolina is going to give you that opportunity. Are you willing to take it? We're going to find out.
Yeah, we will, and this is a swing game in the sense that the 49ers with a win, if you're a believer in the playoff probability charts, it puts them in the high 80s with a win. A loss, and it drops to the 60s, right? So it doesn't mean they couldn't make it, but it would be a big head-to-head loss to now not have a tiebreaker against the Panthers. In addition to, as Tim Ryan pointed out, the Buccaneers. And, by the way, the Lions did find a way to survive that game against the Giants. So the Niners don't play the Lions, but keeping in front of them. It's starting to look like the Lions spot might be the spot, at least it was yesterday, as opposed to the Bears, who keep winning, although the Niners do have the head-to-head matchup coming up December 28th at Levi's on Sunday Night Football in their back pocket to win that game and potentially with the Bears, who keep losing, keep having losable games pop up on their schedule, including at Philly this Friday, but keep winning the games that you would think maybe they would lose, even with their negative point differential. So I had that thought for the first time yesterday, and then the Lions won, of maybe the Niners spot to take and the team to keep out is Detroit and not Chicago, but still a long way to go on that front. So we'll continue the conversation there. We'll also reopen up the phone lines, Dieter, 808 KNBR, and get back into the Brandon Aayuk saga. A lot of people that want to talk about that. 415-808-5627. JD and Kurtenbach here on the Sports Leader.
All right, everyone, chill. This is the cooler.
He's bitten a cooler
Of content.
Cornucapacious of joyful news.
We might be on to something.
Yeah, baby! Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
And also sponsored by Marin Health, with top physicians, surgeons, and clinicians right here in the North Bay. Marin Health puts you closer to your best health, world-class care, closer than you think. Here are cooler of content. JD and Dieter in for Murph and Marcus on this Monday, continuing to discuss the Brandon Aayuk saga. 808 KNBR, 415-808-5627 if you want to jump in and join the conversation. Do you even want Brandon Aayuk back at this point? Kyle Shanahan seemingly does. At least he's playing that line as he did on Saturday during his press conference. Let's go ahead and hear, though, from Tim Ryan, who joined us a little bit earlier. We asked Tim just right off the top, hey, what's your take on everything that's going on with Brandon Aayuk? And here's what Tim had to say.
You got to consider his knee and everything else and what's going on, and that was a catastrophic injury. But something went wacky somewhere for them to go after and get some of those guarantees voided. So it's very unfortunate, in my opinion. He played 7 games last year, and just when his knee was just when he was starting to get into his groove, the knee got blown up, unfortunately. So, I don't know, $50 million for 7 games. Hopefully there's some more. We'll have to wait and see if he ever puts on a 49er uniform again. So $50 million for 7 games, man, that's not good. And then when you consider it from his perspective, with all the guaranteed money that's been voided, and from what I read, he didn't even protest the suit. So there's something funny going on somewhere.
Something funny going on somewhere, and something wacky happened, Dieter. That's the one thing still to this moment that I think everybody's trying to figure out. How did we get to this point with the 49ers and Brandon Aayuk?
It doesn't – I know that everyone's looking for this big blow-up moment where, he goes and he tells John Lynch to get bent and, kicks over the trash can on his way out. Like, I know that everyone wants that because that's what would get you fired in the real world. But let's not forget that it was weird as he signed the contract. Like, the idea that this thing went sour, when was it ever right? What went wrong? When was it right? These were
the
two
Super
parties
Bowl.
The
Super Bowl was probably the last day that it felt right.
And who knows what Brandon Aayuk had? Yeah, who knows what Brandon Aayuk was harboring in himself at that time? Because apparently they lose the Super Bowl, and he had a lot of things to say about kind of nothing. It's a strange and peculiar situation, and I'm not sure that it wasn't just the Niners looking for him to slip up a little bit, and for Brandon Aayuk to be like, "Yeah, I wanted you to catch me. Let's end this thing. Let's call this." JD, I won't speak for you, but I've been in enough relationships where it ends, and you kind of look back and you're doing the postmortem, and you're like, "What ended it? What?" And it wasn't some big blow up or some fight that ends it. It was just a slow decay of trust, and it was just a slow, just terrible weirdness that undercut everything. And it just kind of dies on the vine. And this thing wasn't starting out with, a very healthy bloom to begin with, right? Like, it wasn't that strong of a relationship when they signed the contract. It was strange when it started, going back to what you were talking about earlier in the show, the doghouse. Like, Brandon Aayuk and the San Francisco 49ers were probably not meant to sign a big-ass contract that keeps him around for a long time. And since they tried to trade him leading up to when they signed that contract, they signed him to the contract, and they're immediately thinking about how to get out of the contract. He blows out his knee. They tried to trade him. No one's going to take him. And then I guess they just came to an agreement of, hey, this ain't working out anymore. You messed up in this regard. Maybe he's acting out so that he can get out. all of this stuff, I don't think that there's going to be some big shoe to drop where we find out about the very contentious meeting between Brandon Aayuk and whomever. I think it was just two parties that knew that they both made a mistake and were trying to figure out a way out of it. And nothing is stranger than Brandon Aayuk just saying, yeah, I'm cool. You can take $30-40 million and light it on fire. Like, I don't need it. That's wild. That's wild. It couldn't be me, JD. Couldn't be me.
It is wild, and the other thing that was interesting to me, and you had the Kyle Shanahan press conference on Saturday. Saturday was the normal Friday with the game being tonight, so he addressed all of it, and we played some of that sound earlier in the show. We'll get to more maybe coming up in the 9 o'clock hour, but there wasn't a lot of add-on to this, right? It was Mike Silver and Diana Rossini, and then the press conference, and you would expect that there would be some add-on maybe from national reporters yesterday, in on the pregame shows. Now, there was this, and we'll play this as our final clip here in our cooler of content. Mike Garafolo, NFL Network yesterday, because the next step is, well, where does everybody go from here? And Garafolo had an interesting note on where the 49ers may stand here moving forward.
49ers wide receiver Brandon Aayuk, whom, as The Athletic reported the other day, had $27 million in guarantees for next season voided. But that was a couple of months ago, and since then the 49ers have been committed to getting Aayuk healthy and back on the field. So just because next year has been voided doesn't mean that this was necessarily going to be a divorce by the sides. Now, my understanding is the belief is Aayuk is close to being cleared in his return from that ACL injury, but he hasn't got it yet. And like Kyle Shanahan has said every week, we're kind of looking to see when that clearance is coming and when he's going to go back to practice. Hasn't happened yet. Still hope that he is going to be back on the field for the 49ers. And 2026 is yet to be written. We shall see. If he gets back and plays well, it could be a 49er next year, but right now, sort of in limbo, Rich.
All right, give me your percentage that he's a Niner next year. Short and sweet and to the point on that note. I would say
zero.
I would say zero. Yeah.
I mean,
I
if
think
he's
we
a
agree on
49er
that.
next year, it's because he was on 31 other teams in between, and they all passed him around. He ended up back with the Niners. Like, what are we talking about? Oh, yeah, he might be back.
Well,
and I'll say this, to the point of they try to want him back on the field. Like, yeah, I'm sure they do. And maybe this is not something that Brandon Aayuk has. But if there's anybody who is giving Brandon Aayuk advice right now as to how to handle his career, which, by the way, not sure they're doing a great job, but I would think that anybody with just even a couple of brain cells would be like, yeah, you're not playing this year, buddy. You're taking the rest of this year off. You're not going to have your practice window cleared or you're done. They're done with you. You're done with them. Let's call it.
And I think the other part too, and Shanahan had alluded to this Saturday, and it's in the what Garafolo had to say there on NFL Network. The 49ers committed to getting him healthy and back on the field, close to being cleared. I think at the point in which the 49ers decide that they're going to void the contract guarantees for 2026, they especially at that point have to make sure that they're doing right by the player as to not – especially if Aayuk is, in addition to that, is not going to fight the fact that the Niners are void. Like, you can't have all that and then have any semblance of not having the player's well-being in terms of his physical ability to come back and play football be in question. And
Totally.
So I think that's where it kind of goes back to what we were talking about a little bit earlier in the HR terms, right? You have a job, you're boss is maybe trying to terminate you with cause, and then the only thing that can screw it up is if the company does something to where the employee can go back and say, well, wait a minute, this is not above board. We're going to litigate all of this now. And so I feel like the Niners are trying to do and say all of the appropriate things as it relates to Brandon Aayuk at this particular stage.
There is absolutely a song and dance that has to go into this. And part of that is, Brandon Aayuk still having the 49ers training staff and folks who work on rehab available to him so that he can get healthy, right? So they have to go through that song and dance. But I'll tell a quick story. Like when we all got fired at Fox Sports back in the days, like 2017. And they hadn't realized, the people who fired us hadn't realized that most of us who were on the media side or on the written side had just re-upped our contracts. And so we had ironclad contracts that had been signed like weeks before they fired all of us. And they're like, well, you're not going to get paid anymore. And it's like, the hell I'm not. I got a contract, buddy. And every month on the first Monday of the month, I would send an email to whom, and they kept moving the guy around or gal around. I would find the person who I needed to send the email to, and I would say, I remain willing and able to fulfill the obligations of my contract as written on date, and date. And they would have to pay me out. They paid me out for years afterwards to the terms of my contract. The Niners have to kind of do the same thing. Everyone's got to go through these motions. You got to send the email at the right time. You got to do right by Brandon Aayuk. Brandon Aayuk can't be going out here talking smack on the internet about the 49ers and telling his side of the story yet, because if either party decides that they want to step outside the bounds of the agreed upon exit strategy, that exit strategy goes to hell. And it seems to me as if both parties want this thing to end. So they're going to need that exit strategy to go out without a hitch. And to their credit, they made it 4 or 5 months before anyone knew about it. So they've been doing pretty well. They got to make it a couple more weeks here, and then we'll be on the other side of this thing. But there is a lot of bureaucracy and HR stuff that goes into this. And it seems, again, like Kyle Shanahan's a little bit out of the loop on it, because he's like, well, I would sure like Brandon Aayuk, the player, to be back. And yet Brandon Aayuk and the 49ers decision makers on that front have already determined he ain't coming back. It's over. 11 is done in a 49ers uniform.
All right, 808 KNBR, 415-808-5627. We'll get to texts who continued to flood in here throughout the morning. Do you even want Brandon Aayuk back if you're a 49er fan at this point? And how did we get here is the other question. Back to the phones, back to the texts. Niners and Panthers coming up tonight. We're obviously going to continue to focus a little bit more on that as we head toward 10 o'clock. It's JD and Dieter Kurtenbach. We're here in for Murph and Marcus on the Sports Leader.
Time for traffic on the Sports Leader. Listen to the sports leader anytime, anywhere. Download KNBR, the sports leader app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Rolling along here on a Monday, John Dickinson and Dieter Kurtenbach here on the Sports Leader. 808 KNBR, 415-808-5627. 49ers and Panthers tonight out at Levi's, 5:15 kickoff, and pregame starts at 2. So keep it locked. Papa and Silver got you covered 10 until 2, and we got you covered for the next hour right here on the Sports Leader. Let's get back to the phones, talking Brandon Aayuk and just where things stand with the 49ers. A lot of text messages, Dieter, to get to, but we want to get Jason in here, who's been waiting patiently through Tim Ryan, through all of our back and forth to jump in and join the conversation. So, Jason, you're on the Sports Leader.
Hey, thanks, guys, for the call. Agree with a lot of the things you've said today, but first and foremost, to answer the question directly, absolutely do not want to see Brandon Aayuk back. I strongly dislike the contract from the jump. You're always going to get yourself in trouble when you pay good players great player money. He's a B player. He was never the dude. Defensive coordinators were worried about George Kittle, Christian McCaffrey, Debo. If you look back at the 2022-2023 teams where Brandon Aayuk really had his best 2 years, those guys were the centerpieces of our offense, and he was able to get in the right spot at the right time and catch the ball. There's a lot of professional wide receivers that can do that. If we were to turn this into like a Thanksgiving meal, he was not the turkey for sure. He may not have even been the mashed potatoes or the stuffing. He was more like the gravy or the cranberries. So
wow, and they paid him like the turkey.
They paid like the turkey and the chef. And if the Chiefs were able to trade Tyreek Hill in his prime for 2 2s, and we couldn't trade him for a 2 and a 3, that's insane, which brings the whole front office into question. How are they doing things? Allegedly, Kyle Shanahan runs up there on the 11th hour like it's out of a movie, and then a few weeks later, Ayuk's fighting with him over what color shorts he's wearing. Like, what are we talking about? It's just absolutely insanity. Bringing the whole front office back into question. If Purdy's who they think they are, he better win tonight.
Thanks, Jason. Appreciate the call. Good phone call from Jason. Lot to chew on there. Yeah, it is insane to think of how things have gone in the last year and a half, really, since the Super Bowl loss. Because I think you knew that the contract negotiation was going to be contentious, because I think Aayuk wanted to be paid top dollar, as any player would that had been as productive as he had been. You know, the 49ers historically, they do negotiate hard with everybody, even some of those players that are the true superstar / future Hall of Fame types. And so, like, the contentious nature of having it run through the spring and into the summer and even into training camp, like, that part was nothing new. But to see it get to the point where it just so adamantly appeared that he did not want to return to the Niners, that it was beyond being paid premium top dollar. It was role or touches or just personality conflict with the organization. Like, things reached a path where it felt like no return. That's the part that I'm still struggling with how we got here. And I also wonder, kind of secondarily, Dieter, will this change the way the 49ers draft and manage wide receivers in the future, in terms of just how they, they've got Jennings, whose deal's up. Does Aayuk being gone potentially mean Jennings is more likely to come back? I think probably not. Ricky Pearsall's going to be up for money here coming up soon. Are they just going to keep drafting wide receivers to try and replace, as to not maybe go through this after they send Debo Samuel packing at a moment where things got contentious, and now given the way this Brandon Aayuk saga has played out?
I will say, I mean, as much as, and I'm probably the first to get in line to put this out there, that like, oh, there's so many wide receivers, you can always just find a wide receiver. Like, ask the Kansas City Chiefs how that's going, right? I know they won yesterday, and Rashee Rice looks pretty good and stuff, and Xavier Worthy had a nice catch. Like, ask the Green Bay Packers how it's going at wide receiver. Like, there is something to be said for, sure, there's a lot of really talented wide receivers. There's also a lot of really talented corners. There's a lot of really talented defensive coordinators. And if you don't have a dude, a capital D dude, which maybe Brandon Aayuk never was and never will be, but if you don't have that guy, it's pretty difficult to move the ball, particularly in an explosive manner, which is the name of the game in the modern NFL. I mean, where would Detroit be without Amon-Ra St. Brown? Would the Seahawks be talked about like a Super Bowl contender if JSN wasn't doing this thing? The Rams have both Puka Nacua and Devontae Adams. Like, if one of them's not having a great game, you just go to the other one. And they kind of do that. Like, the great teams have elite wide receivers. Now, again, I think it's fair then and now to wonder if Brandon Aayuk was truly of that caliber, but he was negotiating from a pretty good position of strength because the Niners had come to the agreement that Deebo Samuel was going to hang around for another year, and then they were going to move on. And they had made the choice between effectively Aayuk and Samuel at the time, and they chose Aayuk because he was younger. He was coming off of his career best year. He played a more difficult position to teach young guys how to play. His blocking really did help in a big way in the run game. Big reason why Christian McCaffrey was Offensive Player of the Year. There's a lot of weirdness, and there's a lot of stuff that I don't know if Brandon Aayuk will ever explain his side of the story and what changed with him, because firmly I believe something changed with him. But then you add in all the gray area, and it became untenable for the 49ers over a period of time. But let's not just pretend as if you can plug and play wide receivers from here on out. If Brandon Aayuk is no longer part of the picture, and you and I both believe that's the case, and I think the Niners firmly believe that's the case, but then Ricky Pearsall's got to step it up another level. And we can't be having games where he's got, 0 yards. I know he against Arizona was wide
he's got to be
open.
on the field.
True.
He's got
and I don't know how to
be on
fix
the
that.
field first and foremost. Right.
But when he's on there, he's got to perform. He's got to put up numbers too. And if the Niners are going to try to go into next year with what would be the receiving core, just going into next year, Pearsall, Jordan Watkins, maybe Jacob Cowing, does he even exist anymore? Like,
you've got two spots that need to be filled just right off the top of my head on scratch paper or on the notes app on my phone. You got two spots in between Ricky Pearsall at a minimum and anything you're getting from Jordan Watkins or Jacob Cowing.
Right.
In my mind.
How are you gonna handle that? Now, Demarcus Robinson still has another year on his contract. It'd be interesting to see what he can do for the remainder of this year. Now that Purdy's back, it does seem as if they're more willing to go his direction with Purdy as opposed to with Mac. Yeah. That's the peculiarities of quarterback and receiver chemistry. But, like, you need to figure it out now. Like, who is going to step up? Does Jordan Watkins have a role for you? Or are you going in blind next year with Jordan Watkins as, effectively your number 2 or 3 receiver? That's a big question. And if they just go into the draft, like, does anyone have confidence that the 49ers can draft for need? They can barely draft when they don't have need. In fact, they sucked at drafting when they didn't have any real needs. And now they're in a position where every year they're drafting for need and need and need. They're drafting an outside linebacker in the 3rd round. They're overdrafting them by 2-3 rounds at the minimum because they had such a need for an outside linebacker, a weak side linebacker, and he can barely see the field until everyone gets injured. So this is how they go about their business. That's fine, but I'm not putting a bet on the Niners to nail it in perpetuity from here on out. They're living paycheck to paycheck with this thing, and that's a pretty good way to find yourself behind the 8 ball, especially if next year is supposed to be a contending year for this team.
All right, you're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. JD and Dieter here, 808 KNBR. Let's get to some text messages. The Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line. It's been a wide range of opinions, so I'm going to go through a few of these here. 707, glad Aayuk is gone. Well, he's not officially gone yet. Can you explain the cap ramifications from Aayuk leaving? How much more cap space will we have in 2026? I'll let you chop on that a little bit, and then we'll get into some other messages. But it is still, I think, the Niners have cap space, so this will create some more, but it's more of a cash savings than a cap savings at this point. But it all works hand in hand. If you save on cash then you're going to be more willing to potentially spend it in other areas. And as we've seen, the Niners have done a little bit of a reset, more than a little bit of a reset.
Yeah.
This past offseason, which should only further their willingness to look to add in the coming off seasons.
Well, yeah, they have in effect.
Should
They have in effect a cash spending cap. They're not going to spend really more than $300 million in a year. And this past year, with re-upping Kittle and Warner, and then obviously giving Brock his massive contract, they ran up against that cap, which is one of the main reasons why they had to shed so much salary and cash specifically to positions like Leonard Floyd. Like, there was no cap upside to cutting Leonard Floyd, but there was cash upside in that you saved $10 million, and so they did it. By the way, amongst all of this, like, this feels like an extension of that. This Brandon Aayuk situation feels like an extension of that. As for the cap ramifications, it depends on how they want to designate the cut. They can take one big-ass lump sum dead cap hit for next year if they cut them before June 1, or they don't put a post-June 1 designation on them. If they do a post-June 1, they level out the cap hit a little bit. I think it's like 24 for the first year and like 8 or 9 for the next year. You can kind of split it up over 2 years with the post-June 1 designation. This only matters for 2027. 2027, they are already up against the cap because Brock's contract's kicked in and George's contract is kicked in. A lot of the deals have kicked in. And while it's all kind of funny money and they can renegotiate some of that stuff, they don't have any worries. They got $40 million in cap space at least right now. They can roll over about half of that. They're rolling over year after year. They'll be fine on cap no matter what. It's how much cash do they want to spend next year to bolster their roster. The issue is, how do you make sure that none of these big contracts that you don't want are off your books for 27 when you do have big contracts that you, at least this past offseason, wanted coming really onto the books when it comes to a cash crunch or cap crunch. So all this to say, don't really worry about it. I would imagine that the Niners will take a lump sum on the cap, but they got plenty of cushion in that regard. It's about the cash, and it's about 27, and really no effect on either of those.
All right, a few more text messages here. 650, no love lost for Aayuk. And then the 415 writes, there is more to this than being disclosed. He's walking away from a pile of guaranteed money. Players just don't do that. That continues to just ring in my head, but I think it speaks more to the point of just the willingness on both sides to be able to move on, despite what was said by Kyle Shanahan on Saturday in his press conference and reported on NFL Network yesterday. 312, I don't get the hate from the fans on the way out.
Yeah,
Brandon did a lot for us on the field, and we don't have all the access and all the behind-the-scenes stuff that drives to this decision. Brandon needs to go, but I appreciate his time in San Francisco. Warmer thoughts on the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line, Dieter, throughout the morning than maybe earlier in the morning. It's a lighter crowd as we get closer to 10 a.m. than it was earlier.
I appreciate it. And I'll say this, like, all the folks out here so angry at Brandon Aayuk, like, what are you angry at? Like, please be specific. Like, what is there to be angry at? Like, his general vague actions, wearing the wrong shorts that day? Are you angry at him signing the contract? Because, like, fair play if you are, but, like, I would have signed it too, even with wanting to leave and all this stuff. Like, someone offers you $30 million a year, like, kind of hard to say no to that, even if you don't want to be here. I just don't know what anyone's angry at.
There's a difference, though, right? There's a difference, and I agree with you, but there's a difference between not wanting to be somewhere and quitting. And I don't think he ever quit on the team or on the now I think maybe lost in the weeds of the injury and the way that the offseason played out last year. Maybe that's become a little muddied, even though it shouldn't have become muddied. But yeah, I mean, Aayuk was a freaking baller for this team all the way up and through the Super Bowl, and things have been weird since, but it's not like once he signed the contract, he didn't show up and play until he got hurt. And now he's been, in addition to the things that were voided or reportedly voided back in July, but reported on Friday, Now it's at a point where, okay, maybe both sides are going to part ways, but yeah, I don't. And the 707 writes, Aiyuk sacrificed his career on the field playing a game that counted this past year. It was a catastrophic injury. I'm sure the doctors know whether or not he'll be able to play again, and if he's worth the contract, it's business, not personal. I think that last part is what rings true here.
I'll also throw this out there, JD. Like, it has been framed, and I think accurate. I don't have any information to counter this, but everyone has framed this circumstance as the Niners actively voiding his contract, right? Actively going to Brandon Aayuk and saying, "You have run afoul of this deal. We are canceling the deal. You have breached your contract. We're firing you with cause." The reverse could have been the same. Seeing as Brandon Aayuk is so open to not being here, if Brandon Aayuk had gone to the 49ers, and whatever his reason is, I can't put myself in that headspace, but whatever his reason was, went to the 49ers and said, I want out. What do I have to give back so that I can get out here? Would there be this level of vitriol? Because in effect, that's what happened. If Brandon Aayuk was fighting this thing tooth and nail, we'd be having a different conversation, but we're not. He's like, yeah, fine. Take whatever money you need back. We're good. We're good. I'm going to make sure that this thing ends cleanly because I want to leave too. If he had been the impetus for this, if he had started this conversation as opposed to the Niners starting it as it's been reported, would there be this general amicus towards Brandon Aayuk right now? Like, I don't think so. I think people would be kind of applauding him and being like, hey, good on you, Brandon. You're helping out the team and you don't want to be here and you're going to take the haircut on your way out. Like, that's a classy way to exit. I don't know how the facts are any different than that, other than the Niners are the ones initiating this because Brandon ran afoul of something that no one can define. So, again, who's to blame here? It doesn't seem like there's any blame to be had. It seems like both parties are getting exactly what they want here. And by the way, it's in the best long-term interest of the San Francisco 49ers that this happens, because nobody thinks, and maybe Brandon's the only one on the planet, nobody thinks that Brandon Aayuk is going to be a $30 million wide receiver after this knee injury. It's just not going to happen. And if it does, more power to him. That's a hell of a recovery. But you can't bet on that. You can't bet on that moving forward. So, like, I don't get the hate. He was an outstanding player for the 49ers. I will agree that something changed somewhere between the Super Bowl and that contract being signed. I don't know if that was ever really cleaned up or even, no one knows what the hell will happen there and how Brandon Aayuk became, at least from my vantage point, kind of a different guy. But this is ending in a strange way, but I would have to say in arguably the cleanest way possible. And they've handled this pretty professionally on the way out. And I think that Brandon Aayuk deserves some credit for that.
All right, he's Dieter. I'm JD. More of your phone calls coming up next. 808 KNBR. We'll get right to them right here. In for Murph and Marcus on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product. It's time for the Young Tony and John Joe question of the day.
We have been all over this story all morning long. 49ers fans, do you even want Brandon Aayuk back? Would you still cheer for him if he returns? Maybe a better question to ask is, what the hell happened in July? You can join us by calling in at 415-808-KNBR. That's 415-808-5627. Or you can join the conversation in the YouTube chat now.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on the Sports Leader. Streaming live on thesportsleader.com and KNBR. The Sports Leader app. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
All right, welcome back. John Dickinson, Dieter Kurtenbach in for Murph and Marcus with you until 10 o'clock. Papa and Silver coming up then, and then we got 49er pregame at 2. Niners and the Panthers, 5:15. And, of course, we'll be back tomorrow, Dieter, talking about the game, the Niners and the Panthers, and reacting to everything. An overreaction Tuesday here on the Sports Leader following the 49ers taking on the Panthers. We got a lot of people that want to talk on the phone lines at 808 KNBR. So let's get to it, and we're going to start with Joe in Montana. Not Joe Montana, but Joe in Montana here on the Sports Leader. What's going on, Joe?
Hey, JD. Hey, Dieter. Good to talk to you this morning. But, hey, guys, I really just think that Brandon Aayuk's foregoing the $27 million. Because I think deep down he just really wants to play with Jaden Daniels, his supposedly best friend. And I think Adam Peters would give him a 1 to 2 year deal. I just think that's in Brandon Aayuk's best interest. And if he stayed, I'd still cheer for him. I have no ill will towards BA at all. He was just a great player for us. But I think it's in his deep down best interest. He wants to play for the Commanders and Jaden Daniels. And as far as if he leaves, guys, I'm very concerned if Ricky Pearsall is our number one wide receiver. He's shown he can't stay on the field. And I know everybody's saying with our first-round pick, we're going to go offensive tackle. Well, the 49ers, I do not really believe that. So are we looking at another first-round wide receiver pick, Dieter, or what you thinking there?
I mean, it's a good
Joe.
draft. Yeah, it's a good call, Joe. This is a good first round. This is a good spot to be in for the 49ers. I don't think that the Niners have made up their mind in any way on which direction they're going to go. This past year, it was obvious that they were going to go with a defensive lineman. If they didn't take Mykel Williams, it would have been Walter Nolan at 11. So they had that kind of narrowed in. But those are the decisions that get made once we're fully synthesized on the scouting. I mean, right now they're just trying to figure out who's going in and who's going to get drafted. But as it lands out,
it's 5 months away. Like right now, it's 5 months away, Dieter. I don't mean to joke. I know you've got the
you're right.
And
like,
all that.
Yeah. I can say a lot of words for you to say the correct term, which is it's 5 months away. We don't know. They need a lot of stuff, which is the telling part, right? It's not just wide receiver. It's you need Trent Williams' heir apparent. You're going to need somebody else on the offensive line, to say the least. I mean, where else do you need guys? Kind of everywhere. So I don't think we should preclude any position or lock in on any position right now.
Never just assume that the 49ers are going to take an offensive lineman.
Right, yeah. If they've proven one thing, it's that they will wait on offensive line.
Yes.
If they take one at all.
Yeah, but now franchise future left tackle, maybe that changes the conversation, but will the 49ers be picking in a position to take that player if they're picking in the 20s? And so that remains to be seen also.
I will say this is a good draft if you need an offensive lineman, because like a guy like Caden Proctor, who would have gone top 7 or 8 in last year's draft, he might be a fringe first rounder with all the first round talent. Like Utah's got 2 first round caliber tackles this year. So good quarterback draft, really good tackle draft. It's always a good wide receiver draft. but it stands out. The Niners need more than just one thing. They can't pick with luxury. They have to pick for need, and that's a dangerous place to be in the NFL.
All right, let's continue. Matt in Reno next here on The Sports Leader. What's going on, Matt?
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call. I think what my point with Aiyuk is that the same contract he signed was on the table a month before he signed it.
Mm-hmm.
He came in out of shape, and I think that hurt him. And the 49ers are a really good organization, and I think they looked at him as being a cornerstone, and he made it about him. And that's the thing that bothered me, because he was a great player. He came around. He's a great blocker, great receiver. And now his career is in jeopardy. And that's the piece that I don't really understand about him, or a lot of guys that do the holdout thing, where, a couple million a year is the difference of what they're trying to get. And then their body suffers. Rice was he was the icon in being in shape, and the margins are so thin in the NFL. It just seems like they burn themselves out where they don't really need to. I don't hold any. I think it's a great ending for both parties in this case. But yeah, I was disappointed by Aiyuk. That's all I got.
That's a good point. I mean, I agree with that. This is disappointing. It shouldn't have gone this way, right? And you and I have talked about this, JD. Like, we didn't see this coming. We didn't see any of this coming, and it seems so out of character for Brandon Aiyuk. Maybe not out of character for the Niners to be a little too gung ho on giving a guy a contract, but it shouldn't have gone this way. I'm glad that it's ending in somewhat amicable fashion, but man, I would hope that Brandon Aiyuk, for his own sake, is able to do something else on an NFL field that makes us forget about this, because as it stands, damn, this is kind of a hell of a way to go out in terms of relevance.
808 KNBR, 415-808-5627. Going back to the prior call just briefly, I do think the desire to play in a situation that Aiyuk wants is probably part of the equation here as to why he was willing to give up some of this money. And I say give up, the 49ers voiding the guarantees, right. $27 million for 2026, but Aiyuk not being willing to fight it at this point and try and get that money back. So I think that's something that you also have to factor in. But it's like, well, why would you be willing to do that? And that's the Jaden Daniels thing has become kind of a joke. And there was even a social media post over the weekend, right? There was a call or something. I mean, it feels like every other day Brandon Ayuk's putting on his Instagram that he's talking to Jaden Daniels. It felt like that, at least going back to the offseason a year ago and wanting to play with him. So we'll see what ultimately goes down there. Do we go ahead?
No, it's great to have friends. Is he sure the Washington Commanders are in a position to sign him and take him on? Like, they already have Terry McLaurin. He's their X receiver. I don't know if Deebo Samuel's going to be around next year. Maybe that's where he thinks he can get in. Like, it's kind of the advice sometimes you give to your friends who are like, yeah, thinking about leaving my girlfriend. It's like, are you sure you want to go back on this marketplace? Are you sure you want this right now? Like, it's a little bit different than the last time you were out here and everyone was telling you how great you were. You didn't have a completely exploded left knee going into like, you're damaged goods, buddy. And again, more power to him. He seems to think that this is all going to work out just hunky-dory for him. I don't share his optimism, but I'm rooting for him.
Well, and I think to that point, it becomes more about situation than money. And so I think maybe Ayuk's just at a point where he's like, you know what, forget this. Like, I'm not going to be supremely motivated by the money. I've got enough money to live my life, and more power to him if that's
great.
The way he views it. Like, hey, I just want to be out of here. The Niners are like, all right, it didn't work out for us either. We'll move on. It sounds like maybe the only thing that's debatable is there potential for a return this year, which I think is still extremely highly unlikely at this point. All right, 808 KNBR, 415-808-5627. We've got about 30 minutes to go before we hand it off to Papa and Silver. Bob, Corey, Mike, all coming up next. JD and Dieter Kurtenbach in here on a Monday for Murph and Marcus on the Sports Leader.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on the Sports Leader, streaming live on thesportsleader.com and KNBR. The Sports Leader app. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Welcome back. Final half hour. John Dickinson, Dieter Kurtenbach in for Murph and Marcus here on this Monday. 808 KNBR, 415-808-5627. A lot of people still that want to talk on the phone line, so let's continue the conversation here, Dieter, with Bob in San Francisco, who joins us after patiently waiting here on the Sports Leader. Hey, Bob.
Hi, Bob. Hey, great show, guys. Way to stand in there. I just think that he has high how do I say this? Something happened to him between him and the front office. I think personally, I have no idea, no way to, see if this is true or not, but I think he would play for the team, no problem. He didn't have a problem with his teammates. I think it's the front office people that he's got a problem with. And he's willing, his standards are so high for himself that he's willing to just walk away from that contract. So having said that, I would still root for him if he decided to play with the Niners again. I don't think there's anything wrong with the guy, particularly in that regard. But yeah, to a certain degree, after that Super Bowl, he started to do all these texts that kind of made him seem like a little malcontent, maybe,
Yep.
So who really knows what's going on in this guy's head? The other question I have for you is based on, 5 months away from the draft and all that, would it be better to draft a wide receiver who's younger, or would it be better to sign a free agent? Somebody like, I don't know, Tyreek Hill maybe, or somebody like that, somebody that can take off the top of the defense, because that's what we really need. We need a guy that can get out there, right, and have skills. So anyway, what do you guys think?
Yeah, thanks, Bob. Appreciate it. Go ahead, Dieter.
It's always going to be better to draft the wide receiver. That risk is at least cheap as compared to the very expensive risks that are signing wide receivers. Just off the top of my head, like Tyreek Hill is an absolute no coming off of that knee injury. Jacoby Myers is available. He's not that kind of player. We don't need to go through that.
Yeah. It's also that's a March conversation, and again, I don't mean to tamp it down right now, but like
it's good.
Ayuk is, he's probably not coming back this year. I think we can safely say that.
Yeah.
Regardless if Kyle Shanahan is holding out that hope, and the 49ers, I think it's interesting. George Kittle, within the last week or two, he made the point. And I think that was even a sneaky tell in hindsight, although I didn't think much of it at the time, because I tend to view an injured player as just not part of the program until they are part of the program. Right. And maybe this is the way Kittle had intended it, but for George to basically say, hey, Pearsall's back, Brock's back, this is our team, we have our offense now, right? Brock, yes. CMC, himself, Ricky Pearsall, even Jennings, who's been more of a factor the last couple of weeks. I think that's been there's something to, the locker room knows. And while I don't think there's any personal animus between Ayuk and his teammates or the teammates and Ayuk or anything like that, guys know when in that locker room when somebody's coming back, when somebody's not coming back, when things have reached a point of no return, who can you count on? And I don't know. I feel like George may have let everybody know intentionally or unintentionally what was coming up here, and also let everybody know that the Niners internally were good with it and understood. Hey, this is our squad right now, as is. Make it happen.
I'm with you on that. And even if he didn't mean it like that, even if he wasn't giving away the playbook there, you couldn't count on Brandon Aayuk to look like Brandon Aayuk coming off of that knee injury. You saw how long it took Brandon Aayuk to look like Brandon Aayuk coming off of a hold-in. What are we talking about, coming off of a catastrophic knee injury that would, end careers one generation ago? So I think that the Niners had always considered, and now with the new information, evidently considered, this to be sort of a gap year for Brandon Aayuk, but he ain't coming back to school after the gap year. You mentioned Juwan Jennings real fast there. I do think this increases what was small chance of Juwan Jennings coming back. Now they're in a position where I don't know how easily they can let a guy like Juwan Jennings walk out the door, even though that was really always part of the plan for this team, and they restructured the contract accordingly. They might have to actually seriously engage in bringing him back at the end of this year. And again, just not a very powerful position to be in if you're the San Francisco 49ers. A lot of your plans are kind of getting thrown to hell, especially at the wide receiver position, where Ayuk isn't around next year in all likelihood. Pearsall didn't have this massive breakout year, though he still has some time to maybe give you a little bit more optimism moving forward. We've seen nothing from the other young guys, nothing, just zero. And Juwan Jennings is still damn good, but he's playing with how many broken ribs and how many banged up ankles, and his contract was structured so that he could leave at the end of the year. And now you might not be able to let him walk out the door yeah, we're putting this thing to the test pretty quick. We're going to find out just how easy it is to get wide receivers in the draft in 5 months, because the Niners might be needing more than one come those 7 rounds in late April. So a million things can happen. There's always trades and free agencies and all stuff like this. Like nothing is set in stone, but just the way you're reading the tea leaves right now, it's like, oh boy, you don't have enough wide receivers moving forward. And if this season really was all about setting you up for Super Bowl contention and success in 26, hard to make the argument that they're being set up very well at the wide receiver position going into 26 with everything that's happened.
Couple of text messages to get to. 530. I want him back. If he is part of a great offense and we're winning, that's a big part of it. I think he'd be fine. 408. Aiyuk was not even top 15 at signing. Contract was a huge mistake, which they hopefully will not repeat. And then the 707 chiming in. This reminds me of the Kawhi Leonard situation. He ended up being selfish and self-serving, and sadly, it hurt the team at the end. Quick thought on that. We'll get back to the phones.
I hope we're not alleging any salary cap circumvention and greenwashing. I hope we're not. I hope a Pablo Torre finds out isn't about to follow us on this one. I think this was all above board.
I think it was all above board. I think maybe that's more just the desire to not be around in a situation. Like, remember when he got traded to – well, he didn't want to be in San Antonio after he had gotten hurt, and some of that was the injury management with the Spurs. They ship him off to Toronto, and then it was like, well, you helped them win a title. You got to want to stay there. No, I want to do my own thing and get paid. And he was a free agent and had the ability to do it. And so it wasn't – it was more about specific situation than winning or being a part of a certain culture or any of that.
Right.
And
But
so go ahead.
There's kind of a key difference there, though, in that Kawhi Leonard was a 2-time champion, and at the time he became a free agent after winning the title with Toronto, as I remember him being carried off the floor. Once he got into the tunnel, they started like lifting him up and off the floor after Game 6. At that point, the injury and stuff, but like he could have laid claim to being the best player on the planet after that Toronto series.
100%.
So he came in with incredible. I mean, that was a big deal where Kawhi Leonard was going to go, and it turned out Lakers or Clippers. We all know what happened, and I guess we still are finding out what happened there.
Yeah,
but
the Clippers ended up getting him, and Shai Gilgeous-Alexander went on to be an MVP and a champion himself.
Yeah, but there were no negative ramifications at all to that deal. But regardless, like we're talking about Brandon Aayuk.
Because Paul George was tied to it. Paul George,
exactly.
It came down the same night. They had to get Paul George to get Kawhi to commit.
Otherwise, he was going to go to the Lakers. Yeah, it was.
The rest is history, but we digress.
Yes,
let's get Mike and
let's do Mike. Yeah,
Mike in San Francisco. Let's get Mike in San Francisco back to the phones here on the Sports Leader. Hey, Mike.
Gentlemen, how we doing? I'm digging the JD Dieter combo here, guys.
Appreciate it.
Thanks.
I'll be very candid. I'll pick your guys' brains about the Dubs another time. But anyway, this whole thing look, we're never going to know what happened, of course, with this. I guess this, call it a fallout or whatever. And correct me if I'm wrong, but he was some unhappy just a few years ago. Or rumors or not, but there was some talk that he wasn't pleased with. I can't really remember details, but in any event,
he was kind of in the doghouse. I go back to his second year, Mike. I'll jump in real quick. I mean, he was like, why isn't he playing more? Going back to like 2021, and Shanahan was coaching him hard, and then it seemed like they worked their way out. I mean, that was 2021, so we're talking. He went on to have a productive year 20. Yeah, productive year 22. All-Pro 23, so they go to the Super Bowl. So it seemed as if they had moved past it, but maybe there was something, Mike, underlying there. But go ahead, I'll let you continue.
No, and I'll take your guys' just your opinions or answers off the air. But hate's a strong word. I mean, he was great for us, and it's a shame of what happened and the catastrophic injury. But my thing is in my opinion, of course, is I mean, he was paid. I think he was overpaid. I mean, would you guys put him as in the top 5 of wide receivers in the NFL?
No, of course not.
Yeah,
No,
I mean, you
and
were
not
just talking
and not a
about
year and a
this.
half ago either.
No, there was never a point.
Yeah,
where he was
I say when healthy. I should have said that. But
no, you're right.
In any event, I wish him the best of luck. Financially wise, I think he'll be just fine. Wink, wink. But I wish him the best. I got no ill will towards the guy. He's a stud. But yeah. Anyway, guys, a pleasure. Thank you for taking my call. And once again, we'll talk Dubs.
Thanks,
I'll
Mike.
pick your brains at another time about that. Later, guys.
Appreciate it. Give us a call. Give us a call Wednesday. We'll probably talk some Dubs on Wednesday.
God bless you on
big
Wednesday.
picture.
You're going to need it.
But yeah,
it's an interesting point in that had the Niners not done anything, which I do think we forget was an option at the time back in August of 2024, to just let him play out the final year of his contract, the 5th-year option, they would have been. And obviously there's the sliding doors. Like, I don't know if he still gets injured, all that stuff, but like they would effectively be in the same situation they're at now, but would have saved $34 million, right? So they basically paid Brandon Aayuk $34 million for 1 year of an extension that he never, and I don't think ever will play on. So yeah, that's like a pretty good all-time bad move by the 49ers. Now hindsight's 2020. But I do think we forget, going back and relitigating this, that there was the third option, which is, okay, he doesn't want to be here. You don't have organizational unity when it comes to giving him this big contract that is unquestionably a bet on him long term, because he's probably not worth it in the immediate moment. You're betting on him to stay at this level and get better. They could have just stood pat, and getting out of this deal obviously saves them from the worst of the worst, but they still cost themselves about $34 million more than they had to, because they made that bet. So it didn't pan out. And these are the sort of things that, when you think about all the bets the Niners have made, and everything is just sort of a bet, right? They've made some pretty catastrophic ones. And I guess it speaks to the Niners organization that this isn't even close to the most catastrophic one that they've made, which would, of course, been Trey Lance. But this, I think, for most others would be a pretty good black mark on the resume, and it is something we have to keep in mind moving forward with this administration, and especially if they can't take care of business tonight and for the rest of the season and make the playoffs. If this isn't a playoff year and you got all of these marks against you, there are larger conversations that might need to happen maybe this time next year.
And we'll see how it all shakes out.
Yep.
Tonight will have play a big part in where this thing ends up. We talked about the probability meter of it all. You're basically high 80s if you win this game in terms of likelihood to make the playoffs. You dip to the 60s in terms of chances if you lose this game to a Carolina team that would then tie you and move in front of you with a head-to-head victory.
Don't like
at
that.
7-5 should the Panthers come in and get the win. All right, we'll wrap things up next right here. It is John Dickinson and Dieter Kurtenbach on The Sports Leader.
Time for traffic on The Sports Leader. Listen to the sports leader anytime, anywhere. Download KNBR, the sports leader app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, final segment. JD and Dieter here on the Sports Leader. We got Papa at Silver coming up top of the hour. 49er pregame at 2, Niners and Panthers at 5:15, and then we'll be back tomorrow from 6 a.m. until 10 in for Murph and Marcus, dissecting everything that was tonight out at Levi's Stadium. We'll get to another call here coming up in just a moment, but first we have to find out what young Tony learned today.
Murph and Marcus want to know, what did young Tony learn today?
Well, so the joke is he's very, very young and innocent.
Hey, I know that now, okay?
All right, Tone, Niners and Panthers, we're talking about it. Question for you. Do you remember the last time the Panthers played at Levi's Stadium?
I do not. I know this is also Dieter's favorite part of the show, so I'm sure he's very curious. I'm sure a lot of other people listening are curious, JD, so why don't you tell us?
Yeah, the Niners last hosted the Panthers in Week 8 of 2019, so it was a very good year for the Niners. October 27 of 2019, the 49ers beat the Carolina Panthers 51-13. 51. They were wearing the all-white throwbacks at Levi's that day. One of the rare, and the Niners did it a couple times this year. They wore the white at home. They wore the white in that game against Carolina. Tevin Coleman, remember him? Tevin Coleman, 4 touchdowns for the Niners in that game. They improved to 7-0. They beat the Ron Rivera-led Panthers.
Is he in
51-13.
What's Ron Rivera up to these days? If I remember correctly, there was also a Nick Bosa interception for a touchdown. Am I remembering that correctly in that game?
There was a Nick Bosa interception. Did it go for? I don't believe it went. Did it go for a touchdown? I don't think it went for a touchdown.
Okay, might have been set up. Then.
I'm looking through.
But I vividly remember
might have set up one of the 4.
Yeah. Well, you said 51, so I mean, on the basis of Tevin Coleman, that's 28 points, presuming extra points were made by Robbie Gould. So there were still more touchdowns to be had, but Nick Bosa had an interception. That was a big game. That's when everyone kind of knew, like, oh, this is happening. Like, this is 100% happening with the 49ers in 2019. Who would, Nick Bosa was that not his? Was it his second year? Something like that?
That was his rookie year.
That was his rookie year. So, that's when we knew it was on for the 49ers in 2019. And it was on all the way until it was no longer on in Miami. But what hell of a football game. Do you remember that, Tony?
Of course, brother. Are you kidding? That was a huge year for him. Then they obviously had a nice postseason run as well.
Yeah, nice postseason run all the way to the Super Bowl. Tevin Coleman, big part of the game plan on that day.
My lasting memory of Tevin Coleman was he had an unbelievable game in the divisional round, if I remember correctly, in the 2019 playoffs. And this is like an indelible memory for me. He was trying to take off his shoulder pads. Yeah, Minnesota. He was trying to take off his shoulder pads after the game, and he was so battered and bruised that he just couldn't really do it. And it was to the point where it's like, I might have to break journalism protocol and step in and help this dude out. Luckily his teammates finally noticed, but it was a really long, he was just beaten to high heaven, and never questioned the toughness of a football player. There's a million examples, but that's the first one that comes to memory for me. This man had just run over the Minnesota Vikings in the playoffs, and he was so battered and bruised he couldn't get his arms up over his head after the game. And what a warrior, Tevin Coleman. You'll never get me to say anything bad about that guy, that's for sure.
All right, what did young Tony learn today? Sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly. This is also the first time Christian McCaffrey will face the Carolina Panthers since the 49ers acquired him back in 2022. the 49ers, his last game was against the Rams, but his second to last game with Carolina was against the Niners. It was a game that the Niners went into Carolina, thumped them, and Matt Rule ended up fired the day after that game.
Friend of the
ended.
program, Matt Rule.
And Steve Wilkes' first game was Christian McCaffrey's last game with the Carolina Panthers. He was acquired later on that week and then made his debut for the Niners against the Chiefs in October of 2022. Good stuff, Dieter. A lot of fun today, my man.
You got a prediction for me, JD, before we get out the door?
Yeah, I like the Niners tonight, 33 to 30. 33 to 27, I'm going to say. 33 to
nice
27.
Bet on the Panthers. Okay. Not covering.
Yeah,
is what I'm hearing there.
I don't think that. I don't think it's a blowout. I think it's interesting. I think the Niners. I've said this a lot. They can lose any game against anybody. I would maybe throw the Tennessee game out of the equation in that coming up in a couple of weeks at Levi's. But and I think the defense has a potential. The defense has a potential to struggle in any game. I think they struggle more in this game, given some of the weapons for Carolina, but I think the Niners do it with their offense and find a way to get the job done. 33-27, so a lot of points and a Niner victory.
Give me 26-18 49ers. I will pick them to cover, but just barely, depending on where you're getting your action. And it won't even feel that close. I got the Niners taking it to them early, taking it to them often, and then just sort of messing around for a while and giving somebody who's not watching the Manning cast or Joe Buck something to watch in the second half. But I imagine that we're going to be looking for some NBA Cup action, perhaps. I don't know what else is on tonight. We got any hockey on tonight? I think a lot of people will be looking for the clicker sometime around the second quarter.
All right, for Dieter, I'm JD. Papa and Silver next. Sponsored by Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service. We can fix that as you listen to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station.
Okay, honey, let's get the road clear.
If we were to turn this into like a Thanksgiving meal, he was more like the gravy or the cranberries.
Monday Night Football! Monday night!
That's the end of the game.
4 hours, 3 faces, 2 Gregs, and 1 place to be.
Excellent.
Greg Papa.
Touchdown! San Francisco!
And Greg Silver.
Let me tell you something. There is no such thing as being calm. I am fired up to be here.
This is Papa and Silver.
Here's Gibbs on first down. Jahmyr Gibbs across midfield. One man to beat. Inside the 20, the 10. Touchdown on the first play from scrimmage. In overtime. Remember, the Giants will have an opportunity. Gibbs takes it 69 yards. He's ready. Snap, spot, kick away, and the kick is good. And the Kansas City Chiefs have come back from 20-9 down, and they beat the Colts in overtime 23-20. The kick by Aubrey is good. Brandon Aubrey comes through in the clutch, and it's a comeback for the ages for the Dallas Cowboys. They match the biggest comeback in franchise history.
Stafford pulls down a high snap, back to pass, throws the fade, right side. Adams is open. He's got it. Touchdown Rams. Second of the night for Devontae Adams. Another perfectly thrown ball by Matthew Stafford. A 24-yard touchdown. And with 3:10 to go in the first half, it's 27-7 LA.
Happy Monday, happy Thanksgiving week. Thanks for hanging out with both the Gregs. Week 12 is almost in the books, but we do have quite the important one tonight. 5:15 kickoff. 49ers taking on the Carolina Panthers at Levi's Stadium. We did a lot of matchup preview at the end of last week, and with the Monday night game, we give you the preview show today. Got to talk a lot about Brandon Aayuk, what is going on with that situation, what happened back in July, and of course, can the Niners find a way to slow down a Carolina Panthers team that's feeling pretty good about themselves and their quarterback in their most recent performance? 808 KNBR, 415-808-5627 to join the conversation. And we have the YouTube chat, of course. Watching Sunday football without the 49ers is always a nice little relaxation exercise and a bit of a perspective checker. It makes you realize that, number one, there are just some bad organizations out there. They make bad decisions, bad mistakes. They dig themselves in a hole they can never get out. But then you also look at the teams that the 49ers are trying to compete with in their division and in the wild card spot, and a lot of those are not going anywhere. Detroit wins, Green Bay wins, Seattle wins, Chicago wins, and Sunday Night Football, Baker Mayfield left with that left shoulder injury, and the Rams look awfully good to get to 9-2. Lots to get into, and we will start unpeeling all of the layers. Papa, good morning, my friend. Happy early Thanksgiving to you.
Yeah, we got a short week, but a lot to get to, and I'm only going to be here for about 3 hours, so we'll get to it all. Obviously, we will talk extensively about the big news that broke right after our show ended. A veteran Silver authored it, co-authored it, and he was actually texting me the last couple of weeks. I don't know what you're talking about, bro. But then he broke the news about Brandon Aayuk and the guaranteed salary, why he decided not to challenge, at least for now, with the Players Association. We'll get into it all, what it means. So obviously many layers to unpack. Mike Silver, he broke the story on Friday, will join us at 10:50, so we'll spend the next couple of segments getting into it. The big game, a big dud for the Cal Bears, despite they just dominating the game in the opening quarter. And Andrew Luck's on one sideline and Ron Rivera's on the other. And let the GMs just go to the middle of the field and decide it, kind of like John Lynch and Dan Morgan tonight could do that. Very interesting game, and then very sloppy when they're reviewing Andrew Luck. There's a touchdown. Hold on a minute. He's running with him right down there, and I love the stare down at the end as they turn over the Stanford axe. So Justin Wilcox fired. Did we see that coming? We'll get into it all, the big news and the big game with the Silver family throughout the morning, and in particular at 10:50. But yesterday, yeah, and normally when I'm not the boy in the bubble, even on a Sunday when the Niners are playing Monday night, I'm at walkthroughs and I got my phone on and I'm kind of it's nice just to be able to watch the entire league. The Buffalo Bills aren't there to distract me after their debacle on Thursday night. Niners go tonight, so you just watch the whole league from start to finish. The Chicago Bears, and they overcame a major mistake right in their own end zone with a swat and a Herbig and the whole thing. They didn't have their left tackle. They came back, so they keep on winning. We're going to see this team right after Christmas, and they look like a playoff team, and that could complicate matters for the 49ers. Go ahead and win your NFC North. New England was in a battle. They were not playing well until Joe Flacco went completely colorblind and threw the ball to a member of the Patriots sitting right in the flat. What are you doing there? They did suffer a bad injury with their young left tackle, Will Campbell. Hopefully only be out a couple of weeks, but right now they're 10-2 atop the AFC. To me, without a doubt, the two most explosive offensive players, maybe just players in football and on planet Earth, Jahmyr Gibbs, Jackson, Smith, and Jigba. Does it get better than if I'm calling plays, just get the ball to zero every single time. How do we get the ball to Gibbs? We throw it to him, we pitch it to him, we hand it to him, whatever. I like David Montgomery, but that guy is just explosive. The yardage total, plus he caught 10 or 11 out of the backfield. The run in overtime got them off the hook. The Giants mismanagement a little bit there. No Josh Jacobs. How many of you picked up Mr. Wilson in your fantasy league like I did? And he got a couple of scores and ran the ball well, but Josh is probably coming back for Thanksgiving Day, and that's going to be an interesting game to be sure with Green Bay against Detroit. But maybe the biggest and most highly rated regular season game in the history of our country and in the National Football League will be the Thanksgiving Day game in Arlington when the Kansas City Chiefs, how did they squirm out of that game? I don't know. They were in a world of hurt, but Spags is good. We're going to take away Jonathan Taylor. We're going to make Daniel Jones go back, and he did not make big throws throughout. They did take the early lead. Mahomes threw the pick right on the goal line, but somehow they were able to squirm out of that game, get it to overtime. Rashee Rice comes alive, and Kansas City still got a heartbeat at 6-5. The afternoon games were obviously interesting, highlighted by what Dallas did. Philadelphia is the most schizophrenic team I think I've ever seen. For a quarter and a half, they look like they're the best team in football. They're never going to lose. They're dominant on both sides of the ball. The passing game is clicking. Their defense is ferocious. and then they just stop. The head coach makes incredibly poor decisions. They get sloppy with the ball in all regards, and the Dallas Cowboys have improved that defense. The big Q, Quinnen Williams, is a monster. You put him next to Kenny Clark, Osa Odigizua, and they can dominate the game from the interior like they did. And now Dallas is 5-5-1, which is not great for our 49ers when I look at the overall NFC. We'll end with what the Rams are, which is the best team in pro football. I'm not even going to say the NFC. They're the best team in the NFL. The way they jumped a really good Tampa Bay team early in the game. Devontae Adams took them a little while to figure it out with the great Matthew Stafford, but is there a better combination of pitcher and catcher right now in football than Stafford's elite arm and this guy able to separate right off the line of scrimmage like he always has throughout his career? That was an annihilation. And then they knocked out Baker Mayfield and Teddy Two Gloves. Wow. That the same guy that I saw as the number one pick coming out of Louisville, Teddy Bridgewater? What has happened to him? But the Rams, I don't think there's any doubt they're the best team. I'm not even going to say the NFC. I think they're better than the Patriots. They're better than the Broncos, the Colts, seriously. Chiefs, Ravens are bad. I mean, they're the best team in football right now. They easily could be 11-0. Niners beat them, obviously, with a couple of goal line plays and the block kicks in Philly, but they're 9-2. Philadelphia, what do you make of that team, Greg? They slip. The Bears, 8-3. Is Tampa going to even make the playoffs this year? How long is Baker Mayfield going to be out? It's his left shoulder, but it did not look good. I think the second best team in the NFL are also in the NFC West, and I've been saying it for a long, long time. Seattle allowed that game to get close later, but Jackson Smith and Jigba, is he Jahmyr Gibbs just in a wide receiver body? Different. He doesn't run like Gibbs is the most electrifying player. I mean, people actually questioned when they took him number 12 overall after Bijan went higher. I did. I thought, is this guy going to be on the field enough for three? I want him to play middle linebacker on defense. Don't ever take him off the field. He is the best player. Wow, is he something else? Which all leads to the Niners and what you're looking at right now. So it was not a great scoreboard. Detroit won their game. Dallas won their game. They're breathing down your backs here a little bit. Green Bay looks like a solid playoff team even without. They have a way they win. LaFleur wants to cram it up your cram hole, LaFleur. He wants to run the ball, even if it's Wilson or Jacobs or whomever, and they'll ask the quarterback. And he made some high-level back foot, fading away Steph Curry, step-back daddies, James Harden's, to convert on third down. But the Rams are good. Chicago's good. Seattle's good. Green Bay can be good. Detroit can be good. How good is Dallas ultimately at 5-5-1? Can they beat the Chiefs on Thanksgiving Day? Can they make a push to be a playoff team? Who even thought that before they went and got Quinnen Williams? And they're obviously playing with a bigger purpose, and we'll ask Mike Silver about that as well. I guess the big question as we lead into the game tonight, how good are the Carolina Panthers ultimately? Can they come in here and pull off the upset? And when you look at a lot of these teams, they have far better defenses than the Niners are just too ravaged by injuries. They're going to give it up. You hope they bend and don't break and be good around the red zone, punching the balls out at goal lines to save them and maybe take the ball away. Their offense is explosive, there's no doubt, but is it as explosive or that much more explosive than a lot of these other teams? Dallas's offense can be really good. The Rams' offense is one of the best, and they don't even use Kyron Williams anymore. Are they eliminating him? Is Blake Corum taking over? What's going on with the guy with the gold slippers there? And then Chicago looks like an entirely different team. So, which gets into Brandon Aayuk. And we'll get into it all about what happened in July and the contract and why he's not pushing back for guaranteed money. Are you kidding me? Really odd, but, just where he would be. And I was pointing to the date of November 15th, not October the 20th, when he first tore the ACL, MCL, and the meniscus damage in that knee, Greg. You'd like to have him back. Juwan is getting healthier, if not completely, and he's the ultimate X-wide receiver. Now, he didn't used to be. He was third in Juwan. He worked out of the slot. He was your F. I mean, ultimately, you had one of the great wide receiver rooms you could possibly have as far as an X, a Z, and an F. Brandon Aayuk was the big-bodied X wide receiver. He was your split end. Debo was your Z, the flanker, the move guy. He could also come back and be the ultimate chess piece and be a running back and screw everything up and then go third and Jawan. We're going to put a big-bodied wide receiver in the slot. Oh, by the way, we got the best inline Y to play in the NFL since Gronk and Ditka combined in George Kittle, and we can detach him. And then we got a fullback that's an offensive weapon, and then we got Christian McCaffrey, and out. And then, Debo's no longer here, so you're going to move on from Washington. Where's Aiyuk ultimately going to be? Jawan Jennings, you can't be an F anymore on third and Jawan. You got to be more of an X, and you got Ricky Pearsall, and we'll figure it all out. But you need, we were hoping to get Aiyuk back, but realistically, in light of what he did to his knee 1 year and, 9 days ago when the surgery was performed, I was not confident that he could come back this year and be that kind of player. Maybe he could just use his body to post up guys and do that, but how's he going to change direction? So I wasn't counting on much, but you were looking, 26, 27 when he gets completely healthy. And now, does Brandon Aiyuk want to play football? We'll get into the ups and downs. Honestly, his personality is just like up and down and down. I hope he's okay mentally. Honestly, I do hope he's stable and able to make good decisions and he heals up. He needs to heal up physically. He needs to heal up mentally, spiritually, emotionally. You all do. When you have a major crisis in your life physically like this, it affects a lot of things. But he's behaved, very differently than the guy that I knew when he came in as a rookie. A little bit out of line his second year. We'll get into it all. But when you look at the landscape of the NFC, where do the Niners fit? Do they fit in the playoff realm? Are they as good offensively? Are they as good offensively as the Rams? Are they as good offensively as Dallas? Seattle can be dominant offensively. They can run the ball with those two backs, and they've got weapons all over the field. And as long as Sam doesn't get colorblind and throw the ball to the other team, and his feet get all messed up, Chicago offensively can be good. And we're going to say they're all better than the Niners defensively. You have to be opportunistic, take the ball away, get off the field on third down. But and we haven't even talked much about the AFC a little bit and what's going on over there, obviously with New England and Kansas City and the Colts and all that. But from the Niner perspective, should we assume BA's not coming back? I mean, how do you put him back on the field and he gets hurt? And then guarantees come into play. That's my, like Jim, they wanted to trade Jimmy Garoppolo. They had one off season. He couldn't pass a physical. They wanted to trade Colin Kaepernick that one off season. They had a deal in place. And, he refused the deal to Denver, couldn't pass a physical. If a guy plays and can't pass a physical, then it's tough to trade him. And obviously, I don't even think you can in light of everything that's been out of the bag here. You would like him to come back, play well, and then have a trade market if you want to move on from him. So it's complicated. We'll refer to the older Silver to give a lot of clarity. But that was the big news on Friday. Big game. Did you see them firing Justin Wilcox? It's Saturday at 2 o'clock. Did you think if this game goes sideways and we give them the ball and they score on defense and we commit 13 penalties and they big game us, the coach could get fired after the game? Was that even in the realm?
I thought that a loss could seal his fate at the end of the season. I wasn't thinking that it would happen by the end of the weekend. I mean, Ron Rivera was very clear in his pregame remarks. He said this is the kind of game that can be transformative for a program. And transformative can be good, it can be bad. And when you have a showing like that, that was a tough one. The note I'll say on Justin Wilcox is that I understand that when you don't have a winning record in the conference, when you're looking to take it to a next level, it's a results-oriented business, and sometimes change is needed. But the interactions I had with him, he was a great guy. He has a lot of qualities in a head coach that you would want, and wherever he goes next, I'm going to wish him nothing but the best. But, yeah, pressure's on for Ron Rivera and that leadership group to make a decision there, and we will ask Mike Silver all about that at 10:50. In addition to the news that he and Diana Rossini broke just a couple hours after we were off the air on Friday, I said, hey, thanks a lot. Waiting until we had something to talk about on a Monday. It's Papa and Silver, 808 KNBR, talking Brandon Aayuk here in hour number 1 on the Sports Leader.
KNBR, the Sports Leader. Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Well, as we found out Friday afternoon, the 49ers are voiding Brandon Aayuk's guaranteed money for the 2026 season, and it appears that the two sides are preparing for a divorce. Just 15 months ago, Aayuk signed a 4-year, $120 million contract extension, but after an underwhelming first 7 games of 2024 and a season-ending knee injury, it appears like Aayuk might have played his last game with the team. Take in all your reactions here on a Monday, 415-808-5627 to jump in.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Purdy under center, Hughes checking a true eye. McCaffrey the tail. They stack Aiyuk and Debo tight right. Kittle is left. Purdy gonna take. Play action and McCaffrey looks left, throws for the end zone. Wide open! Brandon Aayuk! Touchdown! San Francisco!
Let's start the fire right now, baby. Aiyuk is on fire.
You're going early. Here's Purdy throwing out right. Aiyuk down the sideline. Makes the catch inside the 20-yard line. What a ball there by Brock Purdy.
What a
deep
strong
down the
catch.
right sideline to Aiyuk. Aiyuk is getting on fire. Not yet.
Yeah,
He's got to score.
He's getting on fire.
Purdy out of the shotgun, drops a couple of steps, going to take a deep shot to Brandon Aayuk. It's deflected.
Oh, he caught it!
Caught! Aayuk caught it out of the air. A flag is also down. Did Aiyuk score? He got touchdown on the 2-yard line.
That's going to be DPI and a deflection, and Brandon Aiyuk never gave up on the football and came down with it at the 2 or 3 yard line.
Oh, man, how did we get here? It's Papa and Silver, 808 KNBR. The phone lines, the text line, the YouTube chat are wide open for you. We did know we would be talking a little preview show for Monday Night Football against the Carolina Panthers, but we did not know when we signed off at 2 o'clock. And yeah, even I did not know, as Mike Silver is going to be joining us at 10:50. The 49ers are preparing for a stunning split with second-team All-Pro wide receiver in 2023, Brandon Aiyuk. You just heard some of the highlights right there, some of the highest of moments with Greg Papa and Tim Ryan in the booth, and, of course, the B.A. ricochet that did a lot to turn around that 2023 NFC Championship game and send the 49ers to the Super Bowl. Brandon Aiyuk, with a long, contentious negotiation, he does the hold in, he gets the extension, doesn't play up to his standard the first 7 weeks, has the brutal season-ending knee injury. We have not seen him in a 49er uniform since, and now it appears we'll not see him in a 49er uniform, period. Kyle Shanahan spoke about wanting to get him back for the season, but Brandon Aiyuk, as of right now, not even fighting the void of the 2026 guarantees, and it appears that these two sides would like to move on. Wow, what a turn of events over the past couple of seasons.
Well, we will talk to Mike Silver and find out exactly where we're at and the void of the guaranteed money. It's highly unusual, not unprecedented. What may be unprecedented is the player not pushing back with the Players Association to get some money back. Who would accept that? But B.A. is just he's a different dude. So obviously, the whole Aiyuk is on fire came from, he was the 25th overall pick in the 2020 NFL draft, a very deep NFL draft of wide receivers. We all had our favorites, and I love Jerry Jeudy coming out of Alabama. Looking back on it, there's no way Kyle Shanahan would take him. He's not a blocking wide receiver at all, and more of a pretty route runner. But, we were playing if the Niners do draft Jerry Jeudy, would it be when he scores a touchdown, Jeudy? If they got CeeDee Lamb out of Oklahoma, would it be CD with the TD? And then we were just playing with Aiyuk, and it would be, the roof is on fire. Let them, we'll leave it at that. Kids are listening at 10 o'clock in the morning. They're off from school this week. So anyway, I didn't think we'd actually do it in a game, but Tim Ryan's nuts. He's batty. So we did it right away. And, that first year that Brandon was drafted was the COVID year. It was just all so weird. Even the meetings they had were all on Zoom. There was nothing, where he was actually in the room with Wes Welker and Kyle and the offensive guys. But, man, right away, you could just see what a great route runner he was. Debo was not a great route runner. It was like watching Jerry Rice run routes after even watching Tim Brown. Tim Brown was just an open field runner or sloppy route runner and just, got separation and then run after catch. That was Debo. Aiyuk was a precise route runner. He had one of the best rookie years any 49er rookie wide receivers ever had. He had 60 catches, 5 touchdowns, played only 12 games that year. He missed Remember that Thursday night game he missed against the Packers and Aaron Rodgers. The next year was where there was a little bit of a pushback because you're no longer in Zoom meetings. You're actually in wide receiver meetings, and people are challenging you. And if you remember, Trent Sherfield, opening day in Detroit, took snaps away from Brandon Aayuk. Aayuk was not a big factor the first half of the year. And then I remember going to Soldier Field, Chicago, for a Halloween day game. And it was a big game for Jimmy Garoppolo returning home. Big game for the Niners to write their year. And there was a third down out left that Jimmy had Brandon Aayuk. And Aayuk was not having a good game. He was not having a good year. It was all collapsing. And Aayuk made the catch. They converted. Then they got deep down the field and wound up going to Debo and wound up all of a sudden coming alive offensively. The Debo dash, the beginning of the second half, and everything kind of righted itself from there. And Brandon had a good second half in 21, and then 22, he took off. He had 78 catches for over 1,000 yards and 8 touchdowns. And then the big year, obviously, was the 23 year, 75 more catches and 105 targets and, 7 touchdowns. That season opener against Pittsburgh when he had a couple of touchdowns, one when he was completely covered, the block when they ran 19 structure full going left, and it was Aayuk with the decleater down the sideline. Ray came across the field to make a big block to pop McCaffrey, but it was Aayuk. He was the quintessential X wide receiver. He was Kyle's big-bodied X. Not, he's not Tedderell McMillan at 6'4", but he's 6 feet, 200 pounds. He's strong. He played with Herman Edwards at Arizona State. He was a defensive back. They moved him to wide receiver. He played on both sides of the ball after a couple of years at Sierra College. We heard that B.A. ricochet, what was it, the ladybug catch that he made in the championship game. And that was the NFC title game. That was the last home game he played before it all went sideways for him. And right after he caught that ball, he scored a touchdown. That did not get it. That did not take it to the end zone when it hit off of Vildor's face mask. He had to run a power Michael Irvin type slant to get in. It may have even been on third down in the short red zone, and that's where
I think it was
that offseason. And then in the Super Bowl, they didn't go to him as much, even though they were manned up. And my thing that offseason was that 49ers lost the Super Bowl in overtime. I mean, you're at a championship run here. You haven't won a Super Bowl, but you've been to them. You've been to championship games 4 to 5 years. It's like the Warrior 5-year run. It's just you didn't win the Larry. You didn't win the ultimate prize and win the Super Bowl. So my whole thing that offseason was you cannot trade your ex wide receiver off a team or not do a contract with them, and you've got to figure it out. But it just lingered and lingered and lingered, and the Debo thing was there, and it just continued all the way through draft, and we had Mike Silver on, trade Debo, no, trade Aayuk, and then it spilled into not just the off season, and it spilled into training camp, and it took way too long. The figure that he ultimately signed for 4 years, $120 million, $30 a year. Now, a lot of that is how it's structured. It's not that simple, but that figure was out there for months. After Amon-Ra got his deal and a bunch of guys had deals done that offseason, you knew what the number was. And I remember vividly, he was holding in right that year. He's hanging around. It was all just weird. And then we flew to Las Vegas for a preseason game. Here comes Aayuk bouncing on the plane, all smiling. And I'm like, you get the deal? Is the deal done? He's smiling, and it made it sound like maybe just a physical, but just, he had to have a physical when he came into training camp. It was done. It was essentially going to be done. He acted that way. And then the next day we get to Allegiant Stadium for the game, and he's on the bike, and he's just, there he goes. He's now back into another phase of his personality. Like, where's the guy that I just spoke to yesterday? What's going on? He actually asked to come up in the booth and watch the game in the TV booth with Tim and I. I'm like, hell no. You're not coming near me, bro. You got a contract signed. So anyway, and then he ultimately did, the sprint upstairs to get it done. And he had trades were done to New England. There was an offer with Pittsburgh. There were other teams that were inquiring. And then it just took him a while to get going. And then, that game against Kansas City was a bad injury. But looking back on it, I can't say I'm shocked by the news of what happened on Friday. You knew there was something unsettling going on. with Brandon Aayuk. Does he want to play football anymore? Does he want to play football with this team? Does he want to play football in the National Football League? What does he exactly want? He had opportunities to be traded. He asked to be traded. And then when they traded him, he said no. Well, be careful for what you ask for. So he's an interesting personality, all the social media stuff. And I always took him out to be a very introverted, quiet person. But then when the spotlight was on him, when he went into this huge contract negotiation, which would be generational wealth, what we're talking about, and guaranteed money and money that's already been paid out, and even if they withhold the guarantee, still made a lot more money than the whole area codes will make in their collective lifetime. So where does it all end from here? We'll ask Mike Silver. It's hard now to put him on the field, obviously, and run the risk of an injury. If he does get injured, then some of these guarantees you were talking about withholding, they become guaranteed. There is injury protection in the NFL. The unfortunate thing is it's all out now, and being able to trade him would be almost impossible because people know you're going to eventually have to move on from him if you haven't gotten him back. So just shocking from the guy that got here from Sierra College, and Herman Edwards is the one that vouched for him to come here. And a little bit of a pushback his second year, but by and large, he's been a classic Kyle Shanahan ex-wide receiver. He could throw it to him 10, 12 times a game. He's going to catch 8. He's going to be a big-bodied receiver in the short area and make tough catches, like that 3rd and 5 he made against Keyshawn Nixon in the Green Bay playoff game when he moved in the slot. You don't pick up that 3rd down. It's probably over. What, you go forward on 4th down? You punt on 4th down? I mean, the B.A. ricochet, there's so many big catches he made. To me, the 3rd and 5 in the Green Bay divisional playoff game was probably the biggest one ever, considering the circumstances. And what was there, like 2.5 minutes to go in the game? I mean, that's the guy you throw the ball to with everything on the line. Your big-bodied X. He gets the football there, and he was that guy for a long time. And now he's been X as far as the bullseye and constant chatter about Brandon Aayuk when he's not playing. We've talked more about Brandon Aayuk not playing than we have when he was playing. Maybe that was part of the problem. We didn't give him enough attention when he was here. It was always, the quarterback situation and Deebo Samuel and George Kittle.
Christian McCaffrey.
And then when McCaffrey got here, but he was here before McCaffrey, obviously. But anyway, I don't know where it all ends. It's fascinating. The thing that is shocking, not the withholding of the guarantees, that's been happened in the NFL. The fact that he's not going to push back, I mean, that's where it's news, that we're going to withhold all these dozens of millions of dollars from you. And he's like, I'm cool with that. I don't have to do that. Like, who would do that? So that gives you a little glimpse of you're dealing with a different personality here.
No question. I think the fact that he's not even pushing back in the Players Association, that was one of the lines in the article where I thought, wait a minute, what's going on here? And this is all dating back to something that happened in July. And you detailed Brandon Aayuk, what he meant on the field to this team and to Kyle Shanahan, and that's why he sprinted up the stairs when they were ready to deal him to Pittsburgh to say, wait a minute, B.A. came to my office. He said he's willing to come to terms with what we've got for him. Kyle Shanahan, fresh off of being inches away from winning a Super Bowl, wanted his ex-wide receiver back. It makes sense. Last year's season approach was, this is kind of a last dance. And then this year, it was, hey, we got to be a little bit more ruthless. We got to cut some costs. We don't know when Brandon Aayuk comes back. And the knee injury is entirely separate from a lot of this contract stuff. But what it did do was isolate him from the team. So as far as processing all this, 808 KNBR, how big of a mistake was this? How should the 49ers respond from this? And does it really affect the rest of their season moving forward with how you look at it at 7-4 and Monday Night Football to play tonight? Mike Silver joining us at 10:50. Larry Krueger will come by at 11:50. And I think we're trying to track down our friend Sir David Newton as well for ESPN and the Panthers. So we'll keep you updated on all that. And then JD, 5-hour JD, fresh off the morning show, is going to be coming by for the last hour of the show, as we'll send Papa off early. But don't go anywhere. Keep it right here on the Sports Leader.
Greg and Greg, Papa and Silver. This is KNBR, the sports leader.
Obviously, the team felt, and you felt good enough to give a very large contract not very long ago. Is there disappointment that it's gotten to this with Brandon and the 49ers?
Yeah, of course. I've been coaching over 20 years, and I've never been in a situation where a contract's been voided, so it was extremely unusual to me.
Unusual is a nice word to describe it. As Kyle Shanahan notes right there, Brandon Aayuk, 15 months after signing a 4-year, $120 million contract extension, he and the Niners are expected for a divorce after this season. So what does that all mean moving forward, and how quickly it can all change here in the NFL? A season-ending injury, a hold-in, a tantrum over the color of the shorts at practice. I mean, we can unhash every little detail because that's what we do on Talk Radio. At a fault, we overanalyze, and Mike Silver going to be joining us coming up in a bit, who was present for a lot of this saga. Now, I will say this as far as Aayuk and looking ahead, because we did a lot of looking back, and we are now going to look toward the present, and Kyle Shanahan did say he would like to get him back. I would say Brandon Aayuk ever participating in a 49er uniform again seems very unlikely at this point. And a big reason why is he's not even fighting the voided money for 2026. But as much as fans want to complain or express disappointment, the 49ers do have a solid track record of overcoming mistakes and or misfortune in the Lynch Shanahan era. So is that luck or is that high-level execution of a job? Well, as always, it's a confluence of factors. Overcoming the trade to go and draft Trey Lance because you got Brock Purdy at number 262, that's pretty rare. Winning 5 games with Mac Jones as the backup quarterback this year, that doesn't happen without an elite level of coaching on both sides of the ball. So using this mistake of what happened with Brandon Aayuk, giving into the hold-in, signing the contract, and you couldn't have planned for the season-ending injury. But this is also now a chance to use some of that financial flexibility that you didn't anticipate having. I know we're a long ways away from the offseason discussion, but when we talk about how we open the show, Pop, with the Rams and the Seahawks and a lot of these other teams that have continued to stay good when they've had retooling, this is a chance for the 49ers now to have some cash flexibility to go and get this offseason's version of a Devontae Adams or a Cooper Kupp or a lot of the names that we were throwing out there as that would be great for the 49ers to have if they had any kind of flexibility. Now you can maybe look at some more veteran pass rushers who don't have as big of a market. You can think about how you want to draft. Do you want to go high on receiver? Do you want to still go offensive line, defensive line? Use some of that draft capital maybe on a younger wide receiver because they're plentiful in today's day and age. The bottom line is this Aiyuk situation is disappointing. It is shocking. But I think if both sides do end up moving on, as all signs are pointing to, this is also a chance for the 49ers to dig into their track record of overcoming some misfortune and mistakes and continue to stay relevant as they've done overcoming adversity all season long with a chance to get to 8-4 tonight.
Yeah, I wouldn't start spending that money yet till we get to March and figure it out. I mean, Ryan Williams, and we know Ryan well, athletes first, Ayuk's agent. Do they have the ability to change their mind on going to the Players Association and looking to get this money back? I mean, it's not, and Kyle's been around a long time, but his dad had money withheld from Al Davis. Al, the Fire with Cause. He held like $250 from Mike Shanahan. He held a lot of money from Lane Kiffin and Tom Cable. He's withheld a lot of money. Marcus Allen saga. I don't know if he ever avoided contracts. The third, as far as stats, most effective quarterback in the history of the Carolina Panthers behind Cam Newton and Jake Delhomme, their two Super Bowl quarterbacks, Steve Berline. Ask Steve Berline when he thinks Al Davis. They got into a battle, and he benched him essentially for years in the prime of his career. So the question would be the pushback on from the player agent and why he would just take that money, or just take the void of the guaranteed money, which would lead to, did the Niners make a mistake in signing Brandon Aayuk? I don't think so. At the time, the wide receiver market was exploding. Maybe they would have liked to have gotten that contract done before the draft, but I think that was Aiyuk and that was Ryan. Well, there was just a slow, as far as that off season, it just dragged out. And if you remember, the Detroit Lions signed Penei Sewell to a new contract that offseason and Amon-Ra St. Brown to new contracts that offseason. Brad Holmes did. And the Niners beat them in the NFC Championship game. But they were young, upcoming star players, clearly two of their best players, and they hadn't gotten that second contract yet. Penei Sewell's contract forced Trent Williams into a holdout situation, and Amon-Ra's, and there was a bunch of wide receivers, but that was the market. Again, we lived it in real time. I had no thought that Kyle Shanahan would ever take his starting ex-wide receiver off a team that scored first in the overtime of a Super Bowl off his roster. I'm like, he cannot do that. And I know you drafted one and all that, but, Ricky's not, I don't see him as a pure X. Maybe in time he can get there and they cross-train him, but Brandon Aiyuk is a pure X. Deebo Samuel's not an X wide receiver. Jawan Jennings became one because of the injury, but he was not an X. Chris Conley had to play a little bit there. It's just Brandon Aiyuk was that guy. And so it wasn't, it's just the fact that it dragged out so long, and when things drag out, things get said that you can't take back, both sides, and behavior, and it's like, what's going on here? But I would say, and he did not play great when he first came back because he wasn't around. I remember some practices with him and Brock, and it's like, geez, you can't even complete a simple outcut. Ball sailing, and he's in the wrong spot, and this is clunky. It finally started to get better, and then he had that injury against Kansas City. Well, what if he didn't have that injury? It was an ACL, an MCL, and a meniscus. And we knew right away, whoa, that's not good. And what if he did not get hurt in that game? And he started to get better and better and play better and better. Where would he be when he had a full year under his belt? I do wonder, when you void guarantees in a contract in the off season, is it because of the way the rehab is going? And honestly, I have no idea. I had my own issues in July, a lot worse than an ACL, an MCL, and a meniscus tear.
Mm-hmm.
So I was battling for my own life. I didn't care about any of this. We got vibes that something was going on. But what was it that they wanted to void his future guaranteed money? What did he violate? Meetings and all that? You're not having a lot of OTAs, and that's not mandatory. Was he not following through on his rehab? I would find that hard to believe, but I don't know. I mean, what exactly were they trying to void? Or why? What was the impetus to void it in the off season? And I think it's the trigger date on his return. And Kyle did say he has not been medically cleared by Dr. McAdams or the Dustin Perry or Dustin Little to come back and play. That's what they're saying. He is not medically cleared. Well, he hurt the knee, and it was a bad. We gave you all the ligaments he tore and the meniscus cartilage and all that. That was October the 20th. It swelled so badly they could not do the surgery, Elatrosh in L.A., till November 15th. That's almost a full month of waiting for the swelling to go down before you could safely do the surgery. But right around that date, you're thinking maybe a year. We're November 24th now. So when the 15th hit, that was the date I was kind of looking at. Would he come back around that time? And now he's not been cleared. So, why are they voiding the guarantee? And I have no knowledge of anything. This is just me thinking. If you're going to void something early on in training camp, what is he violating that's so egregious that you could withhold all those millions of dollars? Is he not rehabbing either in your building properly, or he's not doing outside of the building properly? Is that part of what you're looking at? Is that your player's not doing everything he can to get back on the field? And I don't know that. But the interesting point is you voided it based on his behavior in the offseason in July. And Kyle said this happened months ago. And then even stranger is that Ryan Williams from Athletes First are saying, like, okay, just take $24 million. We're the same people that held out for weeks and months when we had a deal over a couple of dollars here and there in a structure. And now we're just going to say, take 25, 26 million, whatever the figure is, and we're cool with that. We'll move on. Who does that after you made such a circus of the entire, deal just being held up for, we thought it was done, it was not done, went back and forth, you want to be traded. So that to me is why did they initially do this? What did he do in the off season that precipitated them saying, we're going to take away future guaranteed money from you? And then his agent just saying to Brandon, good, I'm cool with that. No big deal. I mean, it's just all odd. So I think those are the 2 points before we look at, what's the future? How did we get here? Did he not rehab properly? And is there a recourse where they switch on this and say, upon further review, we're not going to give you $24 million of our money back. We're going to have to fight for it. Maybe we don't get to keep it all, but you're not taking it all. And, why did it come to that? And why are they so willing to just not take that money after they fought for every nickel during a protracted contract negotiation?
To circle back to where we opened the segment with Kyle Shanahan and the unusual situation, as he put it, with never having seen a contract voided in his 20-plus years of coaching, is there a time when an athlete got a big contract and their relationship with the team immediately got worse? I was trying to think about this over the weekend. Let's talk to Mike Silver about what went into this, what he knows, and why the relationship got so sour so quickly. It's Papa and Silver, and he'll join us next on The Sports Leader.
Time for traffic on The Sports Leader.
And I'm Greg Silver, also on KNBR. Did you know that many of the attorney ads that you've seen or heard aren't based in the Bay Area, and some not even in the state? Well, Chris Dolan and the Dolan Law Firm have been here for more than 25 years, and they are award-winning personal injury and employment attorneys that fight for you locally. So in the workplace, if you've been discriminated against, had sexual harassment, wrongful termination, whatever the violation may be, the Dolan Law Firm are experts in this field, and you can go to dolanlawfirm.com to learn more about your rights. Now, as far as the injury front, well, Chris and his team have seen a sharp increase in no-fault injury accidents over this past year plus. So with all the motorcyclists, pedestrians, and you know the whole spiel, but especially this week, it's Thanksgiving week, so travel is going to be crazy out there. And if you're on the roads, please, please, please be careful. With a lot of families getting together, plans are complicated, parents have to deal with a whole bunch of logistics. If you're in the car out there, kids, and you're listening to me talk about this, your parents have a lot on their plates, and not just figuratively with Thanksgiving coming up. So feel confident that you're in good hands with award-winning California Lawyer of the Year. And if you need the help, the Dolan Law Firm has secured more than $1 billion in verdicts and settlements on behalf of their clients. You don't pay anything up front, deal with hourly rates or upfront fees, and they don't get paid until you get paid. They live here, they work here, and they win here. DolanLawFirm.com.
Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, getting your Monday rolling. Happy early Thanksgiving. Let's take it out to the UMA guest line and the really, really, really ridiculously good-looking guest cam where we talk to the Athletics' Michael Silver, who had quite an eventful weekend. On Sunday, did a lot of watching of games and writing. Saturday, had not so fun time for the hours of 4:30 to 7:30 out there at the farm. And then on Friday, he and his colleague Diana Rossini were breaking some big news as it pertains to Brandon Aayuk and that contract situation. So, I mean, I did see you on Saturday. I still feel like we got plenty to catch up on. Let's try to cram it all in one segment. What's going on?
Hi, everybody. Greg, Papa, I appreciate the solidarity here with the blue and gold. It was a rough Saturday. Let's not sugarcoat it. And obviously an emotional Sunday as well, but onward.
Yeah, I'm not lobbying for the head coaching job. I'm somewhat surprised, and I know there were some rumblings pregame, and you got Ron Rivera on one sideline, and I love how active the GMs are in college football, and the great Andrew Luck on the other side. Did we have a feeling that if it went as badly as it went in the big game on Saturday on the farm, that this would be the result, that Dave Wilcox's son would be let go as the head coach in his 9th year, and the 13 penalties and all the mistakes? And are we somewhat surprised that it just blew up the way it did with one more game to go and then a bowl game? And then where do you think they go from here as far as who Ron Rivera picks as the new head coach of the Bears, Michael?
Well, I think the first surprise was that the game played out in anything resembling the way it did. Cal fans had reason to feel reasonably confident that their team would at least show up and show their best selves, and if so, felt like this season, based on how they've looked and how Stanford has looked, that could be a nice Saturday experience. And it was so far from that. You mentioned the penalties, obviously the 3 turnovers, the 2 scoop and scores, and by the end, it just looked like Stanford was whooping our butts, which, credit to Stanford for that. But yeah, listen, I love Justin Wilcox. He has faced some challenges that a lot of coaches have not. Cal has not been the easiest place to operate, and he's done it with dignity and grace and worked really hard, and there have been some great moments. It has been 9 years. We have not had a conference record during that time, and it is a new landscape that includes Ron Rivera's leadership and Chancellor Lyons. Cal is looking to level up. There's a vision. I'm confident that it's going to happen. I'm totally confident in what Ron is going to do in the coming days and months and years. And I'm, as bummed as I am about Saturday, I'm excited about where I think this is going. And I think Cal fans will share that excitement soon.
I'm also excited about the future of their countdown and wrap-up. Oh, sorry, you're talking about the program. Going back to the 49ers, the news you broke on Friday with Brandon Aayuk. I mean, the discussion, we have many, many questions that we need to uncover for this one. But in the story that you and Diana Rossini wrote, I got to start with this one. Why is Brandon Aayuk not even willing to fight the 2026 voided guarantees for 2026? This is the same client and agent who fought for months on end about moving up from the original mark of 26 million-ish, who did the whole entire process of a hold in, who dragged this thing out deep into training camp. Why all of a sudden now is that same representation and that same player okay with just saying, yeah, it's fine, you can void the money, I want out of here?
Yeah, that's absolutely the right question, and there are many. And though you and I are related, we have not had this discussion, so I applaud you for getting to the right place. But yeah, that was a very contentious contract dispute, and it was always weird because the agent for Brandon Aayuk is also the agent for John Lynch and has described him as his mentor, and they're very, very close, right? So that's already weird and conflict of interest. They got through it and got a deal done, but if you are the agent for a player and the team tells you we're voiding $26 million or more in recently acquired guarantees, that should be a brawl. And I know the player has to want to fight for it too, and I don't know exactly what's going on with Brandon, and that may factor in. But if you're the NFL Players Association and certainly the agent, that's a fight. And I know Diana and I didn't give exact specifics about why this was voided because we don't have them to report other than he missed a lot of meetings and missed a lot of team activities. But it's hard for me to imagine that missing some team activities would provoke a team that just signed a guy to that deal to just say, fine, we're voiding that much in money. And then the player would be like, yeah, you're right, I missed some stuff. I mean, really? So to me, a cynic would say they signed him. Kyle sprinted up the stairs to avoid a trade. They signed him. He got hurt. They regretted it. He also threw that weird tantrum with the shorts, before he got hurt. The knee injury was significant, and a cynic would say they looked for a way after that to figure out if they could void things, and somehow the player didn't fight that. Now, there may be something more to that we haven't reported yet that we will continue to try to figure out. Maybe there's something horrific that happened that he doesn't want to fight about that led them to this, but none of that matches up with. And by the way, we still want him to come back and play. We want this guy to come out and ball for us. Like, dude, you already said he didn't live up to the terms of the contract and went after a giant chunk of the money and got him to give it back to you. You think he's going to, come back and fight his way back onto the field for the Niners? You can't really think that. And it's so clouded by the fact that the general manager and the player are represented by the same person. But I look forward to somebody giving us some straight answers at some point. And believe me, Diane and I are on this case because unlike many, many other journalists who try to find things out in this current landscape, we're not scared of agents, and we will fight to report the truth. And that fight continues every day.
Yeah, it's interesting, and you guys broke this story on Friday, but everybody realizes that they actually attempted to avoid the option bonus, as you reported, that would have paid out $24.935 million back in July. So my first inclination to this, and you're talking about team activities, maybe it was directly related to his rehab, and he wasn't doing what they wanted him to do as far as rehabbing from the ACL, the MCL, and the meniscus cartilage tear, meniscus cartilage on top of the ligaments. And, did he do it out of the building? Did he do it with Dr. McAdams supervising and the Dustins involved? So was it related to his rehab or lack thereof? You're shaking your head because you don't know.
But what if it was? Wouldn't a normal team?
Well, that would be a violation of him getting back on the field if he's not rehabbing from injury to our satisfaction.
Wouldn't a team that loved the guy, that just signed him to a big deal, call the agent and go, hey, we're having some issues with the rehab. Can we all sit down and talk about this? In this case,
and if he doesn't do it, what are you going to do? Well, yeah, I'm sure there were many phone calls.
I have questions.
Yeah. Well, until we get answers, but I'm sure there was many times they didn't just say, hey, we're voiding it. We're here and he didn't show up. We're just going to void it. They're probably linked. I'm not even saying that's what it was. But where do we go from here? And the amazing thing is that you mentioned that, and we talked about this during the holdout, that Ryan Williams represents John and from Athletes First, and he represents Brandon, and we know all of them involved. Is there a way for the agent to retract this and say we are going to file a grievance, which is, I think, the stunning part. The fact that people, had guaranteed money try to be withheld is not the story. It's the fact that the player and the agent are willing to go along with this without some kind of a pushback. And then as far as putting him on the field, he's not cleared to play physically yet. He's not over this injury yet and the rehab from it. If for any reason Aayuk would say, I want to go play, what if he gets hurt at the end of the year? Now you get into a guy in the offseason, whether it's Colin Kaepernick or Jimmy Garoppolo. It's hard to get players off your roster. I don't even know if it's possible to trade him in the situation they're at. But if they wanted to trade him, I mean, is there any the concern would be from the organization standpoint, if he does, for some reason, force his way on the field somehow, some way, what if he gets hurt? And now what do we do with him?
Probably he and his agent will just go along with whatever the team wants and just give back the injury guarantees and get cut. And I'm saying that, obviously, with a little sarcasm, but he clearly doesn't seem to want to fight for money. He seems to be a guy who just wants to not play for the San Francisco 49ers and will take his chances with a torn up knee that he's coming back from and go somewhere else. And that is his prerogative, certainly, but it's awfully convenient for a team that paid him under duress, seemed to regret it instantly, and then saw him suffer a really bad injury and then tried to trade him even after that. So, look, I can't tell you why Brandon Aayuk is thinking the way he is because I haven't talked to him. I can't tell you why an agent or a players association would roll that way. Even, I guess, if the player says, I don't want to fight, then you can't really fight. But those are really valid questions. And all I can say is this. Kyle Shanahan usually gets up there and tells the truth. And what he said was basically like, yeah, we did this in July. I'm not really involved with that. It was the lawyers. But, hey, I just want him to come back and play. Kyle's also brilliant. He can't be that cognitively disconnected to believe that that's how you get a guy to come back and play.
Yeah, but he could be making that statement, Michael, just to protect the team's legal argument and asking for the contract, the money to be voided to not be paid out.
They don't seem to need a legal argument because you don't need an argument when the other side's argument is, yeah, you guys are right. Just I give it back. I give you back everything I fought for contractually. I don't care. Do what you want. In fact, maybe I'll give back the money I already made last year. I was hurt. Sure. I mean, it's a bizarre situation, and I think fans who are watching it are equally confused because they know that if it was their job and their boss just gave them a giant raise that was guaranteed, and then they didn't show up for some stuff, and then the boss said, fine, based on the terms of your contract, a bunch of that raise is gone forever, but hey, get yourself right and come back, and I want you back working. They know that that is a bizarre way to portray things, but we're not hearing Brandon Aayuk's side of things. And again, when I talk to people who represent Brandon Aayuk, I'm also talking to people who have a deep personal relationship with John Lynch. So it's hard for me to know, exactly what's being represented when.
Few more minutes here with Mike Silver. So you've been around a long time. Greg Papa has been around a long time to know that money solves a lot of problems in these type of instances. That's not the case here with Brandon Aayuk. And so we talk about Jimmy Butler coming over at the trade deadline, right, for the Warriors, and it's like, oh, it's so great. He loves being a number 2 to Steph. He's a mentor to Kuminga. He and Buddy Hield got this friendship. And that's all true, but also he got $110 million in his bank account that's probably going to make a lot of those issues better. Why did the money not heal the disconnect between the 49ers and Brandon Aayuk? Like, I'm trying to remember a time when an athlete gets a big extension or a big contract and the relationship with that team immediately goes sideways.
Yeah, I'm sure it's happened. I have to look, but it happened fast. I mean, if you believe that a guy kicking his shorts off angrily because he had to change to a different color in front of media on a practice field like 5 weeks after signing a massive extension is indicative of a larger souring or it not being good even afterwards, which I kind of do, then yeah, it's striking. And listen, players go through stuff. We don't know if he's going through, challenges that we're not privy to. And it may not be just a cut and dry situation. But what's really wild to me is the business side of it, which is really what our story was about. We're not trying to get into Brandon's state of mind and all that. Only he can know that. And we obviously don't have all that information. But factually, it is a strange state of affairs. And it'd be one thing if they voided stuff now because he should be back by now and he's not really rehabbing, like whatever it is. But like July seems pretty early when a guy had a year-long injury and had surgery in November to go, we're declaring nuclear war and getting the money back at any cost. That's basically saying we see no future with this player. And that might be based on how the player has been acting. But all of that is true. It's a very abrupt turn of events, and the money did not solve it clearly.
Again, I think the rehab is involved here, and we'll see. You know, he was doing it outside of the building for one, and was he doing? You have to have some jurisdiction. Some players, like Nick Bosa, often has rehab done outside of the building, but the medical staff has to check in on him. As far as contracts going sour, Rafael Devers signed a 10-year, $313 million deal with the Boston Red Sox, and a couple of years later, because he wouldn't switch positions, they wound up trading him. So
there was a little gap, though, a little bit of a gap.
A little bit of a gap, but still, you just gave the guy the biggest contract in the history of the franchise, and a couple of years later. Yes, as far as watching football yesterday, and we'll get into it. Aayuk, I don't think was going to contribute much this year in light of where he's at in the rehab and the nature of the injury. And I do think they have enough offensively, but maybe not enough offensively when you look at what the Rams have in combination with their defense and how much better Dallas's defense is now with the existing offense. Philadelphia is the most schizophrenic team I think we've ever seen. Just, we could talk AFC and what the Chiefs did, squirming their way out of that game against the Colts, Michael. But just your thoughts on what you saw from NFL Week 12 yesterday.
Yeah, that was a big deal for the Chiefs. My son Greg will laugh at me, but there are all these teams that keep winning that I am trying to believe in but can't yet, including the Colts. So there was that, although the Bears won, the Patriots won, like it keeps happening. But, that was cool for the Chiefs. We played the Cowboys next, who I saw last Monday night, who they have not stopped fighting either. Very cool to see. So that game takes on huge importance now for both teams. The Rams obviously look like they are in a zone. And how good do those 49er victories over the Seahawks and the Rams look now as they try to position themselves for the playoffs? I also thought the Lions, that was a big deal. Had they lost again at home to the Giants, Dan Campbell's calling plays now, there would have been a lot of really difficult questions. So both the Lions and really the Packers kind of, sealed themselves. And then you look at, like J.J. McCarthy and the Vikings, who had Sam Darnold in the building, had Daniel Jones in the building, had Aaron Rodgers wanting to come to the building, and we're like, no, we're J.J. McCarthy or bust. And it just looks so bad that, that whole situation, you wonder how much that's going to blow up after this season. So there's a lot of intrigue. Chip Kelly getting fired, kind of saw that coming a while ago, but that's been a total disaster in year one of the Tom Brady minority ownership era, which I know doesn't make him happy because he's so competitive. So a lot to keep an eye on. But the Aayuk thing is still one of the weirder things. And, we're not done trying to report it. And, while other people sit it out because they're scared that agents won't feed them transactions, my partner and I will keep grinding.
Guess who plays in Seattle at 105 this coming Sunday?
Not Brandon Aayuk.
The Minnesota Vikings, possibly without J.J. McCarthy, who is in concussion protocol. That's going to be a fun one for Kevin O'Connell going against that defense.
So I think the Ducks are up there on Saturday. Be interesting to get through that game and then see what happens. All sorts of things.
Yeah. So anyway, we'll let your voice rest a little bit. I know you got your fair share of usage on Saturday, and I will see you very, very soon. Happy Thanksgiving.
Thanks, you guys. Keep the faith. The California Golden Bears will rise again. Keep the faith, everybody.
They had a better Saturday than Syracuse. Is Notre Dame done scoring? Damn!
We did not have a better Saturday than anybody on the earth.
Syracuse gave up 70, Michael. 70.
Brandon Aayuk
we went to Strawberry Canyon and routed you last year. Gave up 70 on Saturday. 70.
We had the worst Saturday that any sports fan can have, but we're on to Monday.
Wide awake now. They're wide awake. Damn, 70.
I woke up Sunday morning to some texts that mirror some Cam Ward quotes in Mike Silver stories earlier this year about the Tennessee Titans.
I was quoting Cam Ward based on our performance Saturday, was very much like Cam Ward assessed the Titans earlier in the year. It was 2 words, 5 letters. Yes, that's true.
We'll talk to you soon. Thanks.
Bye.
Mike Silver on the Sports Leader. We'll continue this conversation. Larry Krueger going to be joining us coming up at 11:50. Actually, a couple pieces of quarterback news I wanted to share. A Got some news on who's going to be facing the 49ers this Sunday on a short week, and then also what is going on with Minnesota. It can't even be the Sam Darnold revenge game because I don't know how long he's going to play in this one. Is it going to be Max Brosmer for Kevin O'Connell and the Vikings? We'll talk about that next on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
The 49ers have their first Monday night game of the year, and it's 5:15 kickoff against the Carolina Panthers. Right after our show, we'll have our pregame show with Adam Copeland, Tracy Sandler, and Todd Husak. And we'll spend our 4-hour chunk revisiting all those keys to the game that we got into last week. Rico Dowdle, Teteroa McMillan, Brock Purdy returning, you name it. Keep it right here on a Monday edition of Papa and Silver.
back to Greg Papa and Greg Silver on KNBR, the sports leader.
And they go to Simpson out of the backfield. He's got two tight ends blocking on the outside. He's got room. He bursts inside Raiders territory. One man to beat. He won't be caught. Touchdown, Simpson. 66 yards. One rookie to another. It is the first touchdown pass in Shedeur Sanders' career.
Yeah, we got a crazy packed week here. We got 2 games to worry about and just 3 shows. And Papa is going to be leaving at 1 o'clock today, so we're cramming it all in. Wanted to share a quick note, even though we're talking all things 49ers Panthers Monday Night Football. The Browns are officially naming Shedeur Sanders as their starting quarterback this Sunday against the San Francisco 49ers. So we know about Kyle Shanahan and Jim Schwartz in that defense. We know about their struggles to go and win on the road in Cleveland. And Shedeur Sanders, by the way, since the Browns relocated back to Cleveland, is the first quarterback in that franchise history to win a debut start since the relocation, I should say. So it was 0-17 heading into Sunday. And yeah, that Cleveland defense is incredible. Yeah, that Raiders offense is abysmal, and Chip Kelly is gone, as we learned last night. But we're going to be seeing the rookie himself, who had a lot of offseason hype. So from Bryce Young and a Heisman Trophy winner to maybe the most talked about prospect, who was, a 5th-round pick after that unprecedented fall? It's going to be an action-packed week for the 49ers as they prepare.
And that whole story hijacked the NFL drafts on Thursday, Friday, Saturday. Where would Shedeur go? And they took Dylan Gabriel. I was not a fan of him. We watched him at the Combine, the lefty, but he made a couple of starts. So it is interesting. It is Thanksgiving, so only have shows today, tomorrow, and Wednesday, and it'll be now Tacion. Carlos Ramirez will be in on Wednesday. So we'll probably talk a little about Shedeur on Wednesday. I did watch that game all the way through, obviously, and rolling to his right. He had a deep shot early in the game, and then you heard the one to Sampson for the 56-yarder, which blew the game open at 24-3. The Raiders are just in a free fall, and Pete Carroll fired the special teams coordinator. Now he fires Chip, who is not playing like Chip Kelly anymore. The fast-paced offense that he ran at Oregon and changed college football, and they brought it into the NFL in Philadelphia and back to UCLA. He's just not doing that. He was making $6 million a year as an offensive coordinator. So I do wonder if ultimately Pete will step down as the head coach himself. When you have an old coach and an old quarterback, it just doesn't. Gino's just not the same guy that we saw in Seattle. As far as Shedeur, I was glancing at him a little bit. We'll watch him more. He's got to speed up, his overall clock as a quarterback. He holds the ball way too long. The little bit we saw of him, and we saw every snap really in the preseason that he played. Just don't back up in the pocket. Brock Purdy had that problem. Even his rookie year, the one thing you could critique about Brock was, the pocket behind him, retreating in the pocket and getting out to his left. Where are you going, bro? Step up in the pocket. Try to sneak out going to your right. And Shedeur just twisting and turning and going to the back of the pocket over again and just too slow. But when he does have a clean pocket or he gets out to his right hand, like on the deep shot down the field early in the game, he does have, the accuracy to throw the football. Sometimes you wonder, that's Deion's son. He's not athletic at all like his dad, but it's all interesting. So we'll get into it more. I'm not even sure if we're doing a full-blown football hour. Tim's got to go away for Thanksgiving, but the malpractice that we talked about last week going into backup quarterbacks just do not get reps with the ones preparing. But part of me thinks I wish there was a week where we could get into it and get into Shedeur, but part of me thinks I'm thankful this week that we only have shows really, because today we're doing the preview for the Panther game. Tomorrow night we'll rehash it, and then on Wednesday maybe a little on Shedeur. You also mentioned J.J. McCarthy and what's going on with him, and he's a guy that only had 2 years of starts for Harbaugh. What did he go 27-1 in Michigan? Made high-level throws on third down. I did like him coming into the NFL draft, but then he got hurt. Incidentally, got hurt against the Raiders in a preseason game, and he threw a couple of deep shots in that game, and then the meniscus injury in the knee, and he wiped out his entire rookie year, and Sam Darnold played so well. And then I think Kwesi Adolfo-Mensah, who was working with John Lynch in the analytics department here for years before becoming the Minnesota Vikings general manager, I don't think it mattered how Sam was going to play. They drafted J.J. McCarthy with a high one. they were going to move on. That's just the salary structure of what they were going to do, and paying Justin Jefferson and some other players on their team. That's what they were going to do. They wanted the rookie contract to the quarterback, and they weren't going to pay Sam. And Sam Seattle got him to an inexpensive deal early when you look at it, 3 years at about $100 million for what he was able to do. And I like Sam. But J.J. McCarthy is just not ready to play. And now with the concussion, he's not going to start, and we'll see if he finishes up, which leads to a lot of rumblings out there. And my guy Mike Florio from his basement in West Virginia, sometimes he has an interesting take on things. Sometimes it's like he's a lawyer who has no idea that a football is oblong. But he did bring up the thought about, and I don't know what the Niners will do with Mac Jones in the offseason. The most cost-efficient player in the league this year, 5 wins for that salary, and you have him under contract, Jimmy Sexton. Thank you. On a second year next year. But if the Minnesota Vikings want to bring in a veteran that they will all enjoy in that quarterback room to help the young guy develop, and I think ultimately he would play. Now, is they going to want to redo his contract there? Would they sweeten that? I think the Vikings at some point may come after Mac Jones. What does John Lynch tell his friend Quessai? I can't get him back to you. And what if he offers you a 1? I don't know if he'll do that, but a day 2 pick, a second or a third round pick for Mac Jones. So the Minnesota Vikings have got to figure out a way. I don't think you want to bring in a guy that would be a high salaried. Well, you have room because the quarterback is making not a lot of money, but there are other dollars that you have on the football team. The thing is, Mac is such a good guy. He's such a willing backup quarterback now. Brock is back at your team. I'll just go eat bananas on the bench and everybody will ignore me. And he's just that guy. And then he signed a 2-year deal. If you want to bring in a veteran but still a young player for this guy to emulate, how did Sam Darnold get so much better watching Brock Purdy to prepare to play? They all spoke about that. I even think Mac Jones, watching Brock prepare to play games now when he's fully healthy again and not just prepare to be my backup, is going to help Mac Jones even prepare to go back and play. He would be such a great mentor for J.J. McCarthy in Minnesota that I'm sure Quessai's thinking that. It won't cost me a lot. I'll redo his deal, make it all happy. And the point would be with the Niners, just say, Quessai, never call this number again. You insulted my intelligence. I'm not trading you Mac Jones. Or did you just offer me a first-round pick for my backup quarterback? Done. So I don't know how it's going to play out, but it will be interesting how Shador does. Sunday, I'm looking at the weather forecast right away on the shores of Lake Erie. It is going to rain. It's going to be 38 degrees. So it probably won't snow, but it will rain. Brock Purdy going back with the gloves. How do you handle that? 55% chance of rain. Last time we were there, we know what happened when Jake missed the 41-yard field goal and Brock had a hard time gripping it and ripping it. Shador seems like he's got big hands and he'll be able to handle all that. So it will be interesting to get into these young quarterbacks. Shador, after how his Sunday went yesterday with Deion there to hug it out, and J.J. McCarthy now not able to play, at least for one game. And those things have a way of lingering. So he may lose his job for a while there in the Twin Cities.
Yeah, and look, I know the Raiders' offense is one hot mess, so I'm not going to judge it entirely off of that. But that Cleveland defense, watching that front every single week, the first half of every game, I know Cleveland does not have a good win-loss record this year. They are 3-8. But if you look at the halftime score of every single Cleveland Browns game, they got their team in it because that defense is ridiculous. And so I don't know how many sacks they finished with yesterday. It was at 8 the time.
Miles had
10.
3 himself.
It was 10.
Didn't he had 3 himself. He's got 18 on the year, Miles Garrett.
Yeah, Myles Garrett had 3, and the team had 10 as a whole. So you got to find a way to be able to run the ball, especially in the rain if Brock does struggle to grip it and rip it again. So that's going to be a problem a little bit more after tonight when you got to deal with the Carolina Panthers. But this is a tight turnaround in the Niners. We're going to say it throughout the week. They haven't won in that stadium since 1984. They have not beaten the Cleveland Browns on the road. So Papa and Silver, 808 KNBR, the number 2 chime in. We'll get back into the Carolina Panthers side of it, revisit some of the main themes of the football hour with Tim Ryan this last Friday. Larry Krueger joining us at 11:50. It's our pregame preview show, all coming up on the Sports Leader.
KNBR, the Sports Leader. Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Happy Thanksgiving week, everybody. For those of you children who got the entire week off of school, I miss those days. Enjoy it. And yeah, spend some time with your family. We're having a lot of fun here talking football. And for you 49er fans, you get to spend some of that Thanksgiving break watching a little Monday Night Football. It's prime time where Bryce Young has an 0-2 record, but the Carolina Panthers, to many surprise, are 6-5 and very much in the playoff hunt, not just for a wild card spot, but for their own division, as Tampa Bay has entered a bit of a skid. 49ers, we know what their division is with the Rams and the Seahawks, and we detailed how all those other wild card contenders won yesterday on that NFL Sunday. So this game just got even bigger for these two teams as they get ready tonight. Now, we're going to get into a lot of the details, and Larry Krueger is going to be joining us coming up in just a bit, Pop. But at first glance, these are two teams that are very, very, very much going to be committed to the run tonight. We got into detail about Rico Dowdle, him revolutionizing the Panthers offense this year. Chuba Hubbard gets hurt. Dowdle has these 200-yard explosions. Then they split carries for a second, and it becomes pretty clear who the far more efficient carrier of the football is. Doesn't mean they're not going to use Hubbard. Doesn't mean that he's not a passing threat. But Dowdle is the guy you got to stop. And for the 49ers, even though statistically it's not jumping off as some crazy rushing, efficient, dominant attack, Kyle Shanahan has been very public about wanting to run the ball at least 30 times a game, sometimes even 40 if you can get to that. So led by Christian McCaffrey, Brian Robinson Jr. continues to get a little bit more into the fold on this offense. Yes, we're going to talk about Brock Purdy. We're going to talk about Bryce Young, Tedero McMillan, George Kittle, name whatever target you want. But first and foremost, these are two teams that are coming into tonight at 5:15 with a desire and a will to want to run the football.
The Carolina Panthers, to have any shot in this football game tonight, have got to outrush the San Francisco 49ers and do it decidedly. It is the way their team is built. Tedero, McMillan, the young wide receivers, somebody you have to deal with. Xavier Legette, who's the Deebo Samuel on their team. It was a first-round draft pick a couple of years earlier. Jalen Coker, big-bodied wide receivers, which fit what they want to do because all three guys are big-bodied guys. They got four actually, but you don't put four on the field at one time. Mitchell Evans is the hotshot rookie tight end, but Tommy Tremble is becoming that guy. In an overtime against Atlanta, he had a catch and run that got him into field goal range to win the game. So they are going to try to come in here and niner the Niners. Dave Canales, who is a very good-looking man, likes to play dirty football. He comes from Seattle. He grew up with Pete Carroll. He wants to run the ball down your throats, and Rico Dowdle changed their team. Chuba will mix in, but it's a big difference when 5 is in the game versus 30. 5 is a patient, powerful, violent, downhill runner. They will run outside zone, but they will run a lot of duos where they put double team blocks, 2 of them, and run behind it. That historically has given the Niners some trouble. They play it a little bit better now, and this guy has got a little Le'Veon Bell. He is patient. He will wait behind those double team blocks and then come at you, and he's coming downhill with violent intentions. He will break tackles. Don't have him break multiple on one run. Give him a 3 or 4 yard run, not a 14-yard run. Guy has 17 runs of 12 or more yards. He is the key to the game. They're going to move Tedero around. They'll put him in the slot. They'll line him up at a 3-by-1. Put him as the number inside, the 3 receiver, the 1 inside. Will he match up with Upton Stout? Will the Niners go big nickel with Pinnock? We'll talk to Larry Krueger about it. So we know what they want to do. They have got to run the football. If the Niners come in and stop Rico Suave on first and second down, they're going to be in trouble. Then you could go get this little quarterback and hit him. He's tough, though. He got all spatted up with his ankle last time out. I think the one thing in this game, I'll talk to Larry about it because he was asking Robert Saleh about it. I was surprised they blitzed Matthew Stafford so much. I would not do that. You try to get into Matthew Stafford's grill, the veneers, by the way. Check out the dental work on that guy the last couple of years. What's going on with Mr. Ed there? He looks too pretty right in the middle of his grills. Just hit that guy. And he is a ducker and a chucker, but right now he's just on fire. Anyway, I was surprised they blitzed him so much in the game. Brissett, they couldn't get on the ground. I say blitz. Bryce Young, you want to hit him. And I want Curtis Robinson tonight to blitz. The one thing, when you watch the Atlanta game, there were a couple of A-gap blitzes that they just botched, and they let a free hitter go, and there was one where he got a right ankle sprain on it. I thought his whole body was sprained from head to toe, and I'm like, this little quarterback's never getting up again. Bring the red rifle Andy Dalton in. And Dalton was warming up, and he started to come in, and then there's Bryce Young. And they spatted up his right cleat, and he wound up playing, and he got hit on that ankle. I think he's over the ankle injury, but they are vulnerable to botching A-gap blitzes. One, Rico Dowdle did not pick up the blitzer, and Bryce Young got splattered. I bring that up because I've seen it, and you want to go at this. He's 5'10". We talk about Brock being undersized. Brock is Jameis Winston. Cam Newton compared. How about the play Jameis made yesterday? Wow. A couple of them.
He was incredible to watch
Young,
all afternoon. That was awesome.
Get his hands up and deflect the ball, but I want, A-gap blitzes. Curtis Robinson with his speed can get there, and I've seen Carolina just botch them. Plus, their starting center, Cade Mays, is not playing in this game tonight. They're going to go with Austin Corbett is going to be their starting center, which leads to they have the highest paid offensive line in the NFL. When you have a number one pick quarterback, a Heisman Trophy winner, who's 5'10", 204, but not really, he's more like 184, you better entrench him in the middle. Damian Lewis from Seattle, they've spent some money. Icky, the sticky Icky, over at left tackle, the draft pick they have there. They've spent some draft pick capital and U.S. currency capital to try to, help this guy. But Cade Mays not playing and going to Austin Corbett, the former Ram, is a point of attack there. So they've got to run the ball to have any chance in this. If they don't run the ball, they could get routed tonight. Now, on the other side, even if they do run it, will they score enough points to beat the 49ers? Run. You better score in the 20s and high 20s against this Niner offense. And we talked a lot about, their off-the-ball linebackers. Derek Brown's a monster. Turk Wharton's a really good player inside. They've got 5 sacks combined. We know Ashawn Robinson from his Rams days.
Mm-hmm.
I don't see a lot of, edgy rush guys, but their secondary is good. Mike Jackson, he had a major play against the 49ers on a scoop and score with a blocked field goal. Remember him in Seattle?
Yeah.
Teams don't throw on that guy. He's the opposite. He is the field corner. The boundary corner is J.C. Horn. Their corners are good. And the nickelback's not bad. They got Nick Scott, the former Ram, Trayvon Merring, the former Raider. Their secondary's good. Their front is good. The area of attack, even when they're completely healthy, are the off-the-ball linebackers. But guess what? They're not healthy. Christian Rosebud, Orson Welles, he's not playing. A hip and a hamstring. Now, I would have sent a limo with him and Bavakwa to play in the game tonight, but he's not even playing tonight. The guy that I thought that had a little speed, who wears the green dot, is Trevin Wallace. He's out as well with a shoulder injury. So they don't have their 2 off-the-ball starting linebackers, Christian Roseboom and Trevin Wallace. So they're going to replace him with Claudin Cherilus from Alcorn State and Chris Barnes, a guy we know as well, and we'll see if some of the other linebackers. So I think this is a attack the middle kind of game. If they're not going to have their starting center and their quarterback goes 5'10", $185, blitz that guy in the A-gap. And Matthew Stafford, do you really want to blitz him right in those veneers? Who's the team dentist for the L.A. Rams, by the way? We know
it's probably Dr. Steven Shin. He probably does it all.
Isn't he a hand doctor? I mean, look at the dental work on Stafford since when he was younger in Detroit. He's got perfect teeth. Unbelievable. And they're so nice and clear and white. Anyway, got to hit him in the grill. Anyway, so they're not going to have their starting center on offense. So send Curtis Robinson. Maybe you bring in D. Winters. You cross-dog it like that Steelers blitz that they bring. Go at this quarterback. And we'll talk to Larry about it because I wouldn't have blitzed Stafford. I don't think that's a wise thing to do. C.J. Stroud, it was not smart to blitz the guy. You have to go into a game thinking, if we can't get home with our 4 and we can't defend Tetaroa and there are other guys, Legette's not a route runner. He got deep one time over the top and caught the back of the ball, but he's more of a Deebo Samuel, not a great route runner. But they got tight ends, and so we want to get after this quarterback. Do we blitz him or not blitz him? Now, that's a grave generalization. You're going to blitz some plays, you're not. But I'm saying in theory, I say blitz this guy. He's small. I want A-gap pressure on him. They've shown that they'll blow protection in the A-gap, even when they have Cade Mays, their starting center. Let's see if Corbett and everybody else. They've had 9 different offensive line combinations this year. So let's see if they can trade out. Maybe we twist him. This is a guy, and we'll ask Larry because he did ask about it with Robert Saleh. I say you blitz this guy. And then, yes, McCaffrey and, the running game and all that, and you want Brian Robinson Jr. and all that. This is a Kittle over the middle kind of game. This is a Jawan Jennings on digs, in cuts. This is a Christian McCaffrey on choice routes, Texas routes. These linebackers going to be able to cover him? Hell no. Rosebud wasn't going to be able to do it. The backups are not. So this is a team I think you hit right in the middle. You pressure them. They don't have their center. The quarterback is small. They're 2 off-the-ball linebackers aren't in. So if you have George on your fantasy team, Kittle over the middle could be a big part of the game plan tonight.
Yeah, I'm trying to beat your son in fantasy. I'm down by 40 points, and I had to play Bryce Young and George Kittle. So if they can combine for a good 40, unlikely.
You got Bryce Young on your team?
I have Justin Herbert and Bo Nix. They both have buys. I had to do a whole it's a bad team. It's just a really bad team. I don't want to talk about it.
Okay, but you do have George Kittle on your team?
I do have George Kittle, yes.
40 would be a lot for George, but George could get you 25. And the little quarterback will give him 15 points in fantasy.
I'll take it. Let's do it. Kittle over the middle all day long. And when you talk about the weaknesses of the defense, it's given me a little flashbacks to how we talked about that Week 5 matchup. The Rams, Thursday Night Football. Now, that is a much better defense than the Carolina Panthers, but Panthers are improved, and we talked about how to attack the Rams. Well, that front beat up Mac Jones. We know what that secondary is. But the linebackers, and when you matched up Christian McCaffrey on Troy Reader to get that 14-0, that was how you got off to a hot start and ended up disposing of the Rams in a little bit of an upset. So Larry Krueger joins us every Monday. Usually we recap the night before what happened with the 49ers. Today, it's a preview, and we'll talk to Krug next on The Sports Leader.
KNBR, The Sports Leader. Time for traffic on The Sports Leader. Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, nearly at the midpoint here on a Monday, although for Papa, I guess he's going hockey style. We are hitting the second intermission coming up between periods 2 and 3. We'll have JD joining us for the last hour, and whether it's JD, whether it's Papa, whether it's the guy we're welcoming in right now, Larry Krueger, we enjoy talking to all of our regulars here on the Sports Leader. Krug, we normally have you to be breaking down the tape, to be looking at some interesting stats that can carry us through the week after a 49er game, but today, with a little Monday night, we get the preview ahead of the Carolina Panthers. How are we doing today?
Man, we're doing fantastic, and I'm fired up. I'm fired up for this one. The big win necessary tonight for the Niners.
Let's start with some of the keys to the game, because leading into this interview, Papa and I were going deep into the desire for both teams to want to run the ball. That's Christian McCaffrey and Brian Robinson for Kyle Shanahan. That's Rico Dowdle in a major capacity for Dave Canales. As far as the defense for the 49ers and trying to stop that run, Curtis Robinson, big opportunity tonight in primetime. He hasn't gotten a lot of reps, but he is a veteran who has had a long journey recovering from a torn ACL. What are you looking for off the jump from Curtis Robinson taking on this large role, filling in for Tatum Bethune, who's already been filling in for Fred Warner, and a little green dot middle linebacker primetime action?
Well, I expect Robinson to actually play better in this game than he played in the last game, because now he's had the reps. He knows he's going to be in there. He knows it's his job. So I expect him to play even better. This Carolina team, they're a run-first offense. I mean, Dowdle and Hubbard. Hubbard's a much better pass protector than Dowdle. So if they go to a passing attack, maybe they'll use more of Chuba. But Carolina runs it 47% of the time. That's a top 5 rate in the NFL. So they don't just run it; they commit to running it, and it's going to be a challenge.
On the early downs, and then go after this undersized quarterback, and the 49ers have just not been able to generate a consistent, significant pass rush with their 4-man pressure. I love the fact you break down the tape every week with your eyeballs, but you also do it with the data, and you send me all the breakdown on when 3-man pressures, 4, 5, 6-man. I'm looking at it all, and I go into every game, and you're not going to, some snaps you're going to bring 6 men. Some you're going to bring 3. We're not going to make it overgeneralization and say, we're going to blitz them every play. But in theory, you go into a game thinking, blitz them or not to blitz them? That is the very question. I was surprised they brought so much pressure on Matthew Stafford. I would not do that. Brissett, they did not blitz. And I did hear you, and they didn't get any pressure on him, really. But they played more of a soft zone, got the big lead, as Robert Saleh detailed. And you asked Robert about that thought about whether or not to bring pressure. I think this is a quarterback you want to blitz. I saw him get hit 5 times in Atlanta. 2 were A-gap blitzes that their offensive line just let free, just let loose. They're not going to have their starting center, Cade Mays. He's out. They are going to use Austin Corbett, the former Ram, as their starting center. Greg asked you about Curtis Robinson. One thing about Curtis compared to Tatum, he is way faster. A 4.46 40. I think he's back to that nearly, Larry, because he's had over a year to get over the ACL. So just in theory tonight, from talking to Saleh, watching all the tape, all the analytic breakdown, Bryce Young, to blitz or not to blitz Bryce Young tonight?
Well, that is the question, and Carolina shredded Atlanta last week. And they had 9 pass plays of 20-plus yards. And this quarterback, he's a smaller guy. I mean, right? So that's one thing. You got to get your hands up against him. I think he's had 7 balls batted down thus far this year. So whether you blitz him or you do it with 4, you really got to keep him hemmed in the pocket, and you got to get your hands up because you can bat down some balls. Now, you looked at the last 2 weeks. 2 weeks ago against Stafford, they blitzed 55%. Last week against Brissett, they blitzed 12%. I think they want to get it done without blitzing as much as possible tonight. So I think it's going to be probably, in between those two numbers, but I think it will be closer to the lower number. I think they're going to try to get it done with more of their front four because they saw what happened to their secondary and to their linebackers when they blitzed such a high rate against Stafford. Everything started to come unglued. Guys started pointing the fingers, simple breakdowns. You got the one key thing is the 49ers have had way too many busts. And they got to avoid the busted plays. Busted plays will get you beat. I expect Dave Canales to go up tempo on offense and to use more empty sets than he normally does to put more stress on the Niner linebackers and the young DBs and to test the 49ers communication. So it's going to be interesting, but that's what I expect. I expect a little tempo. I don't expect a heavy blitz rate. I think it's going to be closer to what we saw last week from Brissett. But the Niners play a ton of cover four. They played 24% cover four for the year, which is 4 deep, 3 underneath, 4-man rush. Last week against Arizona, they played cover four 50% of the time. We'll see what the Niners do. I think the Niners play nickel 80% of the time with 5 DBs. So will we see a lot more nickel? Will we see more? I think what you're going to find in this game is I think Shanahan is going to, two different approaches, obviously. The Niners defensively against Bryce Young, but then offensively, I think Shanahan's going to try to put them offensively in a situation where they have to play base, and then he's going to pick on their their backup linebackers who are both starting in this game.
Talking to Larry Krueger here as we do every Monday. Krug, last weekend we saw something I haven't really been prepared to see much of the rest of the year. That was a blowout win and a stress-free fourth quarter for the 49ers, but a big reason why they got into that predicament is they got 3 turnovers and effectively a special teams touchdown with Sky Moore running it all the way down to the 1 right off the jump. Do you think there's an urgency level to win the turnover battle against a team like Carolina? Because as talented as we've seen this offense go, they also have to shoulder a lot of the weight here. They're going to have to put up a lot of points because this defense has had a lot of learning experiences. They've had a lot of youth. I opened up talking about Curtis Robinson being in an unfamiliar position, and when you force 3 turnovers like you saw against the Cardinals, sure, that goes a long way, but say the turnover differential was even, might have been a very different game against Jacoby Brissett and that squad last weekend.
Yeah, the turnovers, they're essential in football in any level. But at the NFL level, it's even highlighted that much more because there's limited possessions in an NFL game. So if you have 3 turnovers and you're having a hard time stopping the run, or maybe you have a couple long drives of your own offensively, your offense could wind up, 3 turnovers could be half of your possessions for the game. So the 49ers are -5 in turnover margin. That's 25th in the NFL. I don't think it's accidental that they won so convincingly last week because that game would have been closer if Arizona didn't have 17 penalties and -3 in turnovers. So yeah, turnovers are going to be absolutely huge in this game, I think, because the Niners don't force a lot of turnovers on defense, and when you don't force a lot of turnovers on defense, it puts a lot of impetus on your offense to not turn it over, so you don't dig yourself a big hole.
Larry Krueger, I want to get your thoughts on the story of the weekend and what happened on Friday right after we went off the air. Michael Silver had a huge story. We just had Mike on at 10:50, and we got into the whole stunning split, as he wrote about, between the 49ers and Brandon Aayuk. And you were there when Kyle meets the media, off the practice field on Saturday. 23 of the 26 questions involved Brandon Aayuk. And you're around a lot. You've been there from the beginning of his career. You've watched the good and the bad, and it's sometimes the ugly of BA. Just your take on the news on Friday, and what does it mean for this organization proceeding forward?
Well, it's interesting because I'd like to say that the 49ers are always a united front, right? That they speak in one voice and they operate as one. I would never try to split Kyle and John or John in the front office. But in this situation, it really does sound like the 49ers football people would like Brandon Aayuk to come back and finish the year with the Niners. But it sounds like the 49er business people were absolutely hell-bent on getting out from that contract. And once Ayuk gave them, a just cause to void the guaranteed money, I mean, they were going to do that. I mean, it's just as simple as that. I mean, if you bring $10 million to your company, but you cost them $4 million, then they love you. But if you bring $10 million to your company, but you cost them $100 million, as soon as you make a mistake, they're looking to move on. And I just think that the 49ers had exposure with that contract. And he obviously violated the contract. I mean, people suggesting otherwise, there's no reason that he would walk away from guaranteed money, especially when his knee is in such a precarious position. So I think he obviously violated that contract, and now it's a matter of how are the two sides going to separate. But then you heard Shanahan talking about, well, when it comes to the future, we'd love to get him back. We'd love for him to get healthy and play. So I think that you have a 49er coach that understands the value of the player, but then the 49er organization also had to protect themselves against the $20 million payment that they want to get out from under. So it sounds like they're speaking from two different voices, to be completely frank about it. And in Garofalo saying the belief is that he's close to being cleared and he can still work his way into being a Niner this year and beyond. How does that happen when you took away all of his guarantees, and what's his disposition? And then he's doing photo ops at jewelry stores. I mean, that's exactly what you need right now when you have no more guaranteed money in your contract, is some pricey bauble that you're going to put on your finger or, around your neck. So I don't get his mindset. I think this is a huge loss for Aiyuk, but it sounds like there might be two different schools of thought. There's the coaching side, like, hey, let's get this guy ready to go. And then the business side of, hey, if we can get out from this commitment, we are going to, and they did.
A few more minutes here with Larry Krueger, and yeah, that was the news of Friday and onward. Brandon Aiyuk and the 49ers preparing for a divorce just 15 months after signing the 4-year, $120 million contract. I know that a lot of this Aiyuk fallout and offseason approach stuff is a conversation for down the line, but while I have you and I over the summer, we had a good handful of shows together, and a lot of that was centered around Juwan Jennings and him wanting more money. So before we let you go, I just got to ask you, how does this Aiyuk divorce impact the 49ers' approach to Juwan Jennings in free agency? Because I really do see two sides to this. I see the one that says, why are the 49ers continuing to give in to receivers who are acting out and demanding more money than some might think that they're ultimately worth? I also see the side of, he knows the offense. Juwan Jennings has always been a player that shows up for you, and you might have some more financial flexibility than you originally would have thought heading into this season.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think that Jennings coming back is even a possibility if Aiyuk's, bloated contract is still on the books. So I'll just say that. So I think the Niners were going forward with the idea that, JJ's walking at the end of the year, and he still may walk. But now with this new development, I think it opens the door for JJ if he's willing to play ball and sign a reasonable deal and not sign some record-breaking deal. If he's willing to actually sign a reasonable deal, I think his odds of coming back have gone up now. They love him. John Lynch has described Juwan Jennings as his favorite player. Kyle Shanahan has nothing but respect as a former receiver for what Juwan brings to the table as a tough guy. Not every guy matters in the room, but this guy does, and I think they're going to do what they can to re-sign him. Now, if he's got his heart set on some 15, 20, 25 million, some exorbitant, gigantic Mongo deal, he's going to get that deal somewhere else. It's not going to be here. But if he's reasonable, I think the Aiyuk decision and announcement opens the door for him to come back in 26.
Yeah, the problem with JJ, and we do love him, is that you can't franchise tag him. You're not going to pay him that kind of money.
Right.
So I think he's going to have to hit the market just to see where he's at, but maybe you can circumvent that. So, not too long ago when you had all three, you had the best possible wide receiver room. You had Brandon Aiyuk, who was the quintessential X wide receiver. You had Debo, who was the quintessential Z, the split end, the move guy. He could also moonlight as a running back. And then you had the slot guy, third and Juwan, who had the big body, Jawan Jennings, who was the F, your slot. Now Debo's gone, Ayuk's in limbo, and Jennings has had to reinvent himself. So just assuming that Brandon's not playing anymore this year. Jennings has made a nice transformation of that big-bodied X. He has. And now he's healing up a little bit. You've got Ricky, who can play both the Z and the F and some X, but mainly a Z and an F. And then you've got other guys, like DeMarcus Robinson, Kendrick Bourne, Sky Moore, the young guy Jordan Watkins that can fix, maybe you get Jacob Cowings back. I don't know. Just as the wide receiver room is right now. And they don't play a lot of 11 wide receiver, 3 wide receivers on the field, 11 personnel, because they like juice. They like the second tight end on the field. So basically, most snaps, Larry, and you would have the breakdown. You don't have 3 wide receivers out there. You've got 2. Do you have enough, assuming that Jawan Jennings and Ricky Pearsall stay healthy the remainder of the year, for this offense to really, take off now?
For this year, you're talking about this year. Do they have enough?
For this year.
I think they do. I think they do have enough. Why? Because CMC is 9th in the NFL in receiving yards. So he gives you, and the top 8 guys are all wide receivers. So he gives you receiving production that is the envy of every running back in the league. So I do think they have enough, but I would like to see Jordan Watkins out there. I think Watkins can contribute. It sounds like they think Cowing potentially can come back and contribute. I'm not sure about that one. But I think between the guys they have, the veterans, they've got some stopgap veterans, and then the young guys that we haven't seen yet, the Cowings, the Watkins. I even think Sky Moore could contribute more as a receiver. I do think they have enough. To me, if the 49ers, where they don't have enough, especially with Robert Beal's latest injuries, they don't really look like they have enough on their defensive line. And it looks like they're going to either have to poach somebody from a practice squad or sign somebody off the street to try to get by between now and the end of the year. But I think wide receiver-wise, there's enough bodies and enough candidates internally where I think they could probably not go outside and get through this year.
Krug, we always appreciate having you on, and interesting to get a little change up here with a preview show as opposed to a reaction show. But next Monday, we'll see what happens if the 49ers can break that curse, winning on the road in Cleveland. Shedeur Sanders is confirmed going to start. So this week, between the holiday, between 2 games in 6 days, we're packing a lot of action in, and I will be following all of your work on the Krug Show as well as Niners Nightly right here on the Sports Leader.
Well, hey, fellas, I always love talking to you guys. The one thing to look for, I think the Niners are going to win on 3rd down. I think you're going to see Brock deliver some really nice throws against zone coverage. And I think Carolina is going to use a ton of empty set tonight. They use that more than any team in the league. They're going to empty the backfield against the Niners' 28th ranked pass defense and make the Niners cover all 5 eligibles. So tempo from Canales, empties from Canales. I think you got 2 defenses that are struggling, and whoever is the better, more creative play caller and whoever takes better care of the football is going to win tonight.
What's the prediction? Who wins and what's the score?
I'm going to say 49ers win it, Greg. I'm going to say 31-21, and then the Panthers get a late field goal to make it closer. I'll say it's 31-24 at the buzzer.
Ooh, that's right on where that point spread line is. I think it was about a touchdown favorite when we last checked. So all you gamblers out there, keep on notice if Krug is right, 31-24. All right, Krug, we'll keep an eye on that one. I'm going to write that one down, see if we give you some credit for it, depending on how it all plays out tonight.
Hey, have a great one, Greg. I love you, brother. Keep fighting.
Love you, brother.
And Silver, we'll see you soon. And you guys are my favorite, man. I always love listening to you guys on the way down. The football hour with the 2 of you and with T-Rock is the best hour on the station the whole week. I love that hour. I always love it when Silver agitates T-Rock because it sounds like T-Rock's going to end Silver's existence on the planet.
No, he's all bluffing. He's bluffing.
You guys are the best, though. And Greg, I love you, brother. And hopefully some of those stats are helping you get through.
No, he sends me all kinds of breakdown. I love it. I listen to it all and watch it all. Thank you, man. Happy holidays.
Yep, you too.
Larry Krueger on the Sports Leader. Yeah, I mean, look, I love pushing buttons, and so getting Tim Ryan just a little bit riled up during the football hour is always fun. But if I went a little bit too far, I stand approximately 0 chance in any kind of confrontation there. So all love for T-Rock. And I think it's the best hour on the Sports Leader because it's when we do the least amount of talking on our Thursdays usually. So Krug's note on third downs. I want to get into that a little bit because I know we got about 45 minutes left with Pop. And we got into this third down. We got into Carolina's identity. And how can Brock Purdy and Christian McCaffrey and Ricky Pearsall and George Kittle and Jawan Jennings find ways to stay on the field? You want to make life hard for a favorite in primetime? Have their best players watch it from the sideline. We'll get into that next on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
NFL Week 12 is almost in the books. Of course, we've got the big one tonight between the Niners and the Panthers. But what did we learn yesterday? Well, perhaps it's that all those other teams the 49ers worry about within their division or the wild card race are simply not going anywhere. The Rams, the Seahawks, the Bears, the Packers, the Lions, they all come away with victories. And with Baker Mayfield going down on Sunday Night Football, tonight's game just got even bigger for Carolina. As the playoff picture continues to unfold over the final 5 weeks, keep it here for all things 49ers, the Sports Leader.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Oh, nice work by Walter. We're talking downs here on the Sports Leader. First down, second down, third down. There's even fourth down. We're talking third down efficiency here, getting ready for primetime. 49ers taking on the Carolina Panthers at the very end of our show. We'll send it over to the 49ers pregame with Adam Copeland, Todd Husak, and Tracy Sandler. And as far as third downs, well, this was something Krug was getting into when we signed off with him. And 49ers, third in the league in third down conversion rate, which makes sense when you have a Christian McCaffrey. But then you also consider, well, maybe it doesn't make as much sense when they haven't run the ball that well. When you've played half of your season, or I should say half of an NFL season, 8 starts there for Mac Jones. And so that's a compliment to Mac Jones, Kyle Shanahan, and of course Christian McCaffrey being the stabilizer on the offense. For Carolina, they are much lesser so. They're ranked 23rd, I believe, with a 36% conversion rate, 22nd, pardon me, just ahead of Jacksonville. And so when you talk about how Carolina would be able to win this game and make life hard for the 49ers, well, that was getting into the running game and not being able to stop Rico Dowdle. A large part of that is we saw it with the Houston game, right? You blitz C.J. Stroud. He still wasn't able to face a whole lot of pressure. The Texans were converting third down after third down after third down. Meanwhile, the 49ers simply couldn't stay on the field. So when you look at where the balance of power is on this Niners roster, how many of their best players, active players, are on the offensive side of the ball? You'd say, well, about their top 7 right now, save maybe Diamador Lenore there on the defensive side, or our guy Eddie Pinheiro, who's not going to be playing tonight, and is a perfect 22 for 22 from field goal range. If you have all those players watching this game on the sideline and Carolina is killing you on third down, that's how this thing could ultimately be problematic for Kyle Shanahan and the game plan he's going to be drawing up.
Well, what does Larry Krueger know, saying that Dave Canales is going to go empty tonight and he's going to go no huddle tonight? So maybe he's hearing things from the Carolina camp that they would look to improve that number on third down. So this was going into the week, and obviously it's changed after the games on Thursday night and yesterday. But you are correct. The Niners 45.7% converting on third down, which is third in the NFL. And that's been a strength, whether it was Jimmy Garoppolo or Brock Purdy or Mac Jones or Brock Purdy with the new contract. The Niners just convert on third down, and that allows you to get into those, those 30, 40 run games that you want to get. Carolina, with a younger quarterback, has not converted as well. They are 37% on third down, which is 24th in the NFL. So that is a major difference. But then look at the defenses as well. Carolina is not a good third down defense. A lot of their numbers are kind of in the middle. Their third down defensive percentage is bad. And this was going into, because the hardest thing I hated when doing these Monday night games, and all the stats that you have for it's all changed because we played a game on Thursday and we played all full schedule yesterday. And so to me, you just keep it the way it is and then you react to it. But Carolina on third down is allowing 43.4%, which is 29th in the 32-team NFL. So the Niners are third best in the NFL in converting on third down, and Carolina is the fourth worst in defending third down. But then to me, and it used to be third down. Now, it's not third down. It's fourth down that you have to look at. And the Carolina Panthers and Dave Canales are much more aggressive going forward on fourth down than a lot of teams in the NFL. They are 18 of 27 going forward on fourth down this year. We've talked about Kyle Shanahan and how he has increased the, going forward on fourth down against the New York Giants down 7-0 on his own. What was he on? His own 41-yard line? Mm-hmm. Damn. Kyle wouldn't do that if Fred Warner and Nick Bosa were playing. But now, a little bit different. So Kyle is 8 of 15. I had Jeff Deeney from Pro Football Focus when we were talking to Mooch about just, it's John Madden and Thanksgiving and the holiday. And John always would say, take the points, take the points. They do it over and over and over. Where the Giants have beaten the Lions yesterday against Dan Campbell. Gamble, if they just would have taken the points. We see it all the time. Nick Sirianni is like, what are you doing here? And Jeff did send us the numbers. Actually, Ben Baldwin, the analytics guy from The Athletic, broke down some of the numbers in more detail. Kyle was pretty conservative in 2019 through 2023 as far as going forward on fourth down. Last year he upped it, and even more so this year, which is a little more of a statement about the injuries on offense last year and the injuries on defense. But I think the key is not just what Canales does on third down tonight. How does he treat fourth down? They are not a good third down converting team, as we've said, in the bottom third in the league at 24th overall, 37%, but they are aggressive going forward on fourth down, 18 of 27. The key to me, and we broke it down, first down, second down, third down, it's the red zone. Mm-hmm. It's when you get inside the 20 and even the low red zone. And we broke it down, obviously, with the playbook, and it's even more so when Cam Inman wrote the numbers down. The Niners in the red zone overall this year are up to 62.5%, 11th in the NFL. Why? The Niners have scored 12 of their past 15 red zone drives. They have scored. Not Eddie Money. We're talking touchdown, CMC, touchdown, Kittle. They're scoring, and even take it back, starting with the Sunday night win over Atlanta, they are 16 of their last 19 converting inside the red zone. Major uptick, and now they're a much better red zone team. Conversely, Carolina's not a good third down defense, but they are a good red zone defense. 52.9% the opponent scored touchdowns inside their 20-yard line, which is 9th in the NFL. So we like Matt Gay. When Matt Gay scores points, he makes me gay. He makes me happy. Although he's been a Ram, so I'm generalizing. So we like when he makes kicks, but we like when he makes long ones out by the logo. And he can make a 50-yarder. I know your number. That guy's got plenty of leg. He made 4 50-yard field goals in one game. So he can make a long one. Now we'll see how he does tonight. Windy, night game at Levi's are historically difficult. But we don't want Matt Gay, making 40-yard field goals from right around the 20-yard line. We don't want him making 38-yard field goals. We want that to be touchdown CMC. So what does Larry Krueger know? Saying, Carolina? Has he got video? Is he going Spygate in their practices? Why do we know they're going to go no huddle and they're going to go empty set, which is interesting. I could see them doing that. And then, why would they do that? And then the key thing is going to be, can the Niners score inside the red zone? And then if Canales does fail on third down offensively, how often will he go forward on fourth down tonight? I think is going to be the key thing.
Well, you definitely went right where my brain was going on the red zone tease, because that was going to be my little tease coming up for the next. Carolina's red zone defense, you're right, top 10, much improved from last year when they gave up how many points per game? 31. That is ridiculous. You know what? And then the point on the 49ers red zone offense, having Christian McCaffrey back goes a long way, but now add Brock Purdy, Kittle, Jennings into that mix, and Ricky Pearsall, not to mention the way he can stretch the field to get into the red zone. I don't want to talk much about Matt Gay on a Tuesday. I always say this. Kicking is a non-discussion until it becomes one. I would love to have a nice round number of 35. Hell, maybe I'll get greedy and say 42 and be like, oh, yeah, Matt Gay was good on his extra points and solid kickoffs. I don't want to be making the Tuesday about any of that. I want to be talking more about turkey and stuffing and mashed potatoes and whatever weird dishes Walter's going to recommend for me coming up in the next few days. As far as the empty set note, would you go more aggressive blitzing if you know there's an empty set? I mean, 49ers coverage has been a little bit questionable, but do you just try to send someone like an Upton Stout in or a Chase Lucas and attack that small quarterback?
For a lot of teams, you get an empty set, it's an automatic blitz. We are hitting your quarterback. If you're going to stay 5-man Mike Martz scat protection and block 5, it's an automatic blitz. Now, where's it coming from? I don't know. I'm not going to drop Tedero McMillan in the slot, and if I do, I'm going to roll a safety over. You got to be smart. But I don't, what's the indicator? A lot of teams, if they go empty, it's an automatic blitz. We are bringing pressure. Your quarterback better treat it like a live grenade. He better quick game us, and even then, we're hitting him. Even when he gets it out, your 5'10", 185 quarterback is going to get pummeled. So red rifle, start warming up, Andy Dalton. We're going to hit you. So, and I don't agree with Larry. I'm blitzing this guy. There are some quarterbacks that, like Stafford, I don't know why you wanted to blitz that guy. I'm not blitzing him. Now, they want to hit him and make him a ducker and a chucker and all that. I get it. I'm not, but veteran, by and large, if we respect you, we're not blitzing you because you will kill us. Even a young player like C.J. Stroud. Young guys, we are blitzing. I didn't want to blitz Jackson Dart. I respect him, and that guy will run away from blitzes. This guy, blitz him. Not all the time, but blitz him. He is small. He is undersized. He has not proven that he's going to hit his route and get it out. He's not proven to me. I know he threw for 450 last week, and he threw the ball deep down the field. Okay, if we blitz you and you gash me a couple of times, good luck. But we're going to hit you, and he's not proven to me that he can go through he's not Brock Purdy. He's not going to go boom, 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 boom. He's going to go boom, boom, get the ball out and jump it down to Rico Dowdle. Now, rally up and tackle that guy. So I think by and large tonight is a blitz game against him. You blitz young, unproven quarterbacks. And if they show empty set and send 5 out, automatic blitz. Hit number 9, Niners.
All right, we'll get ready to wrap up some of these thoughts when Papa's going to depart around 1. We'll have JD come in, 5-hour energy JD. By the way, have you ever actually had a 5-hour energy? I know there was a whole fad with all those advertisements. Never had one, I don't think.
No, don't need that.
Yeah.
I don't need 5-hour energy.
Walter, you ever have a 5-hour energy?
Because you know what happens after 5-hour energy? You just go sound asleep for the next 19 hours.
Right.
You don't need that, so I'm not doing that.
Yeah. No. Walter says yes.
Red Bull,
are they good? Am I missing out on a great piece of life?
No, they're not. They're not great, but I mean they get you through what you need to get through. Yeah.
Okay, that's fair.
Maybe chugging those when the new one comes.
Oh. Okay.
Why are you bringing up 5-hour energy for JD? Then he'll be sound asleep at kickoff. We're not doing that. We don't need 5 hours from him. We need 19 hours from JD.
I'm convinced JD probably just doesn't even need coffee. It might just be like a luxury item where it's just like, something nice to sip. He probably wakes up ready to go. I could see JD as like a no alarm clock kind of guy. So anyway, we'll continue talking a little Niner Panthers. Any final thoughts you want to squeeze in while we got Papa here? 808 KNBR. We got the YouTube and Twitch chat open. It's all coming your way on the Sports Leader.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Here's Purdy to throw, looking to his left, looking over the middle, throws to the left. McCaffrey makes the catch at the 5, turns into the end zone. Touchdown, 49ers. It's a 9-yard catch for CMC, his second touchdown of the day, and it's 19-7.
And Christian McCaffrey with the hat trick as the Niners put up 41. That was now 8 long days ago. We've been waiting all day for Monday night to close out Week 12. I'll give you my winners and losers perhaps on Wednesday when I'll actually be on Dirty Work. Who knows what's going to happen the rest of the week. All I know is I am focused on what is going on between 5:15 and, say, 8:15 or so tonight at Levi's Stadium. And can the 49ers, Papa, can they break the damn pattern they've had since Week 4 of loss, win, loss, win, loss, win, loss, win? Well, if they get it done in primetime tonight and move to 8-4, the answer would be a definitive yes.
Without a doubt. And Christian McCaffrey, obviously a lot of the talk will be, and I'm sure when ESPN does their pregame show, it'll be about Christian McCaffrey, who, and you can make the point, is the best player to ever play for both the 49ers and the Carolina Panthers franchise. There have been some others. Wesley Walls, the tight end, was a pretty good player. You know, when the Carolina Panthers first came into existence, they were in the NFC West in the early years before a realignment came in 2002. So they played every year from 1995 through 2001, and it was a weird division. You had New Orleans then, you had Atlanta, and then Carolina came in. So we haven't seen this team as much, obviously, since realignment came in 2002. The Carolina Panthers have not come to San Francisco until 2019, and I do remember that game. It was Nick Bosa with a dominant performance. I actually thought he would win after that performance, not only the Defensive Rookie of the Year and the Defensive Player of the Year, and go all LT on us, the only guy to do that. And, of course, the Niners were there right before McCaffrey was traded back in October of 2022. But the most memorable game ever between these two in a playoff game was at the end of the 2013 season, January the 12th of 2014. And I remember Cam Newton, Superman, trying to jump over the goal line, kind of like Josh Allen does now on the Buffalo Snowplow, where he'll jump right over. And Ahmad Brooks, the linebacker, just jumped right with him at the exact same point, and he turned him away on the goal line. It was one of those plays that was like, whoa, what a play that was by Brooks. And that was part of a quartet of linebackers where you had Patrick Willis, and God, how good was Aldon Smith on the outside? What a career he would have had if they just could have helped him off the field. Brooks on the other side, and then, Bowman and Willis inside. The Dome Patrol in New Orleans was thought to be the best foursome of all time, but I remember having Matt Millen on many days, and he said the best quartet of 4 linebackers on one team was that team. It was Aldon, it was Navarro, it was Patrick, and the underrated Ahmad Brooks. So what a play that was to meet Cam Newton right at the goal line to win that playoff game 23-10, and that game was in Charlotte. The one thing I'm thinking a little bit about, it was a little bit like when Tom Flores, why did it take so long for Tom to get into the Hall of Fame? Well, there was the immense shadow of Al Davis. And then it was those damn Seattle years when he went to be the general manager at first and the head coach of Ken Overbearing, and that was his nickname out in Blackhawk. Ken Behring owned the Seahawks then. And those years just kind of sullied what Tom had done, plus the shadow of Al Davis. For George Seifert, it's beyond me that he is not in the Hall of Fame. George won 3 as a defensive coordinator, 2 as a head coach. But the first one, it was always, that's Bill Walsh's team, which is correct to some degree, but you still got to coach that team. And that was one of the greatest teams in the history of pro football. Where they go 15-1 and win the Super Bowl and took Denver apart 55-10. Then they won another one later, obviously after the 94 years. Why is George Seifert, like Tom Flores, it took Tom forever, and thankfully they put Tom in before he passed. Why is George Seifert not in the Hall of Fame? Is it because of the immense shadow of Bill Walsh and his Carolina days. His last year coaching in the NFL, 2001, George Seifert went 1-15 as the head coach of the Carolina Panthers after a 7-9 and after an 8-8. So you're watching Christian McCaffrey. We think the other guys, Eric Davis. How about Eric Davis? Was also a Carolina Panther. You know, the crossover, the immaculate grid. But to me, McCaffrey would be, but it would be George Seifert right in the middle. And is George Seifert not in the Hall of Fame because of that 3-year run he had in Carolina, where his last year, 2001, he went 1-15. Did that year cost George a trip to Canton as a immortal?
As someone who's going to be, I'll admit I'll be a little bit biased on this one, but it shouldn't. Not to say it doesn't count, not to say it doesn't mean anything. Championships last forever, and it's a good point on the Bill Walsh's team because, yeah, you're going to be in that shadow for the first Super Bowl. But that's also like saying that Steve Kerr inherited Mark Jackson's team, and Mark Jackson's team won 4 championships here in the Bay Area. You know how many times you've heard that argument since 2022? And the team
that didn't happen, though. What are you talking about? You're going to compare Mark Jackson to Bill Walsh?
Same guy, yeah.
His last...
Mama, there goes that man.
Okay. All right. Hand down, man down. Okay.
No, but my point is, I'm with you that, yes, I'm not comparing Mark Jackson to Bill Walsh, and Bill Walsh won 3 of them. He revolutionized the entire NFL offense. Mark Jackson got a team that had been bad for so long, going in a nice direction before Steve Kerr came in and completely took it over. That's all to say, George Seifert should be in the Hall of Fame, and as a native San Franciscan, how awesome would that be for this community if he gets that done?
Well, as we're just watching the Niners and the Panthers, and we think back to how they were in the NFC West together, that Ahmad Brooks flying through the air, push back on Cam, and the timing on that was, I saw Luke Kuechly do that. We've seen other guys, Fred Warner, try to time that up, but as far as the perfect dive, that was the kryptonite. That was Superman meeting Superman right at the top of his jump, because Cam was just difficult to deal with, obviously. And, of course, the Carolina Panthers did come back and playing a Super Bowl here in Super Bowl, 50 a few years later. So that play was forever. And but we do think of Coach Seifert, and hopefully he'll be mentioned along those lines, because I think he should be a Hall of Famer, not only what he did as a head coach, but he won 3 as a defensive coordinator. I think one of the great teams, all of Walsh's teams, he was the guy that organized that defense, and I know that defense was overrated a little bit during that run, and it was thought of the brilliant finesse offense and all that, but they won so many big games with defense. But it will be about Christian McCaffrey a little bit tonight. So what are we saying? 150 scrimmage yards for Christian? I'm not sure about that. 75 would be a perfect CMC game, rushing and receiving. But I think the question would be, how many touchdown CMCs do we get tonight? And when he does score a touchdown, does he flip it to a lineman to spike the ball, or does he spike the ball? Does he do it himself? I mean, he'll downplay it because every game is the same to him, but this game is a little different for anybody when the first time in your life you go up against your original franchise, the team that traded you, and he'll spin it like they didn't think I was good anymore and all that. They knew who you were. They just needed a second, a third, and a fourth, and a fifth. And now they're drinking a fifth because they didn't get enough back in the McCaffrey trade, but it was part of the move up to get Bryce Young. But how big of a night does Run CMC get tonight?
Do you think he's looking at the last meeting between the Niners and the Panthers in 2019 and saying he wants to pull a Tevin Coleman tonight? Didn't Tevin Coleman go nuts in that game, like 4 touchdowns? That was your first season.
It was Nick Bosa. Well, they met in 20, talking about it, Levi's. Coleman, I think, did he have a 4-touchdown game? The one game, who was the quarterback they had? Was it Allen? I think his last name was Allen. Nick intercepted him at midfield. He tipped the ball up in the air.
Oh, Kyle Allen,
and took it himself. And then I thought, he's going to run it back all the way for a touchdown. But then Nick was stumbling, and they routed him that night. The final score that day, it was a day game. It was 51-13. And Nick had a couple of sacks in that game. He had a tip and a pick, and I thought he was going to run it back for a score. And I remember doing a long discussion the next day in studio. Is Nick Bosa going to win not only the Defensive Rookie of the Year? Is he just going to be the Defensive Player of the Year, which no one's done except for a guy named Lawrence Taylor? Was pretty good initially. He didn't wind up winning the Defensive Player of the Year award, but I do remember And then he also had that big Monday night game against Baker Mayfield that year, his rookie year, with the Baker. But Carolina Panthers have not been back since October the 27th of 2019. Tevin Coleman had 4 touchdowns in that game.
11 carries, 105 yards, 3 touchdowns, 2 receptions, 13 yards, 1 touchdown.
Man.
So how about that for the fantasy players out there?
And the week before, Raheem Mostert went for 220 and 4 touchdowns in the NFC title game. It was Tevin Coleman that had, 105 yards rushing, I believe, in that game against the Minnesota Vikings. So a good player, Tevin Coleman, but not McCaffrey.
By the way, before I let you go, I know we're going to talk a lot of Niners tomorrow, but Draymond Green is out tonight for the Warriors, and so they're going into this one with no front court, no Jonathan Kuminga, no Al Horford, and no Draymond Green. Trace Jackson Davis and Quentin Post, get ready to play some heavy minutes.
Man, Al Horford's got sciatica, which is not good. That's the shooting pain down your leg that goes from a herniated disc to that's problematic. I think Draymond was worried about that a little bit. So Utah, I'm not going to say a free space in the NBA, but they did not play well against the Portland Trailblazers. So we'll get it more today or tomorrow. Maybe not. It'll be after a Niner game, but we're not concerned about them losing. Well, who's Draymond? Horford, what's wrong with Kuminga's knee? I think is really, and he didn't even practice. They had a 2-hour practice yesterday, and he wasn't in the building. So the performance staff and Dr. Rick Macklin's dad is working with him. Kind of curious timing. With all the veteran players missing time with this and that, you'd like to have Jonathan Kuminga in your lineup.
Oh, there's no question. I think these are the type of games you were hoping Kuminga would give you a lot of value in the first part of a season. So we'll be monitoring it. A lot of Niners tomorrow, and I will catch you at 10 a.m. We'll talk to Tracy Sandler. I believe we'll have Marcus Thompson on as well, so stay tuned for all the latest updates. Good to be with you, and I will connect with you tomorrow. JD going to join us when we come back for the last hour on The Sports Leader.
KNBR, the Sports Leader. Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
The 49ers have their first Monday night game of the year, and it's 5:15 kickoff against the Carolina Panthers. Right after our show, we'll have our pregame show with Adam Copeland, Tracy Sandler, and Todd Husak. And we'll spend our 4-hour chunk revisiting all those keys to the game that we got into last week. Rico Dowdle, Teteroa McMillan, Brock Purdy returning, you name it. Keep it right here on a Monday edition of Papa and Silver.
Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys.
All right, let's once again talk about the Dolan Law Firm. It's a 49ers game day, but you got to take care of your business, and sometimes that goes beyond just the fun of sports. The good news about the Dolan Law Firm is that they're local, and they want you to enjoy the time in the Bay Area. They've been here for more than 25 years, and these are award-winning personal injury and employment attorneys who fight for you where you live. If you've been discriminated against at work, wrongfully terminated, or sexually harassed, your rights matter, and you could go to dolanlawfirm.com to learn more about how you can be protected. Chris and his team know a thing or two about no-fault injury accidents, and so with all the chaos and travel and holidays around us, please be careful and do what you can to make the Bay Area and beyond a safer place. Especially we're talking about freeways where there's traffic. Sometimes you're going 10, sometimes you're going 60. Regardless, look up, stay off the phones, don't let your kids distract you, and let's do what we can to make the Bay Area a safer place. And if you get into a bit of an accident, you can feel confident that you're at least in the best of hands with award-winning California Lawyer of the Year. The Dolan Law Firm has secured more than $1 billion in verdicts and settlements on behalf of their clients. You don't pay anything up front, have to deal with any hourly rates, and they don't get paid until you get paid first. They live here, they work here, they win here. DolanLawFirm.com.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, happy Monday. Thanks for joining us. We'll make the connection with JD shortly. JD, busy man today, doing the morning show with Dieter Kurtenbach, and has since made his way down to Levi's Stadium. He'll be joining us from the studio and not too far from the action that will take place at 5:15 tonight. 49ers, Panthers, prime time action. So I got a lot to get to with JD. I mean, normally we would talk a lot of Warriors, but today it's a full-blown preview, and I know that he and Dieter had a lot to say about the Brandon Aayuk situation, as well as our general keys to the game. Now, it's been incredible to have Pop back. And those first couple of matchups we were previewing, it was a lot of me and JD going, all right, big questions, keys to the game. What are you looking for? And we've been detailing a lot of that as it goes today. So we'll make that connection here shortly. Appreciate everybody's hard work here on a holiday week. And we have now made the said connection. John Dickinson of Dubs OT, of 49ers pre and post, of the morning show this week, and of Papa and Silver from 1 to 2, the man who does it all. I cannot thank you enough for being the guy who we're calling 5-hour energy. Have you ever had a 5-hour energy, by the way? I'm realizing as I'm calling you 5-hour JD today, I've never had one of those things.
I have. I have. It's not my preferred method, but it's definitely an option. And sometimes when you need something to get you through, you can go to it. I'm happy to be here. Great to be with you. Tasman Studio. Knock on wood. I was able to procure my way in.
It's always a bit of an adventure, right? It's always a bit of an adventure finding your way to those microphones.
The KNBR studio at Tasman can't get in. Sorry, sir. No access. Unbelievable.
Yeah, we're still on the prowl for some of those scanners that we got in the wild out there. But hey, all's well that ends well, at least as far as it goes on a Monday preview. So I'm not going to make you repeat exactly everything you got into with Dieter Kurtenbach, but I think we got to start with where the weekend began, and that was the news about Brandon Aayuk and everything dating back to July when they decided they were going to void his 2026 guarantees and the contract. All of a sudden, you're thinking about this season, and Tim Ryan had a comment with us a couple of weeks ago when Brock Purdy was coming back about The offense is back to full strength. It's time to execute the blueprint. And the immediate reaction as far as social media and listeners was, it hasn't been at full strength. They don't have Brandon Aayuk. Well, now I think the new standard of full strength is exactly what you're going to see tonight on the offensive side, because Brandon Aayuk might have played his final game in a 49er uniform just 15 months after what we thought was the end of a contentious contract negotiation.
Yeah, and look, I think that's okay, given where this 49ers team is. It's not an ideal situation, I think, necessarily for the future, although, again, if the 49ers are content in moving on and Brandon Aayuk is not going to fight the penalties that have already been levied and taken out of the guarantees for 2026, then maybe this has a somewhat amicable, if not unusual, ending to the story. But that's kind of out in the distance, and I know there is still some question, and Kyle Shanahan's hope from Saturday that Aayuk could still be cleared and medically able to join the 49ers at some point here at 2025. But I go back to George Kittle within the last couple of weeks basically saying, hey, we're whole. and I've stepped back at a couple of different times over the last week or so and through the weekend as the Aayuk news broke. And this is going to have to be good enough. The Niners have been less healthy offensively than they are right now as they sit at 7-4 with the 6 games to go in the 17-game season. So I think they're just going to have to make do. And essentially, since they haven't had him at any point, you shouldn't really view it as if you're losing anything. And I think that's probably how the 49ers, at least the guys who have been around and on the team for the entire this season would view it, especially considering how shorthanded they've been at different points in time. So you make the best of it and you try to move forward and you let the contract bygones handle themselves, whether that means Aayuk winds up getting released or traded or whatever the heck it adds up to in the offseason and leading toward 2026. But the reality is the Niners are 7-4. They got a game tonight against the Panthers. It's a winnable game, whether Brandon Aayuk was a part of it or not for them. And they've got a playoff spot right there in front of them for the taking, especially if they can go out and win the game tonight, where if you believe in those probability charts, it pushes their probability close to 90% into the upper 80s if they can get just this win tonight. And I know the Bears keep winning, and maybe it's the Lions spot that the 49ers are going to try to take, although it's the Niners spot right now because they're the team that holds it. So maybe they can stave off the Lions, who I think everybody would have anticipated would be a playoff team. The Bears are the one surprise team in there, but they keep winning. So
yeah, anybody want to play Jahmyr Gibbs in a playoff game right now? My goodness.
No, go win tonight and go win in Cleveland and make sure you beat the Bears. Again, not because that's an easy game, because it's clearly not. Given
it's a huge game.
But it's because it's going to be probably the biggest game they have remaining in terms of standings and tiebreakers and things like that, because the Bears do still have an incredibly difficult schedule. And it may come down to 49ers, Bears, if the Lions can get themselves on track, and they've got some tough games coming up themselves. So to me, Aayuk is a huge story. I think at this point, it seems as if both sides may reach a conclusion that they, in hindsight, probably should have achieved a year plus ago. But nevertheless, it sometimes you wind up taken a long and twisty road to get to the proper place, and it may wind up being the best thing for Aayuk, who you feel for in terms of the injury, and for the 49ers who may get an opportunity to use some of that cash and cap space in a different manner here moving forward.
Here's a take I had on the Aayuk situation that I voiced to Papa in the first hour of the show today. We still don't know a lot, right? We don't know why he's not fighting the voided guarantees. We don't know why he's not interested in playing for the 49ers beyond this year. But as far as the 49ers goes and looking ahead, as much as there can be negativity around John Lynch, Kyle Shanahan, as much as there is a high standard of wanting to win Super Bowls because you've been to 2 of them and you've been really, really close a couple of times without having achieved that ultimate prize, the 49ers as an organization have done a really good job during the Lynch-Shanahan tenure of overcoming either mistakes or misfortune. Now, is that luck? Is it skill? Well, as always, it might be a little bit of both. To trade up to get Trey Lance and not have that work out, but Brock Purdy's there at 262 to save that move, that might be a little bit closer to the luck side. Mac Jones going 5-3 as a starter this year, that might be that's skill. That's good at your job for Kyle Shanahan. That's Robert Saleh coaching up this defense, and that's smart offseason thinking there to go and get him for a 2-year deal, not a 1-year deal at $7 million. Now, my point why I bring this up, JD, is with this Aiyuk situation, he's probably played his last game as a 49er. But this is a chance where looking forward, you can use this mistake as a chance to do something with the financial flexibility you thought you wouldn't have had. So a couple of names that I brought up from last offseason were your DeMarcus Lawrences, your Cooper Kupps, your Devontae Adams, guys that were theoretically out there that you didn't have the flexibility to go and get while you were making all these cash cuttings. This is just even beyond the draft. You might have the chance now to go and splurge and find another wide receiver who's more of a vet and maybe on the other side of the hill for their prime that you can get a lot of value for. You think Devontae Adams is helping the Rams? Yeah, just watch them in the red zone every single week, right? Maybe you want to go and splurge and get another pass rusher because you know that even with Nick Bosa coming back and the fact that it was a clean ACL tear, well, he's had a couple of big injuries now and going back to his high school days, 3 season-ending ACLs. So maybe you try to bolster your pass rush a little bit. Maybe Robert Saleh stays as the defensive coordinator and you know that he knows what he's going to want going into the next season. So I know that a lot of this is looking a little bit far ahead. I understand that some of these are January, February, March, April discussions. But the point is the 49ers have had the track record of bouncing back from mistakes they've made. And even though nobody could have planned for the Brandon Aiyuk knee injury, they're 7-4 without their $120 million ex-wide receiver. And that's not just because of one thing or not just because, it's all a bunch of flukes. They've drafted well. Ricky Pearsall's back. And now they have a chance as far as the offense goes. You got Brock Purdy back with all these weapons. We've only seen this for 1 week, and it looked pretty good in Arizona.
Yeah, and they'll be tested more tonight against the Panthers than they were in the game against Arizona. They'll be tested next Sunday in Cleveland against a very good defense and a very good defensive line and some pass rushers. And the Browns are not a good football team overall, but they are a team that at home has been competitive, and their defense in particular at home has been competitive. So that's going to be a test potentially with some lake effect weather. Remember lake effect from this same Thanksgiving weekend in Buffalo a year ago? Some potential lake effect weather in the Cleveland area, but that's a problem for the remainder of the week after tonight. But the point being, the Niners are going to be more tested than they were against Arizona. And the fact that they do have Brock Purdy back, the fact that they do have Christian McCaffrey and George Kittle and Ricky Pearsall in the fold, and Juwan Jennings looks like he's getting healthier and more productive. They're going to need all of them between now and the end of the regular season if they're going to get the 3 or 4 more wins here in the final 6 games that it will require. Because nobody says, I know I've put 10 as the number, but the Bears have already probably won 2 more games than I would have anticipated they would have won at this point in time. So there comes a point where the Bears game almost is going to feel like a must get. And then, maybe you do wind up needing to get Seattle. Maybe you do wind up needing to get an Indianapolis, depending upon what some of these other teams wind up doing. But you feel better about the 49ers' chances to get those games because they are much closer to whole in the wide receiver room and on the offense overall with Brock Purdy not only back, but back. He looked healthy. And he was highly effective in the game against the Cardinals. And I got the impression, I don't know about you, kind of bringing it back to Brock in the game against the Cardinals, I got the impression Brock could have done more had he needed to do more. But because the 49ers were in control of that game, they didn't need him necessarily to do more, and they were able to win it relatively comfortably.
Yeah, and that's a luxury I don't know if they're going to have for the rest of the season, frankly. I mean, you got 3 turnovers and went +3 in the turnover margin, which the 49ers coming into that game were a -8 right at the bottom of the league, along there with the Jets and a couple other teams. And on top of that, you got effectively a special teams touchdown with Sky Moore setting up a walk-in for Christian McCaffrey on the very first offensive play of the game. So great to have JD in with us while we let Papa go an hour early today. I want to get into some NFL Sunday and what we learned yesterday as it pertains to how important this matchup just became for both the 49ers and the Carolina Panthers. We'll talk about that next on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
The 49ers have their first Monday night game of the year, and it's 5:15 kickoff against the Carolina Panthers. Right after our show, we'll have our pregame show with Adam Copeland, Tracy Sandler, and Todd Husak. And we'll spend our 4-hour chunk revisiting all those keys to the game that we got into last week. Rico Dowdle, Teteroa McMillan, Brock Purdy returning, you name it. Keep it right here on a Monday edition of Papa and Silver.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER. Filling in for Greg Papa is John Dickinson on the Sports Leader.
Papa and Silver continues. We got JD hanging out with us, our 5-hour energy man. And coming up at 2 o'clock, we'll have the 49ers pregame show with Tracy Sandler, Todd Husak, and Adam Copeland. And JD is down there where the action will be taking place at 5:15 tonight. So I wanted to get into what we had to revisit a few weeks back. If you recall, the 49ers played that Thursday night game against the Rams. They got the win. And then there was a Sunday in which they did not play. JD and I had the Monday show together after the fact, and so we were not only riding high off of what the 49ers did to upset the Rams, but everything on the scoreboard that day went in their favor. The Seahawks suffered their second loss when Sam Darnold threw a ball off of a helmet, and the Buccaneers had one of their late-game dramatic signature wins that summed up the first part of their season. The Arizona Cardinals gave the Tennessee Titans what is still their only win of the season when Amari DiMercato pulled a Deshaun Jackson, dropped the ball, ultimate collapse in that one. Don't need to revisit that too much. And now we're here on another Monday in which the 49ers did not play Sunday. But the takeaway for this one, JD, is that all of those other teams you look at, whether it be the division, whether it be the potential wild card race coming down the home stretch here, nobody's going away. Nobody's going to make this easy for you. Seattle might be the second best team in this conference. The Rams look like the best team in all of football. And then you got those 3 NFC North teams. I know Green Bay has looked like a mess. They still got a defense that's pretty damn good that I wouldn't want to face in a playoff game. Chicago, I don't know if I buy it at 8-3. I really don't know if it's a team that can win a playoff game. But my goodness, they keep finding ways to win all these close games. And then that leaves the one game that you were looking at yesterday thinking, well, could this stir up things a little bit? If Detroit loses at home to Jameis Winston and the New York Giants. But then Jahmyr Gibbs kind of willed his team to victory and coming back, and Jake Bates hits the 59-yarder. That's all to say, JD.
Well, the Giants willed them to victory.
The Giants willed them to victory.
Let's be honest.
Let's
they threw 3 times from the 4-yard line when they had 1st and goal to try and put the game away. Then they didn't kick the field goal when they got to 4th down to go up 6. And I don't know. I'm sure Papa was probably all over some of the game management in the first 3 hours of the show, so I'll spare that. But the Giants have got to be the worst team I can remember with a lead in the fourth quarter. I mean, this team this season, I mean, my goodness, has there been a team worse with so many leads? I mean, it's unbelievable. But, yeah, that one could have been huge for the 49ers and unanticipated. You wouldn't have thought that Detroit would be a team whose spot maybe is the one that you'd end up getting in terms of what you would think going into the year. But, man, the Lions were on the ropes, and they got to play the short week Thanksgiving, as they always do, against Green Bay, and that would have been almost a must-win for them had they dropped that game. But they didn't. They're 7-4, even with the Niners. We'll see what the Niners do here against Carolina coming up tonight. But yeah, that would have been one that definitely could have thrown the Niners into, I think, a potential position of control over the Lions, who were going to be looking really, really vulnerable. So yeah, to your point, the Bears keep finding a way. 2 weeks ago, you would have said Seattle was the best team in the NFC. The Rams proved it in a close one against them. And then, wow, they took Tampa Bay apart. And now the Bucs, who at one point looked like the best team in the NFC, who knows? They're tied with Carolina. I mean, the Panthers think they can win the NFC South, especially if they can come in and get a win. They haven't played yet, Tampa and Carolina. So that division still to be determined here in the final 6 games of the year. So, yeah, not a lot going the 49ers way around them, but the one thing the Niners can do is win tonight and win next week. And if they do that, they're going to be in a real good position at the bye. And if they can come out of the bye getting Tennessee, they're 10-4, and you got a great shot. I would say a greater than 90% shot of making the playoffs, maybe 95 if you can get to 10-4 here in the next couple of weeks.
So look at just larger takeaways yesterday, in addition to the standings and the playoff picture and how it all shapes out. I mean, all of a sudden, these games for the 49ers, they become bigger and bigger. And Tennessee is the one on the schedule that I would say you cannot lose that game. But everything thereafter, I mean, going to this next weekend, we know what tonight is. We'll preview a lot of that over the last half hour. Then Cleveland is a place where you've really struggled to win, and we were doing a little bit of the weather watch. Maybe it's going to be raining there. Shedeur Sanders is going to be getting the start, so that's going to be a highly anticipated game just across the national circles because, yeah, 5th-round pick got a lot of noise there in the offseason, and he finally got the win yesterday. First Browns quarterback, by the way, to win their debut start since the franchise came back to Cleveland in 1999. So I don't know if that says anything about the Browns or maybe just a little bit more about what the Raiders are this season, but congratulations to Shedeur, a nice debut, and the 49ers against that defense and Myles Garrett and the front, they're going to have to earn it. They're going to have to run the ball effectively. Then you got to worry about Chicago and Seattle as your final 2 games. And look, because Seattle lost to the LA Rams, I think that's one where they're probably going to be playing their starters no matter what. They're going to play the Rams another time. If they lose, I would imagine they're fighting for a seed. If they win, they could be fighting for their division and potentially the number 1 seed.
I throw out the Seattle game, and I guess you shouldn't do that, but I throw out the Seattle game and the Indy game. And to me, I just look at where the 49ers are at right now, and it's kind of like we were just saying. If you can win tonight, win at Cleveland, not that that's going to be a picnic. If you can win the game against Tennessee and then beat the Bears, that's the one, because the Bears are going to be in some race, whether it's for the division, and they're currently the 3rd seed and they lead the NFC North. We'll see how that all shakes out between Green Bay and Detroit. But if you're the Niners and you can get the Carolina game, the 2 AFC games, Cleveland and Tennessee, against the lesser opponents. Again, next week's not going to be easy by any stretch. Short week, early game, lake effect, snow, or whatever it's going to be, rain, freezing rain, sleet, whatever it's going to be coming off the lake there in Cleveland, the Niners are going to have to deal with. But if you can get those 3 and then the Bears game, that gets you to 11.
Yeah.
And that gets you to 11 with wins over the Panthers and the Bears. Forget about what the Lions do. If the Bears make it, they earned it. If they take one of the other 2 team spots, that's on them. But get to 11, because I think 11 guarantees you the fact that you're going to be in the tournament. And if you're in the tournament, that means you got a shot from there.
And then you kind of got to start thinking about Tampa Bay, who now, as we wake up today, has the same record as Carolina. You mentioned those 2 teams have 2 more games to play. They have not faced off this year within the division, but Carolina all of a sudden can smell a little bit of blood. And if the 49ers and Tampa Bay end up both being behind first place in their division, Tampa Bay has that head-to-head tiebreaker back from the dreadful Fred Warner game. So is that another team that all of a sudden we got to watch? Because Bucky Irving has missed all this time. I know he's expected back in Week 13, but then your quarterback exited last night's game with an AC joint injury in his left shoulder, and I saw the latest he's not officially ruled out, but an MRI is about to reveal more information there. So even if the Panthers lose tonight, all of a sudden their division is within reach in a way that nobody would have expected at really any point in the season leading up to probably last night in the second quarter.
You can keep an eye on Tampa, but I think at the same time, you still need to project as if Tampa's going to win the NFC South. And so, and if they don't win the NFC South, I think part of the reason they don't would be because Carolina wins tonight. And so if Carolina wins tonight, and I know they still have the 2 head-to-head games, then I think you got bigger problems with if you're the Niners, because as comfortable as 7-5 would still feel in the grand scheme of things, with plenty of games to go and plenty of opportunities to get to 10 or 11, it would feel like you've lost another one of the more significant games that you have remaining. And to me, it would be more on that note about putting Carolina in a wild card race with you at 7-5. Like, not only would the Lions be back ahead of you, but now you're tied with a team on the outside looking in that you wouldn't have a tiebreaker against, whether it's Carolina or Tampa at that point, because the Lions have beaten Tampa. So if it ends up being that's a situation that you want to avoid. It all comes back to, simply put, we get into all the scenarios. Just win tonight if you're the Niners, and make sure you get that one in hand, and just kind of trust that over the remainder of the year, Carolina is probably going to be closer to the team that everybody thought they were going to be, as opposed to the team that through the first 11 games of the year they've been, which is a real surprising 6-5. I mean, if you told me the Panthers were coming in 4-7 or 3-8 tonight, I would have believed you. Right. But they've figured out ways to win some games here and pull off some surprises. And they've been able to do it at times with their defense, at times with their running game. Like they're the type of opponent that I think the 49ers should be a little, more than a little concerned about playing, especially in comparison to the teams in which, if you just go through it, Greg, since the Fred Warner injury, right? They and even if you want to go back to the Rams game, right? The Rams was the last true, oh my God, wow, surprise. You lose Nick Bosa, you go down without Brock Purdy, you beat the Rams. But since then, and I know it's alternated, but it's been lose to a good team and then beat a bad team in Atlanta. Lose to now a team that's proving to be good in Houston, 6-5. Then you knew going into it anyway that defense was going to be a big problem. Exactly. So it's been in essence, it's been lose to a good team, beat a bad team. Lose to a good team, beat a bad team in the Giants. Lose to a good or great team in the Rams, bounce back and beat a bad team in Arizona. So is Carolina more along the lines of the good teams that the 49ers have faced, or the bad teams that the 49ers have faced? Maybe they're not quite as good as the teams that the 49ers have lost to during this stretch, but the Panthers are certainly better than every single team the Niners have beaten over that same stretch.
I think it's a great point, and we're going to have a lot more answers to that question around 8:30 tonight of, are the Panthers a good team? Do we buy it? And what I will say, regardless of how it all shakes out tonight, I don't know if they're a good team. I don't know if Bryce Young is a good quarterback, but their best players have proven to be really good. On the offensive side of the ball, Rico Dowdle and Tedero McMillan. And then on the defensive side of the ball, Derek Brown in the middle there, then Trayvon Merrick and J.C. Horn there in the secondary. So let's get into some of our keys. I know we did a lot of asking the big questions. We don't have to make it quite as formal as we've done in the past, crafting a segment, but let's go into some of the keys and what you're looking at tonight, and maybe a couple of players you'll be watching closely. It's Papa and Silver, JD filling in, the Iron Man on the Sports Leader.
KNBR, the Sports Leader. Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Papa and Silver, JD hanging out with us. We got our 49ers pregame coming up in about 20 minutes, so don't go anywhere. No dirty work today, but we will be all 49ers all evening long. 5:15 kickoff. You can hear Justin Allegri and Tim Ryan on the call, and Justin's done a great job. Got to see him out there at Stanford Stadium on Saturday, so always good energy, and I know he'll be ready to go. And as far as Tim Ryan, well, the football hour is my favorite hour that we get throughout the week because we get to learn so much about various keys to the game. All right, JD, so before we even get into keys of the game, the one we always bring up is the turnover battle. And the 49ers, that's an area where they, frankly, have been terrible. They had one interception coming into last Sunday. Fred Warner, the best guy at punching the ball out, is down for the season, but they found a way to force 3 turnovers and effectively get a special teams touchdown right off the bat. I'm not really anticipating a lot of comfortable 49er victories where they can just coast to it. I think they're going to have to score a lot. I don't know what you're going to be able to get out of this defense. What I do know, though, is that when you are able to be opportunistic on the turnover front, when you can get the rarity of a sack with this pass rush with no Nick Bosa and having missed Bryce Huff for some of it, all of a sudden these are big momentum-changing plays that can set the tone early. And what we saw in Arizona, in addition to all of the plays that were made, and I know we gave out our game balls, what we did see was special teams, an area where the 49ers have been very problematic for the better part of the last half decade, set the tone right away to where Brock Purdy got to come back, and he was spotted a 7-0 lead before he even had to throw a pass.
Yeah, it was great to see, and I think you're hoping that the game doesn't have to come down to field goals made without Eddie Pinheiro, and we'll see what Matt Gay has the ability to do if needed. He's obviously had a pretty darn good career overall before falling out of favor with the Rams and then winding up in Washington. So I think the Niners believe that at least in the short term they've got somebody capable, but don't let it come down to field goals. Score touchdowns and move the ball. And I think it all comes down to the fact that the offense is going to have to lead the way here. And I think anytime you look at that, it comes down to Christian McCaffrey going up against his former team for the first time. And also it comes down to, do you run to set up, do you pass to set up the run, or do you run to set up the run? And which path do the 49ers choose? But I think the 49ers are set up to, when they struggle, they don't do well in the red zone. The Panthers have been pretty good in the red zone, but where the 49ers can, I think, make some plays is in the running game against this Carolina defense, especially defense down a couple of linebackers in this one. So the weapons are back. You've got Brock Purdy in the fold. This is a bright lights game for Christian McCaffrey, which typically brings out the best in Christian McCaffrey. And I also think usually there's an energy from playing at home on Monday night, and we've seen it for the Niners on Sunday night, Monday night, anytime really the Niners have played night games. There's an added level of intensity in Levi's. There's an added level of intensity from, I think, the player standpoint, knowing that it's a massive game. And we've seen different team, different circumstances, that's 49ers team, but we've seen the Niners, I think, come up with some of their best games at home under the lights when they've really needed it. And, they're hoping obviously tonight can be an extension of that.
Do you buy the concept that this one's going to mean a little bit extra to Christian McCaffrey? Now, it's not your typical revenge game in the sense that Carolina was a team that was heading in a different direction. They wanted a bunch of draft picks. They were trying to rebuild. Now, their execution or lack thereof on those draft picks, that's an entirely different conversation for how it all played out for Carolina. But they moved on from Christian McCaffrey. He ended up going to Kyle Shanahan. It worked out really well for him. It worked out about as well as it could for any coach to have Kyle Shanahan and that chess piece to open up that offense even more. All that said, though, there's got to be some kind of connection to the team that you spent a career with, the team that drafted you and gave you that first NFL jersey. And so even though Carolina is a very different version of those Panthers teams that Christian McCaffrey was a part of, maybe there is a little something extra, a little bit of juice to facing his former team for the very first time.
I think there is. I don't think it is that the vengeful, I hate my former team, I want to destroy them kind of a thing. I think, some guys have that, but I don't think this is that for Christian McCaffrey. But I do think there's some added juice given that it is the team that drafted him. It is the team that he played to begin his NFL career. And he was there for a while. I mean, we're talking 5 full seasons, right? Plus the portion of the 6th before he wound up with San Francisco in that trade right after the Niners last played the Panthers in October of 2022. So I think there's some added motivation. And I think, again, the bright lights, I think, bring out the best in Christian McCaffrey. So I would expect to see that in this game. It's just a matter of how do the Niners get it to him? Are they going to throw it to him? Of course. Are they going to throw to set up the run? I think is the key to this thing. And I was listening to you and Papa and Tim Ryan. The third down, I think, is huge. For the Niners, the ability to convert on third down, that has been a weakness for the Carolina Panthers defensively, and the Niners have been pretty good on third down, and I think they're even better on third down when Brock Purdy's dialed in. So moving the chains and putting up points, I think, are the order of the evening ahead here at Levi's.
Yeah, well, and we know that both teams are going to want to run the ball and establish that run early on. Dave Canales is not going to be shy about that. Rico Dowdle has opened up this offense, and you're still going to have Chuba Hubbard, who is good in the pass game, both as a pass catcher but also a pass protector. We were talking to Larry Krueger, and he's anticipating some empty formations with no back next to Bryce Young, and also a lot of no-huddle offense for the 49ers, for the Panthers, which the no-huddle part did catch me by surprise a little bit, because I'm thinking about who are the best players for the 49ers that are healthy and active. How many of them are on the offensive side of the ball? Wouldn't you want to keep them on the sideline to the maximum degree possible?
I could see it though, and I'm also interested in how much do they look to have Bryce Young involved in moving around and trying to make plays with his legs, where the Niners have been vulnerable at different times with quarterbacks that have the ability to do that. I think that's going to be huge. To kind of hone in on this. I do think, and look, maybe I'm wrong, I've had a pretty good track record, I feel like, in a lot of our conversations about which games I'm feeling better about versus which games I'm not. This one truly is kind of in the middle. I think the Panthers, if you take them at the team that they've been, I do think there are some areas where they, on offense, can really pose some problems for the 49ers defensively. And the Niners defense, I think, week in, week out, and we'll see if they get the bump from being under the lights and what kind of game plan Robert Saleh has prepared. But I just feel like this is the kind of game where the Panthers do have the weapons to be able to, I don't want to say expose the Niners, because we know that the Niners are extremely depleted, and even not having Tatum Bethune in this game.
Maybe not exposed, but maybe take advantage of what we already know is present.
They can run it when they're playing well. Bryce Young threw for 448 yards in his last game, and Tedoroa McMillan is a terrific young wide receiver. So there are opportunities. I think the Niners can score some points and run the football, but I think the Panthers have the potential to score some points against the 49ers, and this may be one of those games that somewhat surprisingly, although maybe it shouldn't be a surprise considering the state of the Niners defense, I could see it being a higher scoring, more of a back and forth, closer game than people think. I mean, I was looking at the line. What was the latest line coming into today for this one for the Niners? I mean, I
honestly, the last I saw was like 7, but I think that was before the weekend.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at it right now, and I'm scanning through it right now. 7.5 is what I see right now. And I just feel like this is a Niner win, but a Carolina cover if we're going down that route, and that the Niners are going to have to sweat it out and get a big stop, or maybe get the big score late in the game to salt it away.
Yeah, it's a fair point. I mean, I think that's a lot to ask for the 49er offense, and a lot to ask for the defense being opportunistic. And on top of that, I mean, how much did we talk about kicking before Eddie Pinheiro came over, right? It's a non-discussion until it is. And it was starting to become a non-discussion. And I know there were the extra points, the 3 misses over the past 2 weeks, and there were a couple of blocks in there for Eddie P. But I'd like to not talk about Matt Gay that much. I'd like to see 7s instead of 3s. And yeah, I say 7s, not 6s. I would like to see 7s instead of 3s, to where it's like, Cool. Matt Gay did his job, made some extra points, and if he's got to kick some field goals, hope he drills them and hope he makes up for the damage he inflicted as a member of the Rams in 2021.
Yeah, you just want to get touchdowns as much as you can. Try to keep the field goals. If you are going to have to kick field goals, try to keep them preferably inside of 40, right? Make the easier makeable ones. Although, again, if you're getting that close, you want to punch it in and get 7 at that point on the board and put the pressure on the Panthers to have to get 7s themselves. That the games that Carolina's been able to win, it's been their ability to hold their own in the red zone and keep teams out of the end zone that's helped them be able to succeed when they have been able to win games. So punching it in, I think, and making Carolina making Carolina be this high-powered offensive team that they really aren't, I think is a big part of the key for the Niners to win it.
All right, we'll wrap it up when we come on back. Let's look at some key players to watch tonight, and the 49ers have plenty of them. We know who it is for Carolina because Papa and I have been talking all about the single-digit players, and then, of course, Derek Brown there in the middle on the defensive side. It's Papa and Silver wrapping it up with JD, and then 10 minutes from now, 49ers pregame will start right here on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
The 49ers have their first Monday night game of the year, and it's 5:15 kickoff against the Carolina Panthers. Right after our show, we'll have our pregame show with Adam Copeland, Tracy Sandler, and Todd Husak. And we'll spend our 4-hour chunk revisiting all those keys to the game that we got into last week. Rico Dowdle, Tedoroa McMillan, Brock Purdy returning, you name it. Keep it right here on a Monday edition of Papa and Silver.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, final couple of minutes. It's Pop and Silver. JD filling in for Pop on this last hour. Really appreciate you doing the 5th hour on air today, JD. And as we get ready to send it over to Adam Copeland, Tracy Sandler, Todd Husak, and all of our favorites, let's talk about some keys to the game. All right, I'm going to give you the option. You either can pick one stat to watch or one player to watch ahead of tonight. Who you looking at as a big key when we talk a little Monday Night Football 5:15 kickoff?
Yeah, I think the stat is third down efficiency for the 49ers, the ability to convert on third down. So I'll go stat and keep it short and sweet. I think if you want me to give you a player, I think I'm going to take the chalk, and I'm going to say it's CMC going up against his former squad. And CMC is always, I think, the most important or most telling offensive player for the 49ers, and I think this is a game they're going to have to win with their offense.
I mean, there's no shame in taking the chalk, especially when you know that the offense is the unit that's going to be carrying the team. All right, for stat, I'll go with the other one we got into depth, red zone efficiency. Carolina's got a top 10 red zone defense. That's the area where they've really cleaned it up and done a nice job. Brock Purdy, though, we saw what he has Christian McCaffrey. They're healthy together. Red zone efficiency is what I'm looking at for San Francisco. You want to win this game, you got to put up points, and that means 7s over 3s. My player, well, you talked about the unit of the defense that is attackable for the Carolina Panthers. Already to begin with, it was going to be the linebacking core. Well, now they got a couple of guys down there. Kittle over the middle. George Kittle and Brock Purdy, when they're together, they just find ways to connect, and a lot of times that is in the end zone. So that's where I'm going.
Yeah, that's the part of this game I think that really does bode well on paper going in for the Niners is the ability to throw the ball over the middle with the linebacker issues that Carolina has. And I think that always plays to what the 49ers would prefer to do anyway. So there are some things aligned there, but I'm curious to see, can the Niners get enough stops, and can the offense just keep putting points on the board if they can't get enough stops to win this shootout? The close game shootout thing is something they haven't had to do yet. Could tonight be the night that they have to do it? That's something I'm definitely keeping an eye on.
Really appreciate your time with us today, JD. Go and eventually get some sleep, although probably a few hours down the line for you.
It'll be about midnight tonight.
Let's send it over to our 49ers pregame show. Adam Copeland, Tracy Sandler, Todd Husak. You're listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. Pregame starts now.
And both sidelines will make their way to midfield. A 41-22 win for the 49ers on the road against Arizona. They sweep the Cardinals for the 4th time in the Shanahan era and come away with the victory, moving them to 7 wins overall this season, 7-4. The loss sends the Cardinals down to 3-7. The final score, 41-22. Niners with the victories over the Cardinals.
The sounds of last week's victory to move the Niners to 7-4 in 2025. Week 12 is upon us here from Levi Stadium. Adam Copeland, Todd Husak, Tracy Sandler getting you ready for the Niners and the Carolina Panthers, a former NFC West opponent. Don't you know? The Panthers, by the way, there's some juice to this game as they come in at 6-5, just a game behind the 49ers, and would own a tiebreak head-to-head in the NFC standings. Guys, Week 12, and I'll tell you what, when I looked at the schedule before the season started, you trying to pick your big games and what games might be intriguing, your nationally televised games. I did not think Week 12 Monday Night Football Niners and the Cardinals would have the level of juice that this one has. But as we've talked about a lot of the season, the NFC is wide open. Tracy, Todd, good to be with you.
Good to be with you, too. And this is why when we talked before the season, yes, they had a favorable schedule. I'm putting in quotes for people who can't see me. Favorable schedule, last place schedule. You don't really know that until the season starts. Sure. It's last year, and this game is such a perfect example of that because the Panthers are improving. And now they're very motivated and they have a lot to play for, as do the 49ers. I think we could all agree this is like their most important game of the season.
Without question.
And it should be interesting. I think it makes for a fun storyline. And we have a big reunion tonight.
Christian McCaffrey, the first time he'll get an opportunity to play against his former team in the Carolina Panthers. And we'll talk more about a CMC sort of revenge game here a little bit later. But Todd, the return of Brock Purdy last week. Niners are at 7-4. How we feeling?
Feeling good about the 49ers and their progress of getting guys healthy. And I think offensively, this is the team that I think going into the season, we expected. They're going to have to outscore opponents.
Yeah.
Last week against the Cardinals, they did. They're going to have to do it again because of more injuries on the defensive side. We're going to see Curtis Robinson at linebacker. The Panthers are a dangerous team. I think that's how I would describe them, because if the Niners kind of let them hang around and get some confidence and score some points early and this turns into a shootout, it could be dangerous. If the 49ers jump out to an early lead like they did last week against a Cardinals team that is struggling right now and trying to find themselves, they need to do the same thing tonight and get out to an early lead, get out to an early start, hot start offensively, put the pressure on Carolina to make some plays. All of a sudden, that's where the defense can maybe step up with some turnovers like they did a week ago. And a defense that will give up long drives tend to keep teams out of the end zone.
Sure.
The Panthers are not very good in the red zone. That'll be a huge component of tonight's game. But if the 49ers can get off to a good start offensively, you would think that leads to a Niners win.
How do you view last week's game? A big win in Arizona over Arizona. It was a completely different looking offense for the Cardinals than the Niners had seen in week 3 when they came here. No Kyler Murray, no James Conner in that game. They also didn't have Marvin Harrison Jr. And the Niners started really fast. I mean, as fast as you could start. They were up 7-0, 16 seconds into the game after a Sky Moore kick return that goes 98 yards back to the 1-yard line, and McCaffrey punches it in to put him up. That said, they never took their foot off of the gas in that game. It was a game where you had Jacoby Brissett set the NFL record for most completions in a game. There were some holes in the defense, but as you said, the offense having to carry the team, Todd, did you feel like that was the case last week? Did you feel like, obviously putting up 40 points for the first time this year, they did enough, but did you think that was something that was repeatable beyond I would say
a very bad Cardinals defense.
Inferior opponent in the Arizona Cardinals.
Well, a team that played terribly. They had 11 penalties in the first half, which took some points off the board. But I think what the 49ers did, what you saw Brock Purdy come in and do when he planted his back foot and drove that ball to Demarcus Robinson on what was the second drive of the game after they had the one play drive. All right, Brock's back. Brock he can make the throws. This is the Brock that we've gotten used to seeing over the start of his career. Then he makes the throw on 3rd and long to Juwan Jennings on the left side, and then he makes the audible and throws a touchdown pass to George Kittle up the right side. Those are the things that we've gotten used to seeing with Brock Purdy. So if he can come in and play at that high level, there was a little bit of a dip offensively in the second quarter, but the pieces are in place on offense. And I thought the offensive line did a great job protecting Brock Purdy in some key spots last week. If they can play well, keep Brock Purdy upright, let him see the field and survey and get the ball to his weapons. They're a tough offense to defend. They've got weapons everywhere with the tight end. Pearsall, I think, will make a bigger impact this week. Last week, he didn't do much. And then you got Christian McCaffrey, who talked about maybe a revenge game.
Yeah.
I don't know if there's tons of bad feelings. Like for
Didn't
everything
sound
I've
that
heard.
weird.
No, there's not. But he has, said in the past, there's no bad feelings. But when you get traded, there's a chip on your shoulder.
Absolutely.
And he said every game is important. I think the quote was, every game is important. But if you can add a little bit of extra emotion.
Yeah, you can put some juice behind it
And
for
that's
sure.
Yeah.
He said that on Thursday. So.
Well, and he's been great all season, and whether it's running the ball, and we saw finally a 20-yard carry, which we hadn't seen all year. The only team in the NFL to not have a carry of 20 yards. Now we got one 20-yard carry. So
it was 20 exactly. I think.
Well, we had to get through the interceptions, the red zone touchdown, rushing touchdown, now the 20-yard carry. So all these milestones have now happened going into week 12, and they can really focus on the football.
Go ahead, Todd.
No, I was going to say, and putting pressure on Arizona last week, I think forced them to throw the ball a lot more than they wanted to. And the defense was able to make some interceptions. They had big fumble recovery inside the 5-yard line. So all of a sudden the defense can play a little bit more, not reckless, but aggressive and make some plays defensively where, all right, that team has to score. So, all right, guys, let's if you're thinking about jumping, just jump it. Like, let's make a play because we've got to 21-point lead or 14-point lead. And I thought last week was a total team win. We saw the early special teams play. Defense created some turnovers, and offense got the ball into the end zone.
What's interesting to me is that, yes, Brock came back, and I know Ricky Pearsall didn't have a big performance. Kyle actually talked about it to us earlier this week, saying when he looks at the tape, he thought Ricky did everything he needed to do. Just, being a receiver is a lot of things have to happen before the ball ends up in your direction and in your hands. But going back to everything that happened for the Niners offensively in last week's game, there were some people who called in and texted in on the postgame show last week and said, well, yeah, of course they won. 11 penalties in the first half, 17 penalties overall. Everything went the Niners' way. And I said, yeah. But good teams and teams that win games and out of close games have to take advantage of those opportunities, right? You've got to bounce back and be able to score. I thought it was a big deal that when they got the turnover and the big return from Demo Lenore on what looked like it might have been a pick six, they were able to punch it in. It makes the defense feel like, hey, we're getting picked up by the offense here. I guess the question I'm asking is how much of what we saw last week was the 49ers being a dominant team over an inferior team, or just a team that took advantage of mistakes that were handed to them? Maybe they're one and the same. I think a lot of that Venn diagram ends up in the middle there when you talk about those things. But what'd you see, Tracy? And do you think this is, can we get over the win-loss streak? Can they put two together here coming off of a big victory last week?
Well, to that last point, I know we talked earlier in the week. I asked Kyle that specifically on Thursday, and he said, we're not looking at it as the narrative of win-loss, but we are looking at it as this is a really important game. Sure. And this is a game we need to win. And so we're focusing more of it in that way. But that says to me, they may not be looking at it as that narrative, but they know this has been a win-loss. And they just can't afford to do that in these final few games of the season. They really can't afford to do that in tonight's game. To your first question, I think it is a combination of both. I think the Cardinals were a much inferior team, and instead of letting them hang around, the 49ers really did dominate. And Kyle Shanahan talked about keeping the starters in as long as he did, because he's seen in his experience here and elsewhere and throughout the league this season, teams, blow leads. So, but they took advantage of opportunities, but I think good teams, dominant teams do that. So I think they can be the same thing. I don't know that they're as dominant a team over the Panthers, but though they may be. I am with Todd. They come out offensively with a strong start. I think it's kind of over, to be honest with you. If they can go up 10-0, 14-0, I would say it's done, because I don't know if the Panthers are built to come back. But I imagine we're going to see this offense just get better and better today. The question mark is it's going to be for the rest of the season is how does the defense do?
Well, we saw it last night in that Dallas Eagles game.
Sure.
If you watch the first quarter, Dallas is going to win 100-0. Like, that game was over early. They made some mistakes. They let Dallas hang around, and sure enough, Dallas ends up victorious. So I think the really good teams, and I would call the Eagles a good team, they just took their foot off the gas, lost a little focus, didn't play well, and allowed Dallas to come back and make enough plays. I think what's been key, this is one of the common themes for the Niners this season, convert some early third downs, get some 8, 9, 10 play drives early where they can put enough stuff out on the field where all of a sudden the opposing defense just a little uncertain. Take one step in the wrong direction and Kyle Shanahan can dial up the right play, get his guys open, where all of a sudden he's got a full arsenal of talent, whether it's wide receiver with Ricky Pearsall, tight end now with George Kittle, who's back, and of course the mainstay with Christian McCaffrey. But Brock Purdy is the guy to distribute the ball. If they can convert some early third downs and get some long drives, that spells trouble for Carolina, not just early in the game, but later in the game where the Niners need some big plays. They've put enough stuff out on the field to make Carolina a little bit uncertain, and that's where they can take advantage.
Time now for the QB comparison, sponsored by Freedman's Appliance, proudly serving all of Northern California with a wide selection of luxury appliances. Visit them in Pleasant Hill to see the Freedman's difference. And sponsored by Dolce Vita Tequila pure and simple. The return of Brock Purdy last week, 19-26, 200 yards, 3 touchdowns. I mean, as perfect of a game as you could ask for from Brock Purdy. Tracy, when you saw the performance last week, does it appear to you, and we've talked about this a lot when it comes to, like, is that quarterback elite? Can he win without his best assets and best weapons? I think last season, people would tell you, not the case with Brock. Then I watched the game last week, and I think Brock makes the talent around him better. What did you see?
I could not agree with that more. And I think what we saw is the ball got spread around so much. And that is part of it. He's been in this offense a while. He's played with most of these players for a long time. But I think, yes, because he did have that tremendous pass to Demarcus Robinson that Todd was talking about, then to Jawan Jennings and the touchdown to George Kittle. I mean, that drive alone shows what he can do. And so I've always thought that Brock was one of the more elite quarterbacks. I think the offense ran very smoothly, which is no disrespect to Mac Jones, who did just a tremendous job. Brock's just been here longer, played more football here. It just, things were kind of smooth and efficient. And I agree with you. After last week's performance, I don't know that the national narrative is ever going to change because people just love that narrative. But after last week's performance, to me, it says, yes, he can. And not because, they're playing the Cardinals and people are going to give that argument, but it's how he spread the ball around. The plays that he made to the number of different people he made them to me says a lot.
I get what you're asking. You're asking the question, when does Brock become a QB controversy-proof quarterback?
Maybe
right?
never.
I mean, maybe never. The reason it was with Tom Brady, it was okay. And with Jimmy Garoppolo, there was never really a controversy when he played well in Tom's absence, is because Tom won early. I always wonder if Brock had won, if he hadn't gotten hurt and they won that Super Bowl in 2022 or in 23, how much of that shine would be there in place of, well, he's irreplaceable.
However, and I know people don't think of it like this, he comes in that Miami game, and at that time, Miami was one of the best teams in the NFL.
Electric.
They were electric. That game ruined them. I mean, they were a mess the rest of the season. And then he did go to the NFC Championship game. I mean, I think that in itself, from a rookie quarterback, 7th-round pick who comes in December, takes this team to the NFC Championship game. To me, that's winning pretty big early. Only 4 teams go to the championship games, and he got them there.
Where are you on this, Todd, on him making his teammates better, the offense better?
If you put Brock Purdy on the Eagles are way better. Jalen Hurts, Brock Purdy is way better than Jalen Hurts.
100%. Not even a question.
Brock Purdy on the Eagles is a Hall of Famer. Now, Brock Purdy is a $50 million a year quarterback with the Niners, and I'm not taking anything away from Shanahan, but the situation that quarterbacks get drafted into and play into is different across the board.
Look at Mac Jones as Exhibit A. You know?
Baker Mayfield.
Perfect example.
Sam Darnold. There's a lot of
And Mac Jones comes in and plays at a Pro Bowl level with the 49ers. But I think with Brock Purdy, his ability to throw the deep ball, and Mac Jones has been awesome. They did not have that big playability with Mac Jones. I think Brock Purdy brings that, and that's where the offense is a little more explosive, a little more dynamic with him under center. And he spread it around, to Tracy's point, spread it around to the right people at the right time. But he throws such a good deep ball and can drive it down the field a little bit more. And maybe he takes more chances than Mac Jones, but they're certainly more effective with him under center with the deep passing game. And that is the element that they've been missing, I think, for the first, or when he was gone, those 6 weeks where Mac Jones was playing quarterback.
And what do you guys come down on Bryce Young? We'll talk briefly about him. I mean, he had a really, really good game last week, led his team back against the Atlanta Falcons to put the Panthers at 6-5. They won that game in overtime, 30-27, threw for a career high 448, 3 touchdowns, no interceptions. He's looked better to me this season. Larry Krueger was on with Greg and Greg earlier, saying that they run more empty sets than any other team in football this season. Something you should look forward to today, probably, against the Niners pass defense that's been chewed up. He's not a guy who's, I mean, he took 5 sacks last week. He took 2 the week before. He does get hit. He doesn't throw tons of interceptions or tons of touchdowns. And again, that's his first, I think he's had 2 other games this year where he's thrown for only one other game where he threw for over 200 yards this season. So he's not a guy who's going to kill you through the air. He's also not, he has some rushing touchdown ability, but he's not the guy who's going to scamper out like Kyler Murray and beat you with his legs. How do you evaluate Bryce Young and what the Niners are looking at today? Because he's better, far better than I thought he'd be at this point.
He's grown and gotten better. He's eliminated the mistakes. I think that's where early in his career he tried to do too much for a really bad team. And when you put too much on a quarterback without the pieces around him and a bad defense, things can go sideways pretty quickly. And again, if he were to come to the Niners, would he have a different career? Absolutely. Bryce Young has the tools. You don't get drafted number 1 overall if you can't throw the ball and you can't handle an offense and you can't make the right decisions. He has those pieces. We're starting to see a little bit more of that. That's where you have to put some pressure on him, and the 49ers have to get out early where, all right, make him make the right play. And he hasn't shown that ability consistently where he can make the big play. So I like the trajectory of his career. Is he the guy long-term in Carolina? Maybe, if they can put some pieces around him. But I don't think he's there yet. And the 49ers can prove that, I think, in the first half tonight.
I agree with Todd, and the word used, consistency. We just haven't seen it consistently. He certainly is better. And I think, again, goes to coaching and situations, but we have not seen the consistency, and they've got to force him into those mistakes. He's eliminated them and put him in a position where he he brings them back.
Adam Copeland, Todd Husek, Tracy Sandler with you. It's Week 12, Monday Night Football. The Niners and the Carolina Panthers. The Niners at 7-4. The Panthers at 6-5. Should be of note, by the way, the Panthers have improved tremendously throughout the year. They were 1-3. They're now 6-5. They also had a 4-game winning streak until a couple of weeks ago when that was snapped by the New Orleans Saints. They've won 5 of their last 6 games. We'll talk more about this one as Christian McCaffrey gets his first opportunity to play against the team that drafted him. How about that? So we'll talk more about McCaffrey next. Is this a McCaffrey revenge game? And do you guys think he's headed for 1,000? Only the first player. He'd be the first player in history to do that twice. We'll talk about it next from Levi Stadium. We'll have all the action for you. 5:15 kick right here on the Sports Leader.
Under center, Purdy, toss play to McCaffrey, to the right side, cuts back left, weaves his way into the end zone. Not once, not twice, but thrice for McCaffrey. Touchdown, 49ers.
Heck of a performance and a great call there from Justin Allegri by Christian McCaffrey last week. 3 total touchdowns, 13 for 81 on the ground. One of his best yards per carry days of the season, 6.2 yards per carry on the ground against Arizona, and then through the air, dominant yet again, 5 for 40. He's like third in the NFL entering Week 12 in receptions by anybody. And he was sitting like behind Jamar Chase and ahead of Puka Nacua entering this week. He had 5 catches on 6 targets for 40 yards and that touchdown. What does it tell you about Brock Purdy in this offense? And Tracy, you just said it in the first segment when we were talking about whether or not he makes his teammates better or he appears to improve the offense. And like, I think we all become victim of this when there's a great player in any sport, on any team, and they're out for a period of time and somebody fills in and does a pretty nice job for them. You forget the feeling of how dominant something can be when he's there. This, to me, the performance last week and what we saw from McCaffrey, specifically how they all talked about that being an off-schedule play, the touchdown reception, where McCaffrey sprung free, didn't take his route, and was like, Brock, I'm wide open. Looked like it was kind of an easy little lob throw to the end zone, and McCaffrey comes down with it for a touchdown. McCaffrey said, that's only something you can do when you have a grasp of the offense and an ability to sort of understand, to get off of your progressions and know where you can find an open man. I mean, that tells me everything I need to know about his improving the offense and how comfortable guys feel with him there.
Oh, absolutely. And I think that's the thing that in all those weeks when Kyle was asked, is it going to be hard to make the decision? And because it's not hard because he's our quarterback. And I think this is like the outside the building stuff that it's, again, no disrespect to Mac Jones, who did a great job, but Brock is their quarterback. There's a reason they paid him the money. There's the reason that they believe in him. There's a reason that when Kyle talks about him, he smiles. I mean, all of the things. Right. And he is their guy. And the making everybody else better, to me, that will always be the difference than from the players who are really, really, really great, and then the GOATs. And I'm not saying Brock Purdy's going to end up being the greatest of all time, but those are the players that make everyone around you better. They're not just the players that are great on a team, and that's awesome. And I think Brock is one of those guys, and he's been that way since he got there, and he's always had the confidence in it, and they've always had the confidence in him because of that.
I think what Brock brings to an offense in general, and I had the luxury of interviewing a couple great quarterbacks this week with Andrew Luck and Jim Plunkett and Steve Bono. And Steve Bono backed up Joe Montana. And he said Joe Montana did everything he was coached to do. And that's what I think Brock Purdy does. Like, this is the offense as we design it. And it only works if the quarterback does it as we've coached it up. Like, if he does everything that he's supposed to do, it's deliver the ball on time at this spot when the defense does this. And he does that. Like, it's not necessarily super hard to do, but there's not many quarterbacks that can do it. And partially because some guys are uber talented and want to do more, and coaches try to take advantage of that. But Kyle Shanahan and his offense, when he has a guy who can operate it at a high level and he can call any play, and that's what he did last week, and also give your quarterback the ability to change it to any play, Brock Purdy steps up and does that at a high level and delivers the ball on time where it's supposed to be. The offense clicks, and it's fun to watch. And I think that's what, as he gets back, I would expect the offense to get better and better with him back and feeling more comfortable and healthy as the season goes along.
So 41 points last week. I think I said going into the return of Brock. Derek and I were discussing this on the show. Can they be, with the deficiencies now on defense, and again, they're not a good pass defense, they're not getting to the quarterback, they don't turn the ball over a whole lot. I've kind of gone away from expecting that stuff to happen. I just sort of feel like it has to be a Don Nelson, we believe Warriors type of offense. Like, you're just going to have to outscore everybody and shoot more threes and score more touchdowns and be aggressive and put up bunches of points to give the defense the cushion to make the mistakes and to get diced a little bit like they did last week against a veteran quarterback. And they're going to see some quarterbacks who are playing better here down the stretch. Now, we'll talk Browns in the post game, because my take on the Browns has changed. If Shedeur Sanders, as he's been named the starter, is going to be the starter next week. We'll talk more about that in the post game. I know Todd definitely wants to get into that. But in terms of what Christian McCaffrey is doing for this team and how much more he's going to open up, I mean, Todd, do you see this helping the run game at all with Brock's return? Because that's been sort of the alarming part, is there's not any one thing the 49ers, I think, can say is their calling card this season. We know they want to run it 30 times. They don't run the ball. They're like one of the worst teams, if not the worst, in the league at yards per carry, yet they have a receiver who's 9th in the league in yardage and 3rd in receptions entering the week. Does Brock help you open up the run game at all?
I think what it does is, now that they have Ricky Pearsall back and they can throw deep, all of a sudden the safeties have to play a little bit more respectful to the passing game. And if they come up and try to stop Christian McCaffrey, which they've done all season, and with Mac Jones as good of a job, it's actually incredible what Mac Jones did with safeties not playing back. Yeah. Like, they're all playing up to stop the run game and the short passing game. All of a sudden, if the Niners can go deep and take some shots down the field and complete them, that will have the safeties go back a little bit, and now you're going to get 4 and 5 and 6, maybe an occasional 15-yard run. That's where the offense, I think, can take over. And by the way, the Niners have had way too many 12-play, 75-yard drives.
Mm-hmm.
They need some 3-play, 75-yard drives, which they haven't had.
The explosives haven't been there. No.
They have not been there. And so if the Niners can bring that into the mix, they're as dangerous of a team. We talked about pre-show. The NFC is pretty log-jammed up top. Mm-hmm. And I think the 49ers have as good of an offensive unit as any of the teams that are – the Rams are maybe at a different level because of their quarterback play. But Brock Purdy distributing the ball to their playmakers, the Niners can score some points, and they can put pressure on a defense. Can the defense step up enough to get the ball back for the offense a couple times? But I absolutely think that with Brock Purdy back and throwing the ball down the field, can the offensive line protect with the 7-step drop? That we'll see that as it goes along. But I think this 49er offense is at a different level than it was 2 or 3 weeks ago.
Time now for, that was Who's Hot, sponsored by Valley Heating, Cooling, Electrical, and Solar, locally and family-owned for 62 years, and by Rayleigh's and Nob Hill. Save more on the flavors you love and find better deals for your budget at Rayleigh's and Nob Hill. The 49er offense, a season high of 41 points. We'll call them hot heading into Week 12. All right, let's take a quick break. When we come on back, we're going to have to ruffle some feathers here. Matt Mayoka is going to join us, and we got to talk Brandon Aayuk. The news of the week, the Brandon Aayuk saga, which we thought came to an end maybe at the beginning of last season, is now reached a boiling point, and it looks like the 49ers and Aayuk are headed for a split. We'll get Mayoko's thoughts on how this all went down at the end of last week, really late Friday afternoon. This news breaks, and then Kyle kind of confirms everything that we knew to be true on Saturdays. We'll talk to Matt about it next. Our 49ers insider from NBC Sports Bay Area, Matt Mayoko, joins us. Adam Copeland, Tracy Sandler, Todd Husak from Levi Stadium, Week 12 on The Sports Leader.
Obviously, the team felt, and you felt good enough to give a very large contract not very long ago. Is there disappointment that it's gotten to this with Brandon and the 49ers?
Yeah, of course. I've been coaching over 20 years, and I've never been in a situation where a contract's been voided, so it was extremely unusual to me.
49ers head coach Kyle Shanahan there. That was on Saturday, speaking to the media about the status of the report that came out Friday that the Niners and Brandon Aayuk are headed for a split. Here to talk about that, among other things, Matt Mayoko, our 49ers insider from NBC Sports Bay Area. He joins us here on the Yuma guest line ahead of Week 12. The Niners and the Panthers. Well, Matt, my first thought when I heard that comment was, well, Kyle's not seen this in 20 years of coaching, but that's not even a drop in the bucket for as long as how long Matt's been covering the Niners. Matt, how out of the box is it for you, or off the wall is it that this contract has been voided? Just your reaction to this whole situation.
Yeah, there haven't been too many situations that I can think of like this. One would come to mind would be when Terrell Owens' agent missed a deadline and voided his contract right before the start of free agency. Actually, it was a opt-out for the player that everybody assumed he was going to do, and there was some issue with they didn't read the contract, and so they missed the deadline to for him to become a free agent. So the 49ers held on to his rights and then ended up trading him. Terrell Owens shortly thereafter changed agents, I might add. There was one time when I remember Lawrence Phillips got into an argument with a coach on a practice during a practice on a Friday, and was not on the team plane to New Orleans, which curtailed my ability to go out and have fun on Bourbon Street that night because I was working on that story. That might be why that one kind of stands out for me. Then, of course, all these different kinds of things. Obviously, last year was a unique one, too, with Devondre Campbell.
Sure.
So this one, I don't know that I've ever seen anything quite like this, though, where a player, if he just sticks to the terms of his contract and just does, the minimal amount as required by the contract, to, in essence, forfeit without even fighting it, a $24 million guarantee bonus, which became unguaranteed, several months ago.
Right.
That one is about as bad as it gets as far as, signing a contract, signing a lucrative contract, a $30 million a year contract, and then 15 months later, just blowing it up and not receiving but a fraction of what the money was going to be if he had just done all the right things.
Talking about Mayoko here, our 49ers insider from NBC Sports Bay Area, pre- and post-game coverage today on NBC Sports Bay Area. You mentioned something there, Matt, that stands out to me about the obscurity of this is him not fighting the voiding of the contract, or he and his agent not filing a grievance with the players' union. What does that tell you about this? I mean, does it? I assume at some point we'll get more information, maybe after the time he's gone or after this stuff plays out in the spring. But what does it tell you about his not even wanting to file a grievance? And I wonder what the players' union feels about that.
Did you say obscurity or absurdity? Which one?
Sorry, maybe I meant absurdity is what I meant. It is obscure. It's also absurd, but yeah.
It's strange. And what it basically says is that in his mind, he either does, he just doesn't want to fight it, which means that, I'm sure the 49ers have the documentation. Well, I know they have the documentation and everything else that would hold up. I mean, I was told that the NFL Management Council was involved in this and basically told the 49ers, you have no other choice. There's not another option other than to void the contract. And, typically the NFL Players Union, the NFLPA would fight that on behalf of the player and, do everything they can to either, minimize the damage or at least put up the appearance of a good fight. And that was, to me, the reporting from Diana and Mike was that was the part that stood out to me, was that, I had heard that he wasn't going to fight it or he hadn't yet, but I didn't know that was official. or that was just the end of it. I figured there was a time period where that would be the case, where he could take his time, but to see that he wasn't going to fight it or isn't going to fight it, it's pretty jarring, and just makes you wonder, what's going on with him, what does he want to do, what's his end game, where his mind is right now. So those are all questions that, I think until Brandon not only answers questions, but talks and answers questions honestly and is forthright, I don't know that we'll know the answers to those questions about why he decided to do or take the path that he has apparently taken.
Matt, when you look at this team now at 7-4, obviously have dealt with so much in terms of injuries. They've dealt with a lot, and it's relatively impressive they are where they are. Then you add this in, and it doesn't sound like it was something that was a secret among the team when you have players reaching out to him. Kind of just what does it show about the group that it's like one more big distraction? And I know it's not necessarily their day-to-day, but it's someone they were expecting to get back, and now it's something people are talking about. Kind of what does it say about their focus that they're able to kind of just put that aside and focus on what they need to?
Yeah, I as you noted, I don't think this is a surprise to anybody on the team. Nor were all of the fines that he's incurred during this time as well. None of that is a surprise. And on top of, that's another thing that should be noted. On top of him forfeiting the contract, the guarantee, the option bonus, he's also incurred a lot of fines along the way as well. So what does it say? I mean, I think there's a part of being a professional athlete too. There's a self-preservation part of it where everybody just kind of stays in their own lane, especially when it comes to money situations and contracts. Everybody's in the same situation in that they're trying to carve out a living for themselves as well. So, it's about, taking care of one's own business and, could it be a distraction? I would think if he were around the team more, that would be applicable, but it doesn't sound like he's around the team all that much. I know he comes in early, does his workout, and I haven't seen him in the locker room in quite some time, haven't seen him on the practice field in quite some time. So maybe from that sense, maybe that's been a reason why, it hasn't become much of a distraction and hasn't really torn apart the team in any way. So, and if you're a wide receiver, you're got to be looking at this like, okay, this is my opportunity. Now there's a vacancy there. A guy who was probably most people thought could make an impact and get on the field mid-season or a little bit later. Now it's incumbent upon guys like Kendrick Bourne and Juwan Jennings and Ricky Pearsall and DeMarcus Robinson to step up their game and put themselves in a position so that when and if, and right now it's a really big if, Aayuk comes back, that they've kind of done enough so that their role isn't severely impacted.
Well, can he come back in the offense and participate? And if he comes out in a game and gets hurt, are they due to pay him again like that the rest of the contract? Can they still void it? What is the situation where, like, where is he now?
Yeah. Well, I mean, the way, as I understand, the way the contract reads, he, the guaranteed money, that option bonus is now completely gone, completely deleted from the contract. And so from a health standpoint, if we were to get injured again, you're looking at a base salary next season that's pretty small, relatively speaking. I think it's like $1.2 million, it's not much. So the financial aspect of it, to me, doesn't appear to be anything that would sway the team to make a decision on whether to bring him back this year. I would think that the bigger thing would be, can he be relied upon? What's he going to be like when and if he were to come back? I would think that, and I've talked to people about this. Like he's a good player. The last time we saw him in the 2024 season, he was just starting to play some good football. And of course, we all saw him in 2023 when he had 1,300 yards, and he was a really good wide receiver. Could the 49ers use a really good wide receiver right now? Of course they could. But there are clearly no guarantees about what he is going to be like if he gets cleared, if the 49ers medical staff clears him, if Brandon says, I'm ready to go, I feel confident, let's do this. There's no guarantees what he would bring to the table. I would think that this coming week, wouldn't it be an option to open that window for him? Because you have the one game against Cleveland. He's not going to play in that game. That's quite clear. And then the next week's the bye week. I would think that if there were any possibility of him suiting up for the team this season, it would be, starting the following week where they could see him through 3 full weeks of practices, see not only what he's like physically, but also what he's like mentally. Now, the other part of this is, some would be thinking, well, 49ers took away that option bonus. Why would he even think about playing for them? Well, to me, the answer would be if he, assuming, of course, the 49ers release him or trade him in the offseason, especially, well, I think either way. I think he would want a new contract. I think he would expect a new contract. I'm sure any team that traded for him would also realize that they probably have to give him a new contract. If he doesn't get back on the field this year, then I think 31 other teams are going to be looking at him like he's damaged goods unless he can show them he's otherwise. So it could be beneficial for the 49ers if he's anywhere near the receiver that we know him to be. And it could be beneficial for him to at least show, hey, I've made progress. The knee's okay. Next year being another, 6-7 months removed from playing and more rehab, I'm ready to pick up where I left off in 2023. So that's one way to look at it, where it potentially could be mutually beneficial for both sides to see if he can get back out there on the field this season.
Matt, when this all, this news broke, in some ways it was surprising. In some ways, to me, it really didn't feel all that surprising when we see kind of what happened with the holdout and the behavior in the offseason before that. And then he signs the contract and there's the stuff with the shorts, and all of these things maybe alone seem kind of silly, but you put them together and this felt not that surprising to me. When you look back on everything that has happened in the last 15, 16, 17 months, did this feel like the writing was somewhat on the wall?
Well, I think that, maybe even first guessing, not even second guessing. I think once we saw how difficult it was for him to get that contract done, the initial 4-year, $120 million contract extension with the 49ers, and some of the stuff that, I was being told at that time, or stuff I was learning at that time about where there just wasn't great communication about where he was as far as the contract, what he wanted to do. And then if you recall, when the 49ers finally signed, or he finally signed that contract with the 49ers, it came out that contract had been sitting there for 3 weeks. And 49ers were like, are you going to sign this? Is this the deal? And they just weren't able to get any word from him. They weren't able to get any kind of commitment. And, meanwhile, they were working on trades. They already had trades kind of squared away with at least two teams that Brandon didn't want to play for, and teams that were willing to pay him more money. So there was just all that kind of weirdness leading into it. So you can go back 15, 16 months and, maybe they should have seen the signs. Maybe they should have gotten cold feet and pulled their contract offer and made him play that final year on the 5th-year option, and then decide what they wanted to do from there. I know it's easier said than done, looking back on it, and it would have been, kind of a nuclear option, I guess, to force him to play on that 5th-year option. But now, seeing this nuclear option that was enacted by the team in July, I mean, that would have seemed tame compared to what they ended up doing.
Yeah, Matt went ace of base on us. Aayuk of base. I saw the sign. Is that where we're going now?
Exactly.
I'm not sure Maddie knows that song. I saw the sign.
Matt knows it. I think Matt does.
Oh, yeah.
I think Matt does, dude. Matt Mayock, the voice of our 49ers insider from NBC Sports Bay Area. Matt, have a great time watching the game today, and we will talk to you soon.
Okay, sounds great. Talk to you soon.
All right, catch you later there. The great Matt Mayock. Yeah, dude, we'll have to talk more about this Aayuk situation. I mean, it just feels like there's so much we don't know about this.
It seems bizarre that a guy that works so hard for that contract gets it and then doesn't do the work to keep it.
But it certainly, I mean, does this tell you guys that it felt like maybe he wanted that contract? It's kind of like what Matt was saying. I think he wanted that contract. I just don't think he wanted it here.
I think that might be true. I think that was, to me, that was so clear in all of the social media stuff. I mean, I remember with the Debo contract, wide receiver contract drama, this team is going from quarterback drama to wide receiver drama. But, during that time, it was different than Debo. I mean, the FaceTimes with Jaden Daniels.
That's what I mean. That stuff was different.
Yeah, stuff was different. They don't want me. Yeah. There's a reason he put that, all that kind of stuff. I think that's true. I think he wanted it. I think he didn't want it here. And you look back at Aiyuk's rookie season, and there was he was quote unquote in Kyle's doghouse. And then you had the 2022 season where
he emerged, yeah.
He emerged. But remember those first few weeks of the season, it was dicey. And then they talked about how they had to come to Jesus moment after a Cardinals game. Actually,
yeah, I remember
ironically.
That. Was it in Arizona?
And it goes after Arizona.
Right,
it was either right before, right after Arizona. They had a come to Jesus moment, and now they were on the same page. And then he really emerged. But there's obviously been something there through all of this. And even the contract, if you want to be here and you're coming off that season, of course you're going to fight for everything you think you deserve and all that. But all the other stuff in the drama, I don't know if he did. And there's something he said right after the Super Bowl. And granted,
he was wearing that hat. Remember that he was wearing the hat in front of his locker and he barely would talk. He was
barely
a little emotional.
Yes.
And he was barely vocal.
It was then. Yeah. It was that day. He was very emotional. He would barely talk, and I think at the time it kind of felt like, okay, people losing a Super Bowl like that is very emotional. You can only put so much stock in what someone says. However, he did say in that moment, someone asked him about, you want to sign a contract extension? Do you want to be here? And he said, well, if the situation was right, and they said, what's the right situation? And he said, a championship. And I kind of thought to myself, does he want to be traded to the Chiefs? Like, I don't really understand. I don't really understand what that means. And I felt like, there's emotion and all that, but it's interesting that he did say that at the time, and then things just got worse. But they should have traded him, unfortunately.
I would expect that from maybe a younger player. He's been around long enough to see and talk to some of his cohort around the NFL. He's in a good spot. He's in a good spot with a good quarterback and a great organization, one that competes for a playoff spot every year and goes deep in the playoffs. There's one team that wins the championship every year. Like, what? I'm very curious to know what went into this to walk away from that type of money, which guys fight for. I'm a huge proponent of guys getting paid as much as they can.
He fought hard for it, yeah.
And to walk away from it in a situation, there's a lot of teams right now that stink. There's a dozen teams right now in the NFL that there's not a single wide receiver that's happy on that roster. I'm not sure what he expects to go into, especially not playing now for a season plus, but going into 2 seasons. Does he expect another big contract? I don't see that happening. So it'll be interesting to see how his career ends up.
Time now for the Health Report, sponsored by your California Ford dealers. Visit buyfordnow.com to find your next truck or SUV. Kyle Shanahan did say earlier this week that it will be Curtis Robinson starting at middle linebacker. So the third different starting middle linebacker for the 49ers entering today. I know Luke Gifford got banged up in the game last week, and then he ended up coming on back. Then Robinson came into the game. He came in for Robinson, then Robinson ended up coming back into the game. I know Robert Beal was being evaluated for concussion. Do we know his status?
He was downgraded to out.
So he's downgraded to out for today. Upton Stout had a stinger. He was questionable to return and came on back. That's where we stand now. And then, of course, Eddie Pinheiro out with a hamstring.
Honestly, I think that is
that's maybe the biggest news of the week.
I think it is. I think that is I know that everybody knows it's a big, yes, he was in fact downgraded to out.
Okay, so Robert Beal out for today. Tatum Bethune out for today. And then Eddie Pinheiro out for today.
So, and they're going into these stretch of games that they have to win, and some of these could end up being really close games. And they now have a kicker who, listen, I hope he's great. Maybe he will be great, but he literally just got released from his other team because he was not making kicks.
He wasn't great, yeah.
The only replaceable position more than wide receiver is probably kicker.
Yeah,
There's a lot of kickers right now who can come in off the street and make some kicks. I trust Matt Gay.
Yeah,
Let's go.
Well,
I'm
we
sure
don't have a choice today.
You don't have a choice. And it's
buddy.
not like they made the decision because they were like,
Eddie's risky.
Yeah, Eddie's risky. I mean, they have no choice. And actually, timing-wise, though, they're probably in their best possible position because it's 2 games, the bye, and then in theory, and there's a high likelihood Pinero's back after that.
We got to take a quick break. Adam Copeland, Tracy Sandler, Todd Husak with you from Levi Stadium. The Niners and the Panthers coming your way at 5:15 tonight, Monday Night Football. When we come on back, we'll hear from 49ers head coach Kyle Shanahan with myself and Derek Papa earlier this week. I said earlier this week. It was last week. It was on Friday, his hit before coming into this game. And then we'll hear from our guy, Larry Kruger, who's going to stop by for his pregame conversation with us right after that. So we'll take a break. Come on back. Hear from Kyle Shanahan, Adam Copeland, Todd Husak, Tracy Sandler. Week 12 is here, and it's only here on the Sports Leader. Live from Levi Stadium, Adam Copeland, Tracy Sandler, Todd Husak with you ahead of the Niners and the Panthers Week 12 of the NFL season. Time now for Building the Game Plan, sponsored by Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit us today at goldenstatelumber.com and sponsored by River Islands. Come home to River Islands in Lathrop and discover the San Joaquin River lifestyle with its lakes, parks, and schools. Start your tour today at riverislands.com. it was for me. Kyle Shanahan joins myself and Derek Papa every week on Dirty Work. He did so on Friday talking about this matchup against Carolina. And we started the conversation asking Kyle how strange it is to see another NFC opponent that you rarely ever see this late in the season.
I mean, anytime you're playing a team in November who really almost has the same record as you, and you're both sitting there looking at very similar playoff seeds, I think it does mean more. Only so many people get those spots, and we're hoping that's us, and we know this team is one of the teams that's got a good shot at it.
You mentioned before you like Thursday night games because then you get to enjoy the weekend, but how do you feel about the preparation that goes into Monday night games? Obviously, the players get more rest, but does it give you more time to enjoy wins from Sunday?
This week it did, in particular. It's with us going so long without a bye week. I don't think I've ever had a bye week as late as now. We still don't have that until December for 2 more weeks. So knowing we don't have that, knowing next week we're flying to Cleveland on with also Thanksgiving squeezing there sometime on a 6-day week, I gave everyone Monday off, and it actually felt weird for the coaches and stuff. I've never been at home at a certain time without having 3 days off because you only do that on Thursday games or a bye week. So it was actually our first time for me at least over 20 years, not getting this whole 8-day week in the office. And I can't tell you how much better our Tuesday and Wednesday felt. I felt our team just felt mentally more refreshed and almost felt like a mini bye for us. So it wasn't a full 3 days of rest, but it definitely helped getting that extra day. And we're enjoying it. We already have enjoyed it, and we know we better because it's not going to be as fun next week when we have a 6-day week flying to Cleveland on Friday.
Yeah, so to that point, on the flip side, and of course Thanksgiving coming up, what's the preparation like for a short week, especially coming off a Monday night game?
A short week, you just take Monday out, so you don't review the game from the day before with the players. You keep them out of there. The players get their normal Tuesday off, and the coaches, what we usually do in a Tuesday and half of Monday with game planning, now we just cram that all into a Tuesday, which isn't all that bad. Just it's a little bit less sleep, which sometimes can catch up with you, but we're not looking at it that way because at the end of that week we get our bye week, so we'll be able to catch up then. And it's also easier when it's on the West Coast. When it'll be different for like Carolina. Though when I was on the East Coast, which was pretty much my whole career till coaching here, when you play a West Coast Monday night game, you really don't land until about 7:30 a.m. The next morning. And you're already half a day behind. So when you land on the East Coast at 7:30 in the morning and you got to go straight to work for a 16-hour day, that's when it's really tough.
Talking to 49ers head coach Kyle Shanahan, nice enough to join us here on the Uma guest line. Rewinding back to last week, a big win in Arizona. I think as big as Brock's performance was, everybody was thinking about what's going to happen in the following week. How's he going to feel coming out of that game? How was the recoup for him this week, and how did practice go for Brock?
That was great. That was the most encouraging part. He never zinged it during the game. He felt good going into it, but you never know when you get tackled or anything if you're going to zing it, and he didn't at all. Felt great on Monday when he woke up, which is always a good sign, and he's been great this whole week too.
Talking to head coach of the 49ers, Kyle Shanahan, on the Uma guest line. Obviously, you felt good about Brock's health going into the game, but when you see him audible at the line of scrimmage and throw a TD pass to Kittle or make an off-schedule throw to McCaffrey for another one, does that put you at ease early on to know, okay, he's not rusty and he's seeing everything on the field right
now? Yeah, definitely. I thought there was other plays in that game that I thought were even more impressive. Like the one he was taking the hit, throwing over a linebacker to Juwan at the end of the second quarter. Got us a big gain after an interception, allow us to get to a field goal. That one was bigger. Kittle ran by that guy pretty easily versus having a linebacker on him on a wide and go. And Brock, the way Brock is with his touch and everything, I think he's going to hit that 10 out of 10 times. But it's good to kind of get the big touchdown pass, be able to find Christian in the flat on that one, and it was a real good first game back.
Ricky Pearsall back last week too, and I think people who just would look at a box score, go 3 targets, 1 catch for no yards, think that's a rough game. But you had some comments earlier this week. You said you thought he had a great game. He played over 80% of the offensive snaps. When you're looking at evaluating a player in a game like that, where his yardage isn't big or his number of catches aren't big, what did you see from him that was encouraging last week?
Yeah, I watch how people play each play. I watch the route they run. How that route looks. Do they get to the right spot? Do they get the right depth? Do they run it at a to their ability with how talented they are. Watch how people block every play. I truly just watch how they play the game to grade whether it's good or bad. When people go off of touches or targets, I think it doesn't tell you the whole story. I mean, just because you don't have a lot of targets or touches does not mean that you're not playing well. Our quarterbacks don't really force targets. The only way you can force a target is to throw a guy a screen or hand it off to him. If you want to force a target the other way, you got to me, throw to people when they're covered. And now if you're going against a team who's playing a ton of man-to-man coverage, and our starting receiver doesn't get any targets, then I might question that, because either one of our starting receivers they're going to be in a ton of progressions where they're number one. And when it's man-to-man and no one's under you, if you don't get the ball, it's because you're not getting open. When you go against teams that are playing a ton of zone, usually the first guy you look to is covered because the zone moves and is under that guy. That's why you go to the second guy. And they played a ton of zone in that game, and when they did, that's how the life of a receiver a lot. That's why Christian, regardless, is going to most likely get more targets, because when people play good zone coverage, where does the ball go? It goes to a check down. So Christian, on every play that people play a sound zone coverage, or whoever our running back is, they get a target there, and they usually get a catch because they're open. So it's just how it plays out in games, and that's where I feel for those guys sometimes, because I know they got to answer questions from whoever their uncles who have them on fantasy teams or whatever it is. But sometimes I got to tell them, like, chill, dude. I thought you played really good. Like, but I didn't catch any balls. So, like, I know, man. But like it's that way sometimes. But don't let everyone else get to you.
It's so predicated on so many things going right, and then being the decision from the quarterback to catch a pass to begin with. So that's a good breakdown of the evaluation. It's nice to hear that. Do you have buddies? Do you have people in your life that hit you up about fantasy football?
No.
They know better, huh?
Yeah, they know better. I think over the last 20 years, they've realized that they have been waiting probably 15 years for a response, and they finally have given up on it. But most of my friends know I don't really check my phone till the end of the week. And when I do, if it's a question like that, you're probably not one of the guys I'm responding back to.
Yeah, right.
Talking to head coach of the 49ers, Kyle Shanahan, on the UMA guest line. You mentioned the matchup earlier this week about the Carolina Panthers. A lot of their offense is predicated on Rico Dowdle. So, in a way, do you see this matchup kind of similar to the matchup with the Atlanta Falcons, where all of their success is kind of predicated on Bijan Robinson? Do you feel the same way with Dowdle?
To a degree. I mean, Bijan, I think, is a little bit different, just in terms of a little bit more similar to Christian in terms of all the spots they could put him in formations, receiver spots and running back spots. Not that they can't do that with Dowdle, but it's not quite the same. Right. But I look at it as Dowdle in their running game, just on, they've been a top 10 running team all year, and they've had a number of games where they've had over 200 yards rushing. And when you do that, you usually beat people. And I think that's one of the main reasons that they have a good record right now. They've ran the ball, they've played solid defense, and then when you look at their weapon outside with their receiver and a talented quarterback, you can see why they're on the up, and you can see why they're fighting to get in the playoffs here.
Talking to Kyle Shanahan here, a few more minutes on the UMA guest line. When you see a game like last week and you guys had the 3 turnovers that you had, John Lynch was on with our morning show, and they asked him this question about turning the ball over. Would you see what you saw last week? Is it schematics? Is it, I don't want to say luck. Is it right place, right time? What did you see from the turnovers there, and how can you replicate some of that?
Let me see. I got to remember them right now. I thought the first one was good. Stout made a hell of a play, seeing the quarterback. He tried to throw over a hook dropper, and he was the buzzer out there, and he flew in. So the quarterback had to sail it to get it past Stout. And then Malik was in a perfect position for an overthrow, and he made the catch, which was the first one. I thought it was an unbelievable play by Stout on the goal line, just a second effort in there. The guy was going in to score, and he got the front tip of that football, and he ripped it out, which to get your hand in there if you get your hand in there and you get the front tip, it's really hard to hold on to that ball. So I thought that was a great effort by him. And what was the third one? Oh, and then Demo. Demo on the sidelines. Yeah, that was good coverage. I didn't think any of them were just luck ones. So I thought we had 3 plays where, if you watch our guys go for the ball a lot. They're always trying to strip it. we've had some tip balls that we've been close to getting picks, but we haven't been able to get them done for whatever that reason is. And I don't think anything was different versus Arizona, but we got all 3 of those done. And I'm hoping that we kind of took that monkey off our back a little bit and can unlock something, because I thought that was the key to us being able to beat a team like that. I mean, when you get 3 turnovers, which we haven't got a lot of this year, and also on the other side of the ball, we had 0 turnovers, which we haven't done that too many times this year. We've turned it over too many times on offense. But when you have 0 on O and you get 3 on D, and your special team scores or gets you to the 2-yard line, which I'll consider that a score, that's how you score 40 points. And it was a real cool team win that way.
Of course, Christian McCaffrey's going up against his former team in the Carolina Panthers, and you're going to use him heavily. But when you have like a player not like Christian McCaffrey going up against his former team, do you ever take in consideration, like, okay, I need to scheme it up for him to get kind of revenge on his former team?
I mean, you always know that usually means a lot to guys. So you always want to you always hope to do that for somebody. But no matter what the situation is, like, you don't go out of your way to do anything that you don't think gives your team the best chance to win. So I would never really get caught up in that, just scheme wise and stuff. But you also take into account sometimes certain guys they have a little bit more in them in those games. There's something a little bit extra, and I think it's hard to say that with Christian, because that guy finds a way for there to seem like he's playing the Super Bowl when it's a Wednesday practice. So he doesn't change very much. But some guys, you can just feel that energy go up, and if you feel it on Sunday, or in this case Monday, you naturally just start trying to get the ball to him more.
One more for you before I let you go, Kyle. I was looking just at some of the numbers, like head-to-head, for what the Panthers are good at and what you guys are great at. And I noticed you guys are one of the top teams in the league, a top 3 team in third in the league in third down efficiency. And you've had so many different players out there. What plays into that success? I mean, you've been effective this year. Red zone scoring has been up for you guys this year. But specifically on third down on offense, what has been so effective for you guys, and why have you been so successful with such a variety of different guys?
I think usually third down starts with the quarterbacks. I mean, I don't like to give absolute answers, so it definitely isn't all the quarterback, but it's extremely hard to be good on third down if your quarterback doesn't know where to go with the football. And both of our quarterbacks, when they've been in there, they've gotten the football to the open spots and the holes in the defense. And when you have guys who do that, you got to make sure you have reliable guys who can get to those spots and make those catches. And regardless of who's been in there, I think we've had that at every position throughout this whole year. Even when guys like Ricky and Juwan have been down, we've had Kendrick and D-Rob step it up. Even when Kittle's been down, Jake Tonjes and Luke have stepped it up. Guys have done it kind of left and right, and doing good on third down like that really helps you score points, because if you don't stay on the field, you're obviously not getting too many points.
Kyle Shanahan, 49ers head coach, joins us every week of the Niners season. They play Carolina on Monday at Levi Stadium, Monday Night Football. Kyle, good luck on Monday, and we will talk to you next week.
Thanks, Coach.
All right, thanks, guys. Talk to you later.
Good deal there. 49ers head coach Kyle Shanahan. Live from Levi Stadium, Adam Copeland, Todd Husak, Tracy Sandler with you, and joined by one of our favorite people. We weren't going to talk Niner football in Week 12 until we talked to our guy Larry Krueger, who joins us here in studio, a part of our pre- and post-game coverage here in Niners Nightly. Weeknight 6 to 7 on these sports. And Krug, good to have you, man. And I got to get into some of the stuff you were talking about earlier today on these sports. Yeah, Krueger is the leader in minutes possessed here on these sports leader, right? Time of possession, Krug leads it.
That's right. I'm going to remind Holler that next end of the month. Hey,
yeah, right.
Man, time of possession. You want to, complimentary broadcast. You know?
Complimentary broadcast. Krug joins us here. Dude, I heard you saying something earlier to Greg and Greg, which I thought was a good sort of evaluation of what we can see today from Carolina. You mentioned that they go more empty sets than any team in football this year, and that the Niners have a bottom 4 or 5 pass defense in the NFL. You also talked about them hurrying up and playing faster. We think the Niners got to start fast like they did last week. Carolina doesn't score a ton of points, but how do you see them and Dave Canales try to scheme this one up against the Niner defense? It's been fairly porous.
Yeah, I mean, the Niners don't don't get a lot of rush, so and they're young on the back end. So, yeah, I mean, I think Canales can do a number of things. I think he may work on tempo. He may speed up a little bit, but I definitely think they're going to go empty. They're going to try to spread out the 49ers as much as they can and give, Bryce some room. What the Niners are going to want to do is try to keep him hemmed in. He's had 7 passes batted down this year, so you can knock down his passes if you can get in his face. He's only about 5'10", 5'11", so I think that's probably the plan for the 49ers is try to bat down some of those passes.
We saw the 49er defense last week come up with a couple interceptions, but I think part of that was getting off to a hot start and forcing the opponent to throw the ball around the field. How are you expecting the 49er? Would the early offensive output from the 49ers, let's say they get up 7-0 or 10-0, would that force a little bit more of a defensive structure change where they're trying to get the quarterback a little bit more, maybe play a little more aggressive on the back end?
For the 49ers on defense?
Correct.
Yeah, I mean, the best thing that can happen to the 49ers on all phases is the offense has to cover the defense. Preferably, you win time of possession, but yeah, if they can also get a lead, and that kind of changes the dynamic. There's 2 ways to make a team one-sided. You can take away their run game and make them a pass-happy team, or you can get up on the scoreboard. And if you can get up on the scoreboard, I think that's probably the best way to go about it. To me, the big question is Saleh. 2 games ago, he blitzed 55%. This last game against Arizona, he blitzed 12%. That's a huge, huge disparity. What are we going to see tonight against Bryce Young? I don't know. I think that's one of the questions I'm looking for early.
But part of that might have been the 49ers open the game with the long kickoff return, get up 7-0 early, and do well offensively. I think that would force defensive change maybe on how they approach this Bryce Young-led Carolina team.
I have a question for Larry that I have been waiting over a week to ask you because you are our Nick Martin expert.
Oh, I thought it was going to be my favorite, stuff. I was going to go stuffing,
Nope,
stuffing.
it would have been, no, it would be.
I was going to be like, where'd you get that jacket?
I mean, I don't want you to. I'm going to tease Niners Unplugged since you brought it up this week. It's your best Thanksgiving pie, but that's not what I want to ask you. I wanted to know what you thought of Nick Martin because you have talked a lot about. We've talked a lot about him with you, and I've been so excited to hear your thoughts.
We actually have a text thread, us 3, that whenever Nick Martin's name gets mentioned, we text each other about you.
Yes,
we
this is
did
true.
Larry. We were all like, Krug's going to lose his mind this week.
This is true, and so I've been waiting now, 8 days?
Yeah, right.
I mean, part of me is like, what took so long? What took so long? Because he is super athletic, and they really could use as many athletes as possible. But I asked Shanahan about him. He said he had 13, played 14 plays. He had 13 good ones. He said he had a in-cut behind him by the tight end that he took the wrong angle on. Other than that, he thought he had 13 good plays. I mean, I'm just really excited for the kid's future because I know people that scouted him in college and have had a chance to talk to him. I haven't talked to him in the locker room yet, but he's supposedly a really great leader. And it's hard to lead when you don't play. And I think everybody's kind of muted in a pro locker room or clubhouse in baseball, whatever. Nobody wants to hear from the guy who doesn't play. So I think this guy's going to emerge both as a player and as a voice in the room as he contributes more. But I was excited. He's fast and he really closes space. And I think he might be their secret weapon to speed up quarterbacks.
What about Curtis Robinson taking over at middle linebacker tonight? A guy we've talked about over the last few weeks, finally getting his chance to start. He's had an up and down career, cut a bunch, injured a bunch. Now he's getting his chance. So we could see a lot of Nick Martin and Curtis Robinson tonight in the linebacking core.
Love Curtis Robinson. I mean, Curtis Robinson is one of the best people I think I've ever met covering sports. I mean, he's just a really good dude. And then his parents are educators, and he's really like focused on like leaving this world a better place than what he, inherited. And he's just a really cool guy, very motivated, but also really, his great guyness, his Walter Payton Award winning candidacy outshines the fact that this guy is a fast, athletic, good football player who's on the verge of like some great things, tore his ACL, battled all the way back. I think there's a chance that he could be quite a bit better than what we saw last week. And he was good last week because he's had all the practice reps. It means quite a bit. I'm looking for Curtis Robinson to put the game of his life together tonight.
Krug, would you say that Curtis Robinson is your player to bank on?
That's exactly what I'm going to say.
It's funny you should mention that because our Player to Bank on is sponsored today by Casino Matrix. Just drop in for gaming, dining, sports. Please gamble responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER and by Pacific Service Credit Union. Earn $400 cash bonus for opening an account and setting up a direct deposit of $500 or more. Sign up at pacificservice.org/my400. Krug, how do we think this one plays out? I've been saying if it's a low-scoring game, the Niners could be in trouble. If they can get out and score 30, I think far and away they're going to win this game. I heard your prediction earlier when I was in the car with Tim on the way down here, and I was kind of in the same boat you were. I think you said 31-24. I was going 34-21 is kind of where I was at. But you think this is a higher scoring game for the Niners?
Yeah, I don't see either side getting a ton of stops. I think McMillan's going to make some plays.
Yeah.
Bryce is playing well. They've got 3 really good tight ends, and sometimes they go 12, and sometimes they go 13 personnel. Use them all together. To me, what's going to be the scary part of this game is Dowdle. If Dowdle can rumble for 5-6 yards of carry and really kick butt, Carolina may win this game.
Yeah.
They may come here and win this game, and we're all sitting there going, what? I'll say this. If you don't believe in Bryce Young, you should. And if you don't think Carolina is legit, you're wrong. And the Niners are going to have a really tough game. But I think the Niners win a somewhat of a shootout. And I think Brock Purdy and Christian McCaffrey has a big mismatch here. Also, the Niners have a big mismatch on third down. Niners third down offense is converting at like 50%, and that's like one of the best in the league, and Carolina's bottom of the league. And I think Niners long drives, like Todd was saying early, I think long drives and a kind of a methodical 49er win, but also, I think Carolina's going to get theirs.
By the way, the last 3 games, the Niners' third down percentage is at 80% conversion.
Right.
Last 3, yeah.
I have something just that's not necessarily football related because Curtis Robinson came up. It's my cause, my cleats. So if you guys are listening, I would pay attention. The guys, a lot of them are supporting some really great causes. And you brought up Curtis Robinson, who worked with Solomon Thomas's foundation, the defensive line, to help prevent youth suicide. So I just want to bring that up because I think my cause, my cleats is a great thing, and it's good to pay attention to. And somebody in this room perhaps wrote an article about it and posted many social media posts about the guys' causes. So take a look.
FangirlSportsNetwork.com. Check it out. FGSN.com. Yes, the Fangirl Sports Network.
Great job. And we talked about Christian McCaffrey, and we've talked a lot about Brock Purdy in the passing game. But if the 49ers can establish some runs, and we talked about it earlier in the show, big plays. This 49er offense has lacked a big play ability. And I think that changes not only with Brock Purdy back under center, but Christian McCaffrey, if he can rip off a couple big runs, which we haven't seen all season, that would just change the whole dynamic of how teams can defend because the safeties have been up because of the lack of big play passing game. Let's see. I would expect Ricky Pearsall to have a couple deep passing plays, which would, I think, soften up the safeties and allow Christian McCaffrey to have a big game on the ground.
McCaffrey's route tree is just crazy. I mean, how great he is as a runner, as a receiver. But there's one play that I think the Niners are going to utilize in this game. It's that play where they bring him through the line of scrimmage, and he gets right beyond the line of scrimmage, and then he's got kind of a choice route, and he can go, left or right, and it's kind of a quick timing stop route, boom. And then he gets run after the catch on that, and it's like he's getting, they have a hard time sometimes getting him through to that second level as a runner, and this is a way to get him on that second level with the ball in his hands. And to me, I think you may see that 4 or 5 times tonight.
Well, that's where offensive play calling and how great Kyle Shanahan is at creating matchup problems. There's not a linebacker in the league that can cover Christian McCaffrey one-on-one. You're right. He goes through the line. he gets up 3-4 yards past the line of scrimmage, and he has the option to break in, out, or sit in zone, and that could be a big play for the 49ers. We've seen it on third down. Let's see some 2nd and 1s or some big plays. Get him in open space.
2nd and 1 sounds nice.
Yeah.
You can run there. You can run anything there.
Absolutely.
Second and 1. They should all the 2nd and 1s. Bring them
start
on.
at 2nd and 1. You'd be great.
Go straight there.
I was looking at my notes because I wrote that there's a guy that's playing tonight for Carolina. His name's Claudin Cherilus. And to me, that's the guy Shanahan picks on. He's the linebacker that barely played, super raw, super inexperienced. He becomes the conflict defender, and Shanahan has him. I think there's all kinds of east-west misdirection tonight. Shanahan, they got 2 new linebackers. Shanahan is known to be ruthless when it really comes to it, and I think tonight you'll see that.
Claudin Cherilus. Didn't he get a walk-off against the Royals and Quisenberry in the playoffs? Oh, no, Chambliss. That's Chris Chambliss.
Chambliss.
Claudin Cherilus. Larry Kruger, the voice you hear. Niners Nightly, the Krug Show, and our pre- and post-game coverage will join us in the post. Krug, enjoy the game, man.
Absolutely.
We'll see you upstairs. All right, we'll take a quick break. When we come on back, we're going to catch up with our guy, John Dickinson, JD Super Reporter, Boots on the Ground. His boots are here. We'll do it with him next on the Sports Leader.
It felt great. I think, again, you never know what to expect going into a game. It's all about just taking it one play at a time. Each play has a life of its own, and so respecting it and, coming into this week, forgetting about last week and capitalizing on the things we did well and correcting the mistakes.
That was Christian McCaffrey, 49ers running back, off of a 3-touchdown performance, not once, not twice, not thrice. Justin Allegri last week in Arizona as he looks to take on the team that drafted him, the Carolina Panthers, for the first time in his career. Let's get you what's on deck, sponsored by TimberTech Decking and Railing, #1 in premium decking. Order free samples at timbertech.com. What's on deck is a Monday Night Football tilt tonight. 5:15 kick. We'll have it all for you right here on the Sports Leader. 7-4 against 6-5, the Niners and the Panthers. A game with some juice, in which the Niners gave up a season-high 42 points 2 weeks ago and then scored a season-high 41 points last week. They next week will travel in a rainy, dreary, cold game to Cleveland, a place they haven't won since 1984, to take on the Browns. Then they'll have a bye week, a game at home against Tennessee, a game at Indianapolis, and then a game home and home against Chicago and Seattle to wrap up the season. So it's home away, home away, home away, home, home to wrap things up, and that is what's on deck. We'll take a quick break. When we come on back, John Dickinson's going to join us to give us his thoughts on the Niners against the Carolina Panthers, and we'll see if JD's feeling good still about next week in Cleveland against Shedeur Sanders and the Browns. We'll talk about this one with JD next. Adam Copeland, Todd Husak, Tracy Sandler from Levi Stadium, Week 12 on the Sports Leader. Adam Copeland, Tracy Sandler, Todd Husak with you from Levi's Stadium. It's Week 12. The Niners and the Carolina Panthers entering play today at 7-4. The Panthers are 6-5 as we are in the home stretch here. And by the way, the Niners still haven't seen their bye week yet. A game in Cleveland next week, and then the bye after that before Tennessee, the Bears, and the Seahawks to wrap up 2025. JD, how you doing, man?
What's going on? Great to be with you. More, as if everybody needed more JD today. So
Always.
here we are.
Yeah, I couldn't get enough of my JD. Did you do the morning show and do the afternoon show?
Yeah, a morning show today, and tomorrow.
And tomorrow, but then you filled in for an hour at the end of Greg and Greg.
Greg had to take off. One of the Gregs. The
And
elder
then,
Greg.
and now here, so you quite literally. I just said that Larry Krueger was the time of possession leader on the Sports Center. I think
not
they're
today.
wrong.
Nope.
Well,
Not
today he's not.
He was on with Dieter, so it was light lifting.
It's a little bit different. Yeah. You let Dieter do the heavy work today. Is what
That's
happened.
true. Yeah, it's like doing a 2-hour show.
So how are we feeling about this one, dude? We've been doing the schedule game with you the entire season, basically. We've been walking through this thing, and now we're into the home stretch. This is a game that I don't think had any juice for any of us when you saw the schedule come out. And now, as Tracy said just a few minutes ago, like this is one of the bigger games on the schedule and one of the more peculiar games here based on how Carolina has played. Larry Krueger just said it. Don't overlook the Panthers. They're a team that can get you, although they're a team with their own deficiencies. How do you see this one shaking out?
Yeah, they are. And the scriptwriters knew, clearly, when they put this game on Monday Night Football, that it would be an important game, even though it was like, what? Really? Atlanta and Carolina? Those are a couple of your primetime games. But I think it's in between. I was having the conversation with Greg Silver and just kind of looking at since the Rams game, really. The Rams game in L.A. was the last, I think, surprise game, right? They lose Nick Bosa. Mac Jones is the quarterback. They go down, they get off to the great start, they win that game. But since that game, it's been play a good team, lose. Come home, play Atlanta's not a good team, you win. Go to Houston. Houston now is proven to be a good team. Just got off to a bad start, you lose. Go play the Giants, you win. Bad team on the road. Play a team that's playing better than anybody now in the Rams, a good team at home, you lose that one, and then you go handle a bad Arizona team. Carolina, to me, going into this game, they feel like a better team than all the teams the 49ers have beaten, but a worse team than all the teams that the 49ers have lost to. So it truly is, in some ways, maybe the test. I feel like it's a pretty good matchup for the 49ers to be able to put points on the board. I also feel like the Niners defense could be a little vulnerable tonight, even under the light. Like the playmakers, you get a running back who can make some plays. You got a hot quarterback coming off of the last game. You have pretty good wide receiver, and the Niners are just so banged up. I mean, take Tatum Bethune out of the equation again now at linebacker, and I don't know, it kind of feels like a shootout, but I lean Niners and feel pretty good about their ability to score points.
Well, I think what's fascinating about this NFL season as opposed to years past, what teams are good? Like the Rams have proven to be really good. I think you watch them like, all right, that's a really good team.
I think the Eagles are good. I don't think they're as good as some of the other teams. I think Philly's
I don't
good.
buy the Eagles. I don't buy it.
I don't buy them as a champion this year, but I think they're a good team.
The NFC is pretty wide open, is my point. Like the Niners have opportunities to win the next few games. Tonight they're favored. If they can win, like I don't see them being much worse than some of the teams that they might face in the playoffs based on what we're seeing around certainly the NFC. The AFC is kind of a mess. But there's a lot of teams that have good, like, are the Bears good? I don't think so. They have a good record.
Yeah.
So I think the NFC, the 49ers need to win tonight to put themselves in position to really finish the year strong and claim not just a playoff spot, but potentially a higher seed. Like I think the Seahawks might be the second best team in the NFC right now.
I wouldn't argue on that.
Yeah.
I think it's on the table. I think the argument you're making is we don't know, and so you're
we
right.
don't.
So you're right. It is wide open, right?
I totally agree. And it's funny on the Bears. I think they're good. The reason I think they're good is because they've been able to snatch victory from the jaws of defeat. And I think when you're not good, it goes the other way.
Yep.
And they're getting better and better each week. I don't know how far they go in the playoffs, but I think they're legitimately a good team. But to your point, they have an opportunity to make some headway. This isn't a very important game. I saw something. I'm going to have the numbers. I'm not going to have them correct 100%. So I'm going to start there. But I think it was something to the effect if they win this game, the 49ers, they have an 82% chance of making the playoffs.
Yeah, I think it's even a little higher.
Maybe 86.
Yeah.
If they lose this game, yes, it is higher because it's if they lose this game, they have a 62% chance of making the playoffs. I mean, this game is kind of, this game to me, not to be dramatic, it potentially is the season. Not necessarily if they win it, they still have work to do. If they lose it, I don't know. They got a tough end of the season with the Colts and the Bears and the Seahawks. They are not going to win all three of those games. they're probably not going to win 2 of those games. They may not win any of those games.
It's the race to 10, right?
Yeah,
Tracy?
that's what
minimum.
it is. It's a race
and
to 10. I think 10 will do it.
11 probably. 11 for sure. 10, I think
10
probably
will
does.
do it.
But if you can get this one, you get the game in Cleveland, you get the game against Tennessee. You're at 10 right there. Again, I know you hate doing that. You don't want to. I know. Even as I'm doing it, Todd's like, "Don't do that." JD.
No, the Browns are terrible. That's why I say that. But
they are. But
the 49ers have had trouble winning
and
them.
and
they have a great defense.
I was reading about lake effect snow again here, which if you remember last year in Buffalo, Tracy, that was that was a thing. Not so much in Buffalo, but in Orchard Park, it was a huge thing. Greg Papa will tell you about that, Copes. But
I'm sure he will. Yeah.
But yeah, it's just you never know. But if you can get to 10, then you're in really good shape. But it's how do you get to 10? And I think the Carolina game and the Bears game, not because the Bears aren't good,
right?
But because they're one of the teams that you figure to be in this race with, along with maybe the Lions and the Packers and potentially Carolina and Tampa and everybody else.
I also think if you were to get to 10, I don't think this can happen. So I'm just go with me here. If you got to 10 beating the Browns, the Titans, and the Colts, and you lose to the Panthers, the Bears, and the Seahawks, I don't think 10
then it's not enough.
Then it's not enough at all. So it's not all 10-win seasons are built alike. Is that the right term? So I think this is a very important game.
Yeah.
I really think this is creating. There we go. I just think this is a really important game, and I know that that's like a captain obvious, but I just think it's easy to look at this and be like the Panthers, but they're both fighting because now the Panthers are fighting for a playoff spot too, and that's I think what's different. It's not just they're playing well and they're going to end strong, have a strong end of the season. Like they could make the playoffs.
I mean, they're playing for first in their division to the point
it's a
about,
big deal.
I mean, Tampa, when the Niners played them, looked like the best team in the NFC.
Yeah.
And now they're fighting with the Panthers for their own division. And those two teams haven't even played yet.
Yeah.
So they like the Panthers are thinking walk out of here.
Twice in 3 weeks, I think.
Yeah. And so the Panthers are thinking walk out of here leading the division tonight and then let the chips fall where they may as far as the rest of it goes. Now, obviously, that's bad for the Niners. The Lions would then jump them. They would then move to the outside looking in. Tampa would still be ahead of them via tiebreaker if the Niners lose. So it's just it's handle business. But as we've talked about so often in this slot here, it's a matter of none of these games are going to be easy, but very much winnable.
Yeah, I'm with you. Talking to John Dickinson here, head of the Niners and the Panthers. A 5:15 kickoff right here on the Sports Leader from Levi Stadium. We'll hand it over to the broadcast team in just about a half an hour here to take you up to and through kickoff. JD, when it comes to what the Niners have done well this year, it's not run the ball effectively. We saw them do it a bit better last week with Brock Purdy. We talked about how we thought he raised the level of play of the offense. Is Christian McCaffrey going 1,000 this year? Is that where you're at?
I think so.
First time a guy's ever done it. Now, again, 17-game season. It was a bit different when he did it in Carolina, 16-game season. Kind of like when Brock set the passing record for the Niners franchise. He matched everybody else because it was within the 16 games. Could take 17, but I think the Niners' success, as always, and even more so with Brock, goes through McCaffrey.
And I feel like tonight is a night, bold prediction, I feel like tonight's a night where he might get 100 and 100.
Receiving and
I just feel against his former team sometimes it can work out that way, and I think the Niners are going to look to feature him, and I'm not sure, Todd, that Carolina can take him away. Like every team wants to do it, and I think it's a lot easier said than done to do it. And I just look at Carolina's personnel with down a couple of linebackers, and I think this is a favorable matchup for McCaffrey to have a big game.
Mm-hmm. I agree with that.
What would help early is a big play in the passing game with Pearsall or Jennings or something
something away from McCaffrey to bring it back to
like, all right, the defensive coordinator might have to take a step back. Hey, we can't pressure the run game as much. We got to be wary of that passing game, and that's where McCaffrey can rip off a couple big runs, and then the offense gets off and running. I think it'd be a fascinating first quarter to see how these teams feel each other out. Does Carolina bring a bunch of pressure and Purdy can handle it and connect on a couple big plays? If the 49er offense gets off to a good start, it should be and could be a tough night for the Carolina defense.
And Trace, a lot of points tonight. I feel like a lot of points.
I think a lot of points tonight. And we talked about this earlier. I really think if the 49ers go up 10-0, this game is over. I don't think Carolina's built to come back in a shootout. I think they're built for a shootout if it's going back and forth, but if they get down, and I think there's no reason, granted, as we know, anything can happen. But when you look at this 49ers offense, and I know the defense is clearly struggling, a roller coaster, as Robert Saleh has called it on more than one occasion, this offense should score enough points that the defense can keep it together. And I also think the defense is coming in with a little bit of momentum in terms of creating turnovers last week and doing what they needed to do. And I think especially for the young guys, like that play that Upton Stout made, I think for Upton Stout just boost your confidence level, and they want to keep that going and keep it going in front of the home crowd. So I feel good about the 49ers winning tonight. I just think it's a weird game and you never know, but based on their offense more than anything, I think they should win this game.
Part of it is, all right, we'll give up 47 completions, but get
I thought
three,
you were gonna say points. I was
get
like,
three
don't do
turnovers, and that's a win. That's a win for the 49ers, for
Yeah.
sure.
And also, Copes, I mean, the other thing that I just have bookmarked is it's been a while since the Panthers have played a big game. Like this group collectively, this is going to be the biggest game I think that they've played.
Well, for sure. I mean, they used that second round pick that the Niners gave them in the McCaffrey trade to pair with a one to move up to number one to get Bryce Young. So that's how long it's been.
And it wasn't long ago that Bryce Young was benched. This guy was benched not long ago. Yeah. So
I just, and the Niners, we've seen the Niners Monday night, Sunday night, a lot of these primetime games, they've brought it at Levi Stadium and played really well. And so I think this stands to be the Niners have more players, I think, that have been through it in terms of big game, a lot of eyeballs. The Panthers maybe not quite as used to that, and I think that can maybe carry the night a little bit for them.
I'm expecting this crowd to be rocking tonight, too.
I think it's gonna be a
there's
big
a lot
crowd
of people
tonight.
off work this week. I think a lot of people are here around noontime.
Night game, not going to be too hot. None of that. You know what I mean?
Let's go.
I think we're feeling good.
49er
You know what
fans.
I need, though? I need all weird elements of the game to not exist tonight. I need no missed extra points. I need no missed field goals.
With the new kicker?
That's what I'm talking about. I'm exactly looking at Matt Gay. That's what I'm talking
maybe
about.
he just makes all his PATs and you don't have to kick any field goals.
That'd be perfect. I mean, I saw that yesterday. Harrison Mevis, the thicker kicker that we talked about a couple weeks ago for the Rams. Dude, he had his it's like his fourth game with them or third game with them. First field goal attempt was last night, and he knocked it through for 40. I was like, he's played 3 games, hasn't attempted a field goal because they've been so good.
It's a good red zone team.
Rams are.
I mean, all they did was score touchdowns on 6 drives against the Niners.
Devontae Adams now with more 1-yard touchdown catches than anybody in NFL history. That's 15 1-yard
That's
touchdown
incredible.
catches.
By the way, what are these fools doing throwing at the one? You know what I mean? what are you doing? That's an insane
Devontae
no.
Adams. It's
They're
a no-brainer.
that good.
It's
They're
not
like,
Gronk,
let's just do it.
Ask the New York Giants. They
Yeah,
tried
I
to
know.
do it 6 times.
Don't get me started on the Harbaugh Super Bowl. Adam Copeland, Tracy Sandler, Todd Husak, John Dickinson with you. JD will join us a bit after the game. We'll hand it up to the broadcast booth in about a half hour. JD, enjoy the game, man. We'll talk to you later.
Appreciate it. Great to see you guys.
We got more to come here from Levi Stadium. We're about a half hour away from handing it over to the broadcast team. We'll take you up to and through kickoff. Is a guy today? I don't even know who's on the call today.
Justin Allegri.
Oh, Allegri's back today.
Yeah,
Good
Allegri,
deal.
yeah.
Justin Allegri back today after a great call. Hey, and he got us a W last week in Arizona. So Allegri sticking with it today with our guy Tim Ryan. We'll go up to the booth in just a bit and check in with them. Plus your player spotlight and more of our predictions for the Niners and the Panthers. Week 12 on the Sports Leader. Well, the NFL season is here, and the reason the Niners are 7-4 is in large part not just to the return of Brock Purdy and Christian McCaffrey's performance last week, but also because of the defense, who turned the ball over 3 different times last week against Arizona and led to points on a few of those occasions. There, Debo Lenore had an interception, but so did Malik Mustafa, the Niners' second-year safety, who had a big game last week, and he did talk this week as the 49er Player of the Week on KNBR with Murph and Marcus. He talked about all the changes the defense has faced and some of the opportunities for some of these young guys.
Yeah, I mean, obviously we got a lot of new faces this year, and I feel like, it's definitely a different feel just simply because, everybody's having to step into different roles that maybe they didn't know they were going to play so early, or, roles that they never really had to play up until this point. So overall, I think everyone's just bought in to the mission statement. Everyone's, up for the challenge, and everyone is trying to just do their 111 and collectively just be an overall great team. So, we have the right guys. We have the right character guys on this team. We have the great coaching staff. And, we have the guys that we can really, make a really good run out of this. So I'm just blessed to be a part of this team, and I can't wait to see what's in store for us.
As a rookie last year, Malik Mustafa played 16 games, started 12 of those games, had 1 interception, also had 5 pass deflections in his rookie season. Then we found out at the end of the year he was playing with a partially torn ACL. He'd hurt it in the end of the season last year, week 18. Ultimately, he missed the first part of this year, has played 6 games, started 4 of them, and that is his first interception of the year last week that helped the 49ers beat the Arizona Cardinals. They'll need more defense and offense today against an upstart Carolina Panthers team who's looking to match the 49ers win total and then pull ahead of them in the tiebreak. They'll need everything from Mustafa today, and that's why he is this week's 49er Player Spotlight. From Levi Stadium, Adam Copeland, Todd Husak with you ahead of the Niners and the Carolina Panthers, and the man who will be on the call fresh off a victory and a season-high 41 points. Yeah, he called all of them. It's Justin Allegri. Justin, great to talk to you, man. How you doing, bro?
I'm doing well, Copes. Good to talk with you. Todd, good to talk with you as well.
Absolutely.
Yeah, man, good to have you back for another home game here, the Niners and the Panthers. We were all joking at the start of the show that, we all play the schedule game. Everybody who's an NFL fan does, and who looks at the NFL. You look at the schedule coming out, you try to pick your wins and losses. You also look at big games late in the year and nationally televised games. I don't know about you, man. I did not think Carolina and the Niners Monday Night Football Week 12 was going to have much juice, and the script writers for the NFL have proven us wrong yet again, Justin.
Oh, yeah, they knew exactly what they were doing. What do you mean? I had this thing highlighted and circled. We were ready to go. Yeah. I mean, and now we're talking about a team in Carolina. You know, if they win this game, they're in the outright lead in the South, so they're in a good spot where they still play Tampa Bay twice. And for the 49ers, they're looking to try and build as much momentum as they can before that game in Cleveland. And gosh, it's two teams that have gone win-loss in a stretch of games here. So one of them has to try and finally take the reins and get back-to-back dubs and get themselves right for that final push.
Well, one of the things we talked about in the previous segment is the NFC seems to be shaping up where there's the Rams, I think we can all agree, are the best team in the NFL right now. Seahawks might be number 2, and then there's 4 or 5 or 6 teams, maybe the Seahawks are included in that are all pretty similar. And by the way, Carolina's right there. What have you seen from the Carolina team over the last few weeks? They're trending in the right direction and fighting for a playoff spot.
Yeah, when you have so many teams that are trying to separate themselves but haven't proven that they can yet, I think it comes down to little elements of the game where you look for this at this point of the season of where that team can step up and maybe make a move to separate themselves. And I think where you look at this Carolina team, you look at the young players that they have on offense and the ways that they can go about running the football as a core component to how are they going to win games down the stretch to make a playoff spot and maybe shuffle up the ladder in the NFC standings in doing so. You know, I look at Rico Dowdle, the way he's run the football, and Chuba Hubbard, who's right behind him. Those are two guys that have been 1,000-yard rushers very recently. So you got two players like that you can lean on in the ground attack, and you've got Tet McMillan, who's playing as a rookie sensation this year and did such a good job in college. I think we kind of knew that coming in, that he would have that dynamic element to it. There's a lot of explosive plays from this offense. So to me, that's where you look at from this Carolina team, because they can just go in and outscore you. They may not be flashy defensively, but if you can put up big-time numbers and play consistently, which they haven't at this point, but there is that potential for them to do so, I think that's what you look at this team and say, gosh, they can move into that conversation where you're talking about them in the Seahawks or maybe the Bears, or certainly better than the Packers at this point, and they can move up the ladder in the NFC standings.
Talking to Justin Allegri here, who will be on the call 5:15 tonight for the Niners and the Carolina Panthers. Do you think the 49ers, I know they're not a team that last year was in contention. They're 7-4 now. They do have a $50 million quarterback and some big high-priced talent, especially on the offensive side, that's still healthy. Do you view the Niners as a team that an upstart like Carolina would look at as a litmus test game? Like, yeah, they need to win this game anyway to stay alive. They're all important, and they can own the tiebreak with the Niners and be the outright leader in the South, as you mentioned. But do you think teams look at franchises like the Niners still and say, hey, if we can beat that team, that means we're a little different than we thought?
Yeah, especially because, I mean, the 49ers historically are a team to try and beat, right? They're the team that has made some Super Bowls here in recent past. And if you're Carolina, you had all those draft picks that you received from the McCaffrey trade, and you're trying to build off of that. You got a couple of first-round draft picks at the wide receiver position. You got a quarterback that seems like he's starting to put it together. I think it is, especially on the road. This is a big game in general, but especially on the road. If you're a team like Carolina, you're going to have to prove that you can beat some quality opponents on the road. They're not going to have home field advantage throughout the playoffs if they make the playoffs. So this is a game where if they come in and win, they're going to look back and say, that's the way we need to play. That's the style of opponent we're going to see later on, and we need to respond like we did against San Francisco. So I think you're spot on in that call.
Well, it's interesting. We talked about the 49ers getting off to an early start, offensively especially, because over the course of the season, when they convert early third downs and get some early long drives, that puts a lot of pressure on the defense because they can do so much off of their personnel groupings and create mismatches. Listen to you talk. It's almost the Carolina team is the same way. They need to get off to a good start and put some pressure on the 49ers. I think the first quarter, first half is going to be so critical to seeing how the rest of the game shapes up.
Well, and to your point, Carolina has scored on 7 opening drives this year. It's the most in the NFL, and 4 of those have been touchdowns. So if they get off to a hot start, they're feeling like they're in this game. And for the 49ers, I think one element to this that is going to be very important, Carolina's defense has not been good on third down stops this year. And we know how the 49ers have been able to move the ball, get a lot of first downs. you don't want this to be a track meet, but you can kind of see where that's headed with just the way that it's been going. The offense healthy now for the 49ers. Carolina being able to move the ball with the skill position players that they have. So I look at that and say, if the 49ers want to try and pace this game out where they're not having to just trade touchdown after touchdown after touchdown, you got to win on third downs, where Carolina's defense has lacked this year. And the field position battle is also a critical element. We're starting to see better returns from this 49ers kick return unit. Obviously, Sky Moore last week was a big part of that, but it's a Carolina team that does not allow big yardage in kick return game. And if this turns into a field position battle, that could be a critical element too, where you don't want to trade those touchdowns and you don't want to give great field position. And so those two things may be a big factor, especially late.
Well, one of the things about last week's win against the Cardinals, it really was a team win. Offense, defense, special teams. The defense gave up an NFL record in completions against the opposing quarterback, but made enough big plays. They created three takeaways, I like to call them, because they forced those, and then special teams comes up with a huge play to start the game. It might take that total team win to not only put some pressure on Carolina, but also take some of the pressure off the defense for the 49ers and the offense for the 49ers.
Yeah, I mean, you have to win at least two parts of a three-phase game, right? Offense, defense, special teams. And last week, the 49ers won all three of those phases. One of those turnovers that you're talking about, it directly took away a touchdown from Arizona last week. So I'm not saying that they have to get three in this game, but you have to be positive in the turnover margin, where the 49ers were not good. They were -8 going into that game last year, and now they're -5, and maybe you can be +1 in this game and keep moving in the positive direction. But I think you're right. It's a game where you have to look at the end of this game. You have to look at all three phases, and you have to at least see 2 wins from the 49ers to get an overall win tonight.
And maybe they'll have 17 penalties.
Can we count on that, Justin?
Yeah,
what do you think?
I hope not.
It was a hell of a game, dude. I've been dragged for a while. Justin Allegri will be on the call today, 5:15. Just one more thought from you. Last week we did get the return of Brock Purdy, and I think we all understood, like I was saying earlier to Tracy and Todd, like when you have in any sport somebody who's as great as he is and he's gone, and somebody fills in like Mac did and does a really good job, you almost as a fan or as a viewer forget what it looks like when it's at its best. And clearly to me last week, it was evident that this guy, Brock Purdy, has been in this offense for 4 years. It just seemed like things hummed a little bit different. Do you think this team can maintain a top 10 scoring offense in the time that Brock is the quarterback here for the rest of the season?
Yeah, I don't see why not. I mean, and going to your point, you always want what you don't have until you have it, right?
Yeah.
Brock Purdy can operate this offense, and if they are healthy, like they are right now, I mean, I still think that Ricky Pearsall, we only saw him get, I think it was 2 targets last week, and it was 1 catch off the deflection.
Yeah.
When he's healthy, I mean, now you got him and Jennings on the edges, and you got McCaffrey doing what he's been doing. Absolutely, you can keep up with that pace and maybe even be better. And we saw a very comfortable and confident Brock Purdy last week. I think it's going to be even more so the case here at home, and after a week under his belt, getting back in the saddle. I don't think that'll be a problem at all.
Justin Allegri, the voice you hear, he'll be on the call. A 5:15 kickoff right here from Levi Stadium. A huge game, dude. A game with a lot of juice. 7-4 against 6-5, and a huge NFC tilt here in the final several weeks of the season. Justin, have a great call. We'll see you upstairs, man.
Appreciate it, guys. Good to chat with you.
Thanks so much. The great Justin Allegri. We'll be on the call with Tim Ryan coming up here, and we'll hand it over to them at 4:15. Todd, why don't we take a quick break? We'll come back, give our final thoughts. And we were just having a discussion off air about what Brock's done for this offense. I want to talk a bit more about that and what it means for a guy who's been in here making this thing hum for 4 years. He's still got something to prove here. Imagine that. After 2 NFC Championship appearances, a Super Bowl appearance, finished top 5 in like MVP voting a couple of years ago, and he's still got something to prove here after getting a $50 million contract.
Still some doubters out there.
Still doubters out there. We'll talk about that next and then hand it over to Tim Ryan and Justin Allegri. It's Week 12, the Niners and the Panthers, 5:15 kick on the Sports Leader.
Purdy doesn't like what he sees. He'll call a different play here. Adjust Juszczyk right into the boundary. Ball set on the right hash. Shotgun snap, 5-man rush for Purdy. Steps up into the pocket, throws a deep ball downfield. Kittle makes the catch over the shoulder. Near pile on into the end zone. Touchdown 49ers.
How about that? There you go. The 49ers with a 41-point performance last week over the Arizona Cardinals, the high water mark of the season. And as Todd and I have been talking about it, no surprise that the return of Brock Purdy yielded the best offensive production of the season and the most efficient. Everything did go their way, but they executed in every facet of the game last week. They won, as Justin Allegri was just talking to us about the three phases of the game. They won all three. They need to win 2 of the 3 today. If it's defense and offense, they'll come away. If it's offense and special teams, I think they could come away victorious in this one. Time for the keys to the game, sponsored by your Bay Area Chevrolet dealers. Visit BayAreaChevroletDealers.com. Adam Copeland, Todd Husak with you. Todd, key to the game today, we were just talking about how much better the offense looked, and it wasn't like it looked bad before. Number 1 passing offense in football, but that's never indicative of how good your team is unless you've got, the top scoring offense in football, because a lot of times the top teams in passing are looking to get back in games, and the Niners have been somewhat that. They don't run the ball all that well despite McCaffrey's performance. What's key for you today, and do you expect the offense to look to keep building on the blocks they laid the foundation with last week?
I think a couple things offensively is getting off to that start where they have some possessions where they convert on third downs and some big plays offensively. With Pearsall back and Brock Purdy coming back last week, I thought the offense was much more efficient. Obviously, they got off to the good start, but it was clear that he has a great understanding and a chemistry with some of the offensive playmakers like Christian McCaffrey, where they can look at each other, and whether he's looking out at the wide receivers and the defense, and they all see the same thing. They understand where the hole in that defense is pre-snap. And that touchdown to Christian McCaffrey, where they look out and see it, and they can improv a little bit and know he knows where Christian McCaffrey is going to be. Christian McCaffrey sees the same thing that Brock Purdy does, and he's going to get the ball to him on time, a foot out in front where he can catch and run. That's where this offense can take that next step. I'd love to see a couple big plays to Ricky Pearsall. Even if it's incomplete, stretching that defense a little bit, I think, would open up the run game. Right? Exactly. And all of a sudden, they're in more second and shorts, and that's where this offense can take those shots and feel comfortable with, all right, we can convert 3rd and 2, so let's push the ball down the field a little bit.
See, I'm of the belief, based on what even we saw early in the season at the end of last year, Ricky can be a volume guy. Like, he plays that X receiver. Yeah. He can also play the Z for you. Like, he can stretch the field. He can do a whole lot for you in terms of slot receiving as well. We saw Juwan with a couple of big plays. That's another guy, by the way, who Kruger said it to us last week on the pregame. Juwan Jennings is a guy who I think is going to benefit a lot from Brock returning, and that same sort of thing, the chemistry and the knowing where to be. Even when a play breaks down and you go off schedule, you have that chemistry.
Well, we've talked so much about getting guys back and what George Kittle being back does to the entire offense. All of a sudden, with Ricky Pearsall back, Juwan Jennings is going to be more open, right? And George Kittle's going to be more open. And all of a sudden, that's less focus on Christian McCaffrey.
Just McCaffrey anymore.
And so all of a sudden, when you can drop back as a quarterback and you have 3 or 4 weapons and you're all seeing the same thing, you can go, this is my best matchup, and I know my guy's going to win, and I got to get the ball to him on time. I hit my back foot and throw it to a spot, and he's there, and they can catch and run. That's what I saw a little bit early, especially early last week. They got bogged down a little bit in the second quarter, but if that offense can hit that stride and put that pressure on a defense, get guys in the open field, not where they're getting tackled immediately, but get it to Kittle where he can catch and run, and get it to Juwan Jennings underneath. Then take a shot to Ricky Pearsall, and then come back with Christian McCaffrey. Those are some weapons now, and with Brock Purdy leading the charge, I think if I'm a play caller like Kyle Shanahan, I'm licking my chops to get out on the field and play.
Yeah, this is a make Bryce Young beat you game, isn't it?
100%. And he's played well. He's played better.
He's impressed me because I didn't think he was going to be where he's at now after getting benched midseason last year. He had a pretty good run at the end of the season. And really, it's because their run game opened up. Chuba Hubbard at the end of last year, then Chuba this year, but really now Rico Dowdle.
And credit him for bouncing back from a young quarterback getting benched, being the number 1 overall pick, to be able to bounce back and have a good season where he's established himself as the guy in Carolina. But I think you're absolutely right. He hasn't shown enough to where you're worried about him necessarily. Can he check it down and put the ball in the right spot? Yes. But he'll also make some mistakes. If they can create some pressure, figure out a way to put a little pressure on him, get him off his spot a little bit, force him to throw a ball into double coverage, which he has shown he will do. He doesn't see everything the right way.
Yeah.
That's where the defense can take advantage. And all of a sudden, the Niners can win all three phases.
Niners' pass defense has struggled this year. They're going up against an offense that goes more empty sets, as Krug said, than any team in the NFL. That said, they also have run the ball fairly effectively. Rico Dowdle has done a really nice job, has gotten into the end zone several times this year, but they've got to make them one-dimensional today. Don't allow them to run the ball. We're going to sign off here. We're going to hand it over to Justin Allegri and Tim Ryan. We'll take you up to and through kickoff. I'll be back with you for your halftime report. And then, of course, myself, Todd Husak, Tracy Sandler, Kruger, JD, everybody with you after the game, reacting to this one and getting your calls and your thoughts. It's Week 12. It's the 49ers and the Carolina Panthers on Monday Night Football. You can hear all the action right here on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the